right plot of land. Like where there's not. You want to be able to build fresh on a empty plot of land that's in a hill. So you need.
Yep.
Yeah. You have to have a hilly, and that land, it doesn't come cheap. At least around me. Like everybody loves an exposed basement, and like where they have like 2 stories in the front and 3 stories in the back, and think
about a house you're used to in a normal subdivision that just has a slope to it, right? Like a slope going towards the backyard, and they have like a walkout basement.
Yeah.
So imagine that house, but the backside of the walkout basement is nothing but windows, and instead of putting another story on top of it, just put a roof. And that's basically what my grandparents' house was.
I'm gonna say.
It's not, that's what it was like in this program as well, where they had solar panels of all sorts, and they literally were completely off grid, totally off grid. And it's not the holy grail, because, like as you suggested, it only suits a certain position in a certain terrain. It's not an answer for a city, is it?
Just having that much thermal mass around you is huge. Like I said, picture you have 2 refrigerators. One of them's filled with water bottles, and the other one is just empty. And then you open the door for 3 minutes and then shut the door on both of them. You know what I mean? Like, obviously the one with all the water bottles is gonna stay cooler.
That's true, but it's going to take an awful lot more energy to get that one cooler in the first place than the other one.
Yeah, but once you have it up to speed, like, you're good. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. So you got to find a solution which is able to get the thermal mass to the desired temperature to start with, so you can maintain it. So there is a bit of a balancing act going on here,
You know what an awesome thing I saw was? You know how people have fireplaces and then the chimneys just go up straight up outside? Yeah. That's a lot of heat right there. I saw someone snake their chimney through their floor, through the floor in their house, like that, so that all that heat just gets soaked up.
Yeah, I mean, here in the UK, you're not allowed to do that.
By the way, go ahead, finish. Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, you can carry on. It's all right. I'll come back to it.
No.
They have a boiler system for UK.
No, I just there's good reason.
They put a boiler system behind the fireplace and then run the hot water behind the fireplace.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. The reason I don't let you meander and snake chimney flues too much is because it becomes increasingly difficult to clean them, and if they're not vertical, they tend to coke up much more quickly.
All right, so and here's actually now I do have to jump in. Okay, so about chimneys. Chimneys are like they're aesthetically pleasing to have on a house. They are a huge problem for lots of reasons. Like architects, for some reason, or craftsmen, whatever, roofers, like they don't know how to properly flash around them. They don't know how to the architects don't know how to properly design them into the home, where they create dams and shit like that. I'm only saying this because I'm working on a condo complex right now, where we're just doing nothing but rebuilding all of their rotten chimneys. Like they're all rotting. Every chimney I ever work on, every house that has a chimney, it's like it needs to be rebuilt.
That's just bad construction right there.
Dude, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's the construction and the design process.
What about I've seen some hillbillies wrap like copper tubing around the chimneys, right? And they reroute the copper through their house or their floors.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways to get that heat, because there's a lot of heat just going right outside. It just goes right outside, all that heat.
Well, the thing is, with modern chimneys, you don't need to have an actual, or like modern fireplaces, you don't need to have an actual chimney. You can just put like an outlet on the side of the house in the back. You know what I mean? Like they got you. The thing is that a house looks funny without a chimney. That's what it is. It's all about looks. Like the chimney on the side of your house probably is not actually needed. It just, they thought it would be a nice detail. They thought it would look nice.
They don't even put them there anymore.
In the town where I live.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, in the town where I live, there is all these period, like Victorian terrace houses, with all these chimneys. You know, they weren't particularly impressive chimneys, just standard stack with a pot on top. And the local council gave a building contractor permission to build another 80 or so houses on the same terrace run on the end in a sympathetic style. They're obviously newer and they look newer, but they just wanted them to keep their style. And so they built these houses which are super insulated, modern day boilers, and no fireplaces for obvious reasons, but they had all these fake chimney stacks made of fiberglass perched on the roofs, cut into the tiles, just to keep the line going, Quite funny,
Hey, at
really.
least it's made out of fiberglass. It's not going to rot when they create a fucking ice dam against it because of stupid design.
Yeah, right. It was quite cool that they did it, because it did actually look good, when it was done.
The thing you said about dome houses earlier,
Yeah.
like that's a good shape. Even cylindrical houses, like those Adobe ones or whatever they make,
Yeah,
out of Adobe.
any way you can
They
keep
put it.
air moving, circulating, always circulating.
They put one of those houses on an earthquake plate, to simulate an earthquake. They built a little model one. They had that shit all the way up. It didn't even the house was fine, and they're good in like winds, high winds, shit like that. So yeah, that is a good design for a house, like a dome or cylindrical shaped thing.
But it comes with a cost benefit relationship that is not, in my opinion, like worth it. So it costs at least like with regular carpentry, like using straight timbers and stuff like that. It's very difficult to build a dome type structure.
Oh, dude, we shouldn't even be using wood. We're this.
Whatever. Steel also, like unless you're gonna get custom made to a certain radius steel
What
and
about
stuff like that. You think there's not a cost
geodesic
in
domes,
that?
bro? Geodesic domes, they're easy, man. Just cut,
Yeah. No,
bracket,
if you
repeat.
want to make a mud hut, that's one thing. Yeah, awesome. That'll be very efficient in all ways.
Can we make
But,
a dome? Can we make a dome house that has a tree in the middle of it, so we can just hug the tree right in the middle of the house? Just get our tree hugging in right there under the dome.
Yeah. But I'm saying
I was thinking like concrete though, like because they found out how to make that old Roman concrete where it doesn't it doesn't weather like that. So I mean, that's what I was thinking of building out, like concrete dome type things. 3D printed. They got the thing where they blow a big airbag up inside of your house now, and then just dump concrete on it, so to speak.
Yeah, like
and
that
then they
version.
deflate, the big bubble, the big air pocket in the middle, and boom, concrete house.
You may not even necessarily have to, pop the bubble. Like literally, I mean, sure, you just open the door and the air escapes. You could use that as like a weather barrier, basically, like a plastic or rubber structure, to kind of like a Tyvek or something like that.
You don't even need it, bro. You don't even need it. That we figured out how to make that Roman concrete. Now we're good.
We can never actually make real Roman concrete because it took the ash from the Pompeii explosion, which has all been used up. But we now
Yeah, but
know
they figured out some chemical.
Yeah,
Yeah, they figured out some chemical thing to do, and now we know how to make it now. They won't start doing it though, because I mean, the housing industry and the repairs on your house, like it's planned obsolescence to the maximum when it comes to a friggin' house. It's ridiculous. Don't get me going.
essentially, with that, essentially, like they found it's similar to like how your bones heal. Like it calcifies and fills the gaps. Like as it cracks, it then leaches.
Yeah, it fills the crack. It fills its own cracks on some fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's water penetration that destroys concrete structures. So if you can have it, fill those cracks and heal its own bones, essentially, as it cracks, then you're good to go for a long time. I love this topic. Forget like fun.
But yeah, those earth ships that guy was trying to do, where you ever seen them with the sledgehammers and they're pounding dirt into old used tires, and that's how they build the walls and shit. Those were earth ships that guy was building. he actually had some design flaws. It used to make him so good that like shit would melt inside the house. It would get like too hot. But anyways, he bought a huge like 100-acre thing in Arizona. He couldn't get the permits and shit. I think he ended up setting up shop in France, and they just let him like. I guess there you can just buy land and just if you build just you can just build whatever you want. They don't care like if you die in it. It's just it's your bad.
I mean, I get the you're bad. I get the idea of like recycling materials, things like rubber tires and things, but those are like unnatural materials. Have you heard of like these different like earth clays materials that are pretty incredible? Like they're very stable, like they last a very long time. They don't break down, and they also maintain temperature in like an ideal way in terms of like the thermal conductivity of it. And
Yeah,
like Adobe brick, like
Adobe's one of them. There's this thing called hempcrete. They came out. How recent it is, but yeah, hempcrete. There's a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, exactly. With hemp, that's another way to do it too. Yeah, exactly. And there's ways of combining like hemp with certain clays and certain like muds, essentially. Like when you think of mud, you might think, oh, it's something that just like withers away in the rain, but it's not like that at all. Like it almost looks like almost like a like concrete, also almost stucco. Like more of like a plasticky stucco, like porcelain. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe but it's very rigid.
Yeah, so like the hemp is the fiber that it's needed to kind of like let things bond to each other. The mud would kind of wash away if it wasn't for the fiber that's introduced into it that's also in it. That's why like what you said about a combination of the two. That's why that works. Like there would be no like actual strength to it. Like over time it would erode away. But when there's these fibers throughout it, like they can kind of bond to each other and have a lot of strength actually.
Yeah, even in those Adobe things, I think they got to use like straw or something.
Yeah. And with how strong hemp is, it's the strongest natural fiber known to man.
They had a blowtorch. They had like a giant blowtorch up to this block of hempcrete, and it just was fine. Like time lapse for hours, it just wouldn't burn.
See, a lot of that stuff, I don't know, it just seems to work better in those warmer climates, like in the south, in the southwest. You don't you never see Adobe or stucco or any of that shit like in the northeast.
Don't have the same kind of dirt, really. It's a particular type of soil.
The dirt's too organic, right? It breaks down too easy.
You won't rock. Adobe soil's got a lot of rocky bits that kind of like crag together somehow. Yeah, that heat profile and seasonal profile that really helps for those particular types of structures.
I want a house made out of hemp. That's awesome.
Don't you?
That'd be the best.
You're in a hard time, you can smoke your house, man.
Hey, Jeremy, you can also do like a thermal mass with water. Some people use water barrels even to store solar energy and then use that. It dissipates through the evening, prevents things from being as cold as they were.
Yeah, whatever you do with your house, you got to have a lot of thermal mass inside. Like I said, it's like the refrigerator thing. You don't want to open your door and swoosh all the temperature just leaves your house, Yeah.
They got rocket stoves and stuff like that.
Well, those earth ships were a great example of it because they used all different kinds of designs. Like one of them had a 2,000-gallon water tank in the middle of the house and shit. Like you just got to have that thermal mass in there to keep the temperature regulated.
Yeah, so just be careful what you wish for because they're gonna start 3D printing these fucking Earth ships for you, and you're gonna have no choices. You're gonna be in like this fucking shitty Earth ship or that shitty Earth ship.
I dropped a documentary called Garbage Warrior. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's Mike Reynolds with the whole It's what we're talking about right now, or Earth ships. The Earth ship stuff, yeah, that's what it covers. Stuff.
You're gonna eat bugs and live in a mud hut and fucking be happy.
It's just nice because
I mean,
you
that
have
city.
the. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Sam.
It's just nice because you can kind of choose how to do this kind of planning and take an active role in it. I think that's fun. I always think it's more enjoyable to have something you create and can have all the power to do so. What are you gonna say, Jeremy?
Like the way Napalm's grandparents did it was like that's like the best way to just like there's nothing to maintain on your house. You dig it. Cody London or whatever his name is did it. Like there's nothing to maintain. You're just in the earth. Like that city they found in Turkey that could house 20,000 people that was underground. Like that's just the way to live right there. I think like ants.
Sounds
It's a
awesome.
dream. Living the dream, bro.
Like
Yes.
ants, bro. So, I'm just saying, as far as like heating and cooling goes, that's got to be the most efficient way possible. And as far as the structure of your house, like there's no maintenance.
Well, hey, they just created fusion, so in 20 years we're gonna all have free energy to heat our houses, and you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
What about the geothermal energy, all that kind of stuff?
Well, there's issues with that.
It's good if you're in the
We
right
have a
area.
well, it depends on what kind of system you have. You want it to just be blowing air, right? Because then all you have to power is fans. You don't have to worry about any messy liquid. Some of them use glycol or some shit. Like you don't want to have to worry about any kind of funky liquids and shit. Like if you're just moving air with a simple little, fan that's only using a couple watts or something, like that's the move right there. But that takes a massive amount of uh, hosing or whatever.
Yeah.
There's certain parts of the world, like in Hawaii, where they have like deep water very close. Like the land rises very fast, so they have deep cold water very close, and they utilize geothermal quite a bit there. Like, and they have for a long time. It works perfectly there. It's easy to do. You don't want to force the issue. You don't want to like go so far out of your way to create a geothermal heating and cooling thing, especially one that's going to require a lot of maintenance and freaking like replacing of parts and stuff like that. You can get a little bit carried away with trying to be
I said you
green.
There's a right solution for every environment.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I said that's why you want to do it when it's just blowing air. That would any liquids, maintenance, anything. It's just a couple fans blowing.
If you live in a windy environment, utilize wind farms. If you live in an area with a lot of moving rivers, utilize that, even though they've demonized that for some reason. Like if you live in an area that has,
How do
that
I use
dips
the
off
cold?
too
How
fast,
do I
do the
use the cold,
geothermal
man?
thing. Yeah, it's about being versatile.
I'm in
How
the.
you use cold.
Go ahead.
Hold on, I'll tell you how you use cold. I saw a guy make a refrigerator last.
Yeah, he was signal challenged. But like the geothermal stuff is using like a basically like a water loop and a heat exchanger that's using a thermoelectric generator to change hot and cold into electric. American Electric. So I mean, like you could use that in tandem with something that's like a fireplace. You could use a thermoelectric generator as part of that too, or as part of other strategies.
Yeah, me being in the Great Lakes region, and basically a lot of us here in the server are. We're pretty spoiled actually. We live in the fertile belt, so we have good like growth. We can always have agriculture. We have good industry. We have a lot of rivers. We have a lot of fresh water. We have very large lakes. We got most of the world's fresh water right here around us. So like we're spoiled. We don't have much to worry about. But it's places like the United States Southwest where like it's kind of an issue, or there's a lot of parts of the world where it's kind of solving their problems. Now, what they've done also with this whole like climate change and responsibility and credits and like climate credits and whatever else your footprint, like
Carbon tax credit.
yeah. They want to
Yeah,
take away from us what we have here and give it to everybody else. So we're gonna have to pay the price for everybody else to live in better.
what?
So yeah,
I'm
like
talking about like the Great Lakes region, right? Like if you live in the Great Lakes region, you're kind of spoiled as far as all that stuff goes. Like you really have nothing to worry about when it comes to that.
so the style of house that my grandparents had, it's a pretty legit economical solution for a lot of people. They ran most of their heat in the wintertime off of um, wood that they just casually would, cut down trees on their property. They owned a little over 5 acres. Um, so this kind of setup is obtainable for a ton of different people, and you don't necessarily have to have like a southern sloping plot of land to begin with. You could move the earth, right, and even just build almost like a half basement, backfill in 3/4 of the side of your house. It doesn't take that much dirt to get that like thermal insulation quality. Because my grandparents' house, like the portion that was built into the hill, it it wasn't built directly all the way up to the top roof line into the back of the hill to the hill. There was just a slow, gradual slope. So they backfilled a decent amount of dirt onto the back side of it. And that whole wall, even in the dead of summer, and this is like in the Midwest, dead of summer, like you could put your hand on that wall, that concrete wall,
It's
inside the
always
home,
cold.
and it was always cold.
Yeah, no, I'm digging what you're saying. Like, but it takes having the exact right plot of land to do it. You need that slope of the hill to be moving towards the south, so that you catch the morning and the evening sun, and the midday sun, right? Like that's where you want your windows for that winter time, right? Where you're gonna heat the house thermally from the sun during the winter. And during the summer, when it's hot, you're also half exposed underground where it's a constant like 60 degrees or something like that, right? Um, so
All
yeah,
right. So
having to do with your shades blocking the sun at the right time, ceiling fans, whatever. But air circulation is something that maybe needs to be focused on a little bit more with integration into house building and stuff like that. So like if you do have a situation like that, clearly, let's say you have like a 2-story house on the high side of the hill and it's 3 stories on the low side. You know,
doesn't even really have to be a hill. So check out. So this is my grandparents' house. Unfortunately, it's the only picture that I have
well,
without
let me finish what I was
doing a
saying
bunch of
before you.
digging.
Let me finish what I was saying. So what I'm saying is, you got to have the right air circulation to like pump during the right season. So like during when the winter, when you want to warm the house, you you're opening those windows and you're warming it that way. But during the summer, when you want to cool the house, that's actually going to be a hard point because, like here in the Midwest, we have extreme temperatures. We could have 110 degrees during the summer, and we could have negative fucking 50 during the winter. You know, like so, like you have two huge extreme challenges to create in your house. So you don't want the heat to escape, but you also want you don't want to overheat. You know, so circulation is going to be key. You want to take the cool air and move it to the high areas because the high areas, you know, are going to be hot during the summer. So like getting the air from the bottom floor where it's a regulated temperature, like you said, and getting it to that second and third floor. Like that's it got to be I think we got to be smarter about like that air circulation.
Well,
That's sort of where the domes thing came in.
I mean, you could use like a water loop too to cool the air. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to cool air, like passive evaporative cooling and different things like that. To like basically like a swamp cooler, but like a whole system like that. You could do it off of passive solar. You know, I think there's like a lot of different ways that we're like really losing a lot of energy in the system, especially with air conditioners because of the high voltage startup that takes. It makes it very difficult to run those kinds of conveniences off grid. You know what I
By the
mean?
way,
So, yeah.
circulating the air also would help us like health wise beneficially. Like always introducing the right amount of fresh air while also not losing your heat and stuff like that. That's a huge problem too. Right today's day and age, they try to seal off the house so much that you have a poor air quality inside of the house. But if you have constantly circulating air that's able to utilize that cool from underground, yeah, I mean, I think you get what I'm saying. I don't really have to say much more, but like, there was a lot of kids, especially during the '90s, like the late '90s and early 2000s, 2010 even, where we were sealing up houses too tight, and so they started putting these like air circulation. I don't even know what they call them, but they're on like most chimneys and newer houses. You know, the things that rot away all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like they had actually sealed up the house so tight that people were getting sick, so they had to like come up with a way to introduce and control the amount of fresh air that you get.
Were they sick because of the airflow? Or were they sick because of the materials and the flooring and the carpets and the fumes and the off
It's
gassing from the new stuff in the factories,
it's
all
been
that stuff,
tested
or the
on.
paint and all that stuff? Is that not an issue? Or?
No, that I mean that might be an issue on a brand new build, but like, no, there's other things that point to it also. So like, being in construction again, if you look at the way, especially during the housing boom during the mid to late '90s and early 2000s, they were building houses so fast and sealing them up so tight that like in a week's time, a house would be built from start to finish, like at least like the sticks of it, right? And but before, because of building codes and regulations and stuff like that, they have to they won't allow you to progress in the build until it's sealed from the outside. So it has to be Tyvek, it has to be roofed, um, and that stuff, though it's meant to be breathable, it's
Tyvek's
not.
just basically intended to be just a vapor barrier.
Yeah, it's a vapor barrier, right? It's supposed to allow moisture out, but not in. Um, However, Tyvek is actually the most poorly performing product in that whole like of vapor barriers. Tyvek is one of the worst vapor barriers that exists, yet it's what everybody uses. They know the name. Okay. Like there's almost every other brand is better. The stuff that you buy from Menards cheap is better as a vapor barrier than Tyvek. You can test this with like with a permanent marker. If you rub, for a little while and create, like a very dark ink spot on the outside of the Tyvek, it should not bleed through to the inside. Same as if you do the same thing from the inside, you should see a ton of bleeding to the outside. Well, go ahead and do this test with Tyvek versus any other fucking weather barrier, right? Almost all of them do this better than Tyvek does. In fact, Tyvek is made by DuPont. DuPont has multiple other better quality fucking shit that do this cheaper. But they want that name. They want that advertising on the place as it's being built. Everybody knows the name Tyvek. But what
It's
I
kind
was
of a
getting to,
bougie
what I was
building.
getting, what I
It's
was
brand
getting to,
whores. Okay.
what I'm
Get
getting,
into
what
it.
I'm getting to is that when you're building a house and it goes up fast, you seal the house from the outside and you have an inferior weather barrier. It doesn't allow the moisture out the way that it should. And now you go and pour the fucking concrete floors in the basement. Let's say you have a multi-story house. It's common to actually have a poured floor for sound dampening and stuff like that. There, you're doing all of the drywall, all of the plastic, mudding, all of the painting, all of the. You have 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds, 30,000 pounds of water. You possibly higher than that. I don't know. I'm just guessing. You got many thousands of pounds, like tons and tons of it, of water that needs to dry and evaporate and escape the house. If it's not able to do so, now you've got mold, you've got dry rot, where you're literally you're rotting from the inside out. The water might not be getting in from the outside, but you're still rotting anyway.
Well, that's an appealing thought. So what are they doing to minimize this?
Nothing.
Builds now.
Nothing.
Cool.
They keep doing it. They've been doing it for 20 years, 30 years.
What could we do to make sure it doesn't happen?
Build your house slower. Allow it to breathe. Don't be in a rush. That's mainly it. If you look at old houses, the way they did with clapboard, right? So like they would use like 1x8s or 1x6s or whatever, and there would be like a quarter-inch to a half-inch gap in between each board. That allowed the house to breathe. They didn't over insulate, right? The house could breathe. Now, yeah, you're going to lose energy efficiency for heating, but the house was breathing. Because I do a lot of almost exclusively what I do is like resides, remodels, and so on. And I'm actually like one of the top known, like if people want like a really old house done for siding, like, oh my God, like this is where I specialize. I'll keep the look of your place, but update it and modernize it. And like, I'm really good at this stuff. But so I end up digging into like 100-year-old houses pretty frequently. And what's amazing is that built houses that were built 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, whatever, there's almost nothing that's rotten ever It's in exquisite shape. My biggest problems where we have to rebuild things and repair things and where there's rot is within the last 30, 40 years. Everything that I can be expecting when I go up to a house that's 10 years old that I'm going to probably have a rotten chimney. That's the first thing that goes every time. Because that's where they try to evacuate all that moisture.
How does the chimney rot? Is there like wood in a chimney?
It's all the moisture from the inside has to go out from there. That's where they have like all the ventilation. That's where they have. So like the moisture is trying to escape, you know, and it all goes into a place, but it's still not escaping fast enough. Like that's the problem because we're sealing these things up for energy efficiency.
Yeah, right on, bro. I'm just wondering, like, what kind of material in the chimney is rotted? Because like bricks don't rot,
It's
right?
always
Or do they?
like no chimneys are made of brick. Like nowadays, for the last quite a long time, like it's sided up with either like vinyl or aluminum or some like man-made composite like wood, like either hardy plank or LP Smart Side, which is what I usually do. But it's basically like OSB, and OSB is it's pretty good, like honestly. But if it's exposed to moisture, it disintegrates. It just disappears.
Okay. So is like the inside of a chimney nowadays just like lined with aluminum or something? I don't.
No. Literally, like there's your fireplace, and then there's sticks. You got 2x4s and OSB sheeting, and then on the outside of it, if you're lucky, you have a weather barrier. But that weather barrier might not be helping either. You have insulation between those studs. That's it. You got fiberglass insulation, 2x4s, and OSB. In a lot of houses, especially during the late 90s and early 2000s, they don't even have OSB. It's not even a wood product. Now, this could be a pro or it could be a con. So, like, a lot of houses are built during the late 90s, early 2000s out of that Dow styrofoam insulation, right? It won't rot. That's a good thing. But it can allow, like, a lot of. It has no structural integrity, for one. And for two, it can allow water penetration at the seams if the job's not done properly. But so like it's more about the structural integrity when it comes to that. Like I can see using the Dow Stone styrofoam insulation, like sheathing, in certain applications. Like actually, at this point, with how many chimneys I see that are destroyed, they should be that, but they don't like to use it there because they're going to be exposed to heat, right? The fireplace is there, whatever else, and they don't want it to melt. So they don't use it there. Like I've worked on houses where the whole house is done in styrofoam, other than the chimney. That's OSB, but that's the first thing that wants to rot. It's all fucked up. Like I don't know if they're really working towards trying to fix it either. Like it doesn't look like it. It's been happening for a long time.
So like if you were trying to build like a century home today, how would you go about that?
Like I said, I would build like a fake chimney if you wanted one, and you're not going to use it as an outlet for your moisture or your heat or your your furnace or dude. It just make it fake. Fuck it. Like it's a facade. I would outlet through the wall. I would build slower, honestly. Like if I was building my own house, um, I would make sure that it was able to breathe during the entire like pouring of the basement. Like that's where most of that moisture is coming from. Painting walls is one thing, but like all of that concrete that goes in, like there's a ton of water in there, and and then also like even still you're gonna trap moisture on the inside no matter what. So like I would focus extremely on the heating and cooling, like HVAC. Like I don't know a lot about HVAC, but I know that they're not doing it well enough. They're not allowing for fresh air to come in and for trapped air, for moist air to get out. And but it's sort of because everybody's all worried about energy efficiency. So I would just be I don't have an answer for it. It's always like a toss up. Like you can have this or you can have that. You know, like how do you play the middle of the road?
You can deal with this. You can deal with that. But we're dealing with something all the time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Do you have a vision in your head of like your dream North American 2-story like suburban house? I'm sure you have a list of like a choice of materials you'd probably desire, right?
Yeah. There's also like a type of like a stud pattern that I would definitely use too.
Like for the
So like
framing?
I'm a big I'm actually more of an exteriors guy, but I know a little bit about that stuff too. So like I'm a
What's
big fan of like
real
deep
quick?
door jambs and window wells and stuff like
What's
that.
a stud pattern, dude? Is that like the support beams or the framing or well, what's a
Yeah. That's the framing, the support. It's both.
okay?
It's the sticks that hold up your walls, right? It's what you nail the drywall to on the inside and the siding on the outside. Um, but I'm a big fan of like deep window wells and deep doors, like set in doors. Like I want to see depth. Um, I want I want it to look like you're going into a tunnel when you enter a door. You know, like I want to have something that I could set flowers on the windowsill. I want thick walls. You know, fuck this 2x4 construction, right?
Elliot, what? Okay, tell me about a thick wall if you don't mind. Like, what's a thick wall good for, or like how is it designed? Like, are there like
This
layers?
is more about aesthetics. This is more about aesthetics that I'm talking about, but I can actually bring it in
Okay.
if you allow me. So like my idea, if you can think of a stake, if you know how a normal house is built, like a 2x4 or 2x6 construction house, it's like 16 inches on center. Every time you have another stud that runs up, and it's sheeted on the outside and it's drywalled on the inside, and there's insulation in between. But at every one of those studs, there's a break in that insulation. So to
Right.
solve this, to get even higher efficiency and also have deeper wells for more aesthetically pleasing, you do now. This is going to be double the amount of lumber that you're going to use, but you do a very large floor plate and above, so like a 12-inch floor plate or 10-inch even, whatever, but or even 8, whatever, but like not 4 inches or 6 inches. And you stagger your studs. So on the outside, you have a 16 on center going one way, but then 8 inches off center from that, on the inside, you have another set of studs. And then you do spray foam in between them. So you have an unbroken insulation barrier in
Yeah.
between. And you also, so you have a very strong wall, sturdy wall, very efficient wall. But now I wasn't just
No,
complaining about,
no, man.
I was just complaining about the air circulation. You're gonna have no breathing for something like this, like none. You're gonna have like
Bro,
a perfectly sealed membrane.
this is the opposite of efficient. Remember the big bad wolf story when he was going around blowing all the little piggies' houses down, and the second one made his house out of wood.
You can do this with steel.
Yeah,
It
that's
wouldn't
true.
matter.
I don't know if we should be using steel either, but it's anything but wood. Jesus, it burns, it rots. Wood is just a horrible building material. Like, what are we cavemen?
ICF, that's what I recommend. Insulated concrete form.
Build it out of steel and do what you're talking about. Dude, steel ain't going nowhere. It's not going to rot. You know, it's just the moisture could make it rust. So you got to, it's moisture mitigation. Like that's going to be a huge thing in this argument that I'm making. Like, well, we have so much moisture that comes from the inside of our houses. Like, just your family breathing is enough, you know. But like all of that concrete that goes into the basement, all of the putty that go, you know, all the mud that goes on the walls, all the paint, all of the freaking this and that. You have so much, such a high humidity during the building process of a house that doesn't really have anywhere to go. You got to leave that shit open and let it breathe and give it time, let it cure.
Hey, I got a question for you, man. Were you done? I don't know if you cut out or. Okay, I'm gonna go. Anyways, like if you bought a property and there was like a 10-foot stone wall, like I don't know, like some really neatly fitted stones with mortar, concrete, whatever, like completely sealing it into like a wall, would you use that in your house or would you just knock it down because it's not worth it?
Look, sorry, I just got a phone call and now everything's all fucked up. You're not in my headphones. I didn't quite hear your question right. Give me a second. I want to fix this.
Same thing happens to me when I get a phone call. Just fucks up the Bluetooth connection, puts it on speaker when I hang up.
All right, something about concrete and stone and all that. What was that?
Yeah. Say you buy some land, and there's like already this like 10-foot high stone wall, like really well built, maybe like a foot thick, right? Maybe like 10 by 10 or 10 by 20, however big you want to make it. Would you like want to like make use of that and incorporate it for any reason, or would you just knock it down and just do what you were planning on in the first place? Like it's not even worth trying to factor in.
Is it visually beautiful?
That wasn't the angle I was going for, but yeah, sure, make it as beautiful as you want.
Yeah, if it's something that if it's an aesthetic that you like, then keep it, incorporate it.
I mean, as an exterior, though. I didn't say that. Like as an exterior, because it would be cool to like have a fucking internal stone wall. But I mean,
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm a pretty big fan of stone, and all that. Like, it's being a guy who does like siding for a living. I love stone. It's kind of a funny, you know, like you know, like a guy who does siding. You know, he wants to not have to fuck with his house in a way that what he does for a living. Honestly, like I love it. You know, it lasts longer. It's not. It requires very low maintenance. But even it will start to lean. It'll crack. It'll fall. You know, like it'll get that water penetration and shit like that. And when that happens, now you have a major expense. It's a slow and tedious process to build it back. You know, like so no, stone is great. I don't like a place that has too much of it. You want to have a balance of like different things going on. You kind of want to like break your place up. You don't want it to be too monotonous. You don't want to have an all brick house. It looks ugly. You know, but yeah, no. If there, let's say you have a stone wall that you like and you want to incorporate it, yeah, I encourage you to do it.
well, I mean, what do you got against all brick houses, dude?
All brick.
Like,
It's too much of one thing. It's busy. Like
You got
you
against the
gotta.
Georgian colonial, though. Come on. Let's not be racist here.
I'm just talking about artistically, like aesthetically. That's all. I'm not saying like because I mean this is part of what I do also. Like I give people, a lot of times they can't express what they want, and often they just hire me because I'm good at what I do, and I'll give them something that looks nice, and like you want to break things up, like aesthetically. Like, if you've ever played Minecraft and built a house in Minecraft, you want to use as many different materials as possible that don't clash with each other, right?
sure. I
You want
actually know what you
you
mean.
want to you want to create depth. You don't want it to be a flat wall, right? You want to have inset
True.
windows and yeah, right.
Some
So
hanging over parts.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. The more detail you can put into a place, the better looking it is.
Jeremy used to go on and on about, I mean, a point that I agree with still, that, these houses, how long are they going to last if they're abandoned, right? Like, why are we building like this? Like, he makes the point that, like, housing is always going to be a need of the people. And it's like, it sounds like a joke that you would like knock down a house to build a new one in the same spot because that one can't last long enough to
Well,
serve a whole
okay. The
100
argument I have
year
about that
generation.
is, first of all, older houses, they tend to be better built. They're made out of better materials, and now so and they typically had way more detail than modern houses. So if that's your thing, if you love the aesthetic of a place, yeah, I encourage you to fix it up. However, uh, as far as like monetarily speaking, fiscally
Yeah,
speaking, it's
it's all about
cheaper
the
to
money.
knock a place. It's cheaper to knock it down and start over than it is to fix it up if it's in bad repair.
You heard him come in 10 minutes ago or whatever with saying like, why are we still using this wood shit, right? He's gone on and on about that. But I mean, it really does just come down to price, right?
Yeah, it's what's
It's just
economical.
a
That's
cheap
that's really
material.
what does that's a big part of it anyway. It's not like everything, but it's a big part of it.
The only problem with a cave is that there's only one window. That kind of sucks.
Hey Lou, what do you think of trying to get like grounding into the floors of a house? Like how can we build it into where the floor is actually grounded to where if you walk barefoot on it, you'll actually be grounded with the earth? So I thought a lot about that.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Gio.
It's funny you should mention that, Gio. I just moved into this new apartment, new to myself, second person that's lived here, and I keep commenting on how natural the floor feels in terms of the texture of the grain of the wood. Now I know it's a synthetic floor; it's not real by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a basic apartment, but that is one of the things that I thought about is the element of actually using hardwood that actually comes from a tree in design of a home for finished areas that you may want to ground with, because I really through the
Mm,
element of the home.
if it's
Please go
about
ahead.
grounding, then okay. So here's my answer to Gio's question, and then I'll address what you're just saying. I would think about I would think about conductive materials, right? Like, and the depths that you're going to go into the earth, kind of like what Napalm was talking about. So, your house is already grounded; it's dug into the earth, right? But if you want to transfer that grounding into yourself, I would use conductive materials. I would build the house out of steel. I would, like, or copper, or friggin', how important is grounding to you? Make it out of gold, But
That's ridiculous, man.
yeah, of course it's ridiculous. No, hold on.
What about a stone floor?
But what I'm saying is, like, even stone is a natural earth material, right? So yeah, use real granite countertops and real freaking marble floors and real, um, but wood. Every time you use wood, like, wood is an insulator. It's non-conductive. So it might give you a feeling when you're in, like, a wood cabin, like, of being down to earth and being home, but it's not conducting anything. It's insulating.
Well, if it's on the ground, it's basically grounded. Like
Yeah, but
like
it's not going to transfer that to the other side. It's not going to do as good a job as metal, first of all, or stone, or
a dirt floor, like log cabin, is effectively grounded.
Well, who has a dirt floor inside of their house?
That's
people used to. I went to this. I don't know, this like house that's been around for like 200 years nearby, right? And they had honestly, it's like the slave house, right, on the property. But yeah, I mean, they had a dirt floor. I mean, it's awful.
I'm addressing two people at once. So, like, Geo, if you're worried about grounding, it's about conductivity, right? Like, can you be? Imagine you need a ground wire. Like, your feet are connected to the floor, and that floor needs to be connected to the ground. What are you going to use? For your conduit, are you going to use something that allows electricity to flow, or something that stifles it?
Right, because like for a floor, in a floor, for example, you'd have to find a way to. I mean, the floor has to be conductive in and of itself, so it has to be a material that will allow for that. And you'd have to consider, like, if it's tile, even the grout and the tiling, whether that is conductive. And then also that whole floor, let's say it's a stone floor, if that's connected directly to the earth, then that's there you go. But obviously, there's always barriers and other materials that are used. So then, if that's the case, or if it's up on the second floor or something, up off the earth, then you have to think about how to get the some kind of conduit material that's going to, it's going to allow for the connection between the earth and the floor.
Right. Now, so that was to answer your question. Now, the thing is for me, like, I mean, this walking around barefoot and being grounded thing, I don't know how much there really is to it. I kind of think it's kind of like woo woo, like hippie freaking dippy shit. Like, but if that's important to you, then you would want to use conductors. Okay. Like, if it's not, now here's the thing, like, in a house, people don't like walking on cold floors. You know what I mean? Like, metal, stone, very cold. Wood is pleasant. It's natural, but it's also an insulator. I think it's more about, like, your state of mind, your feel. I think go ahead and do natural hardwood floors, and you'll feel like you're grounded. You'll feel like it, but you're not.
Well, by actually connecting your physical skin to the earth, it actually completes a circuit, and that can actually be tested with a meter. And then there's all these effects that people get, like, and many of them have been shown, in studies to show, like, reduced inflammation, improved function of, like, hormone systems, even, like, lowered stress levels, like also the mental qualities of actually feeling grounded, being grounded, like less scattered.
Blood oxygenation. The
oxygen
blood
to the
cells have better spacing. They're not clumped together.
That's a big one. Yeah, oxygen to the bloodstream. Yeah, exactly. It improves oxygen levels. And a lot of this has been shown. There's been certain people that have been like even like crippled to the point of like in a wheelchair, and just by grounding it like helps them.
I just thought of a really neat idea. Like it would look awesome. What if you used like copper or freaking, something like copper is like you had a thin sheet of it in between each board that somehow, like you had the natural wood, you felt warm and cozy and all that, but you also had like this really cool fucking material, in between each fucking board that sort of created, it created that grounding effect that you're looking for.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Also, you don't have to walk barefoot. There's also types of shoes that can be grounded too. So if you had the grounded like slippers or grounded shoes with your grounded floors, that'd be incredible to be able to have that all the time.
Copper. By the way, I'm metals. Like I do a lot of like bending of metals and shit like that and stuff. Like I've done copper gutters and I've done copper accents to houses and stuff like that. And
Hey, lunatic.
man, copper is one of the most amazing fucking metals in the world. Like it's such a beautiful metal. Like the patina, the way that it has a life. Like the way it changes colors and freaking oxidizes and all that. Oh my god, it's such an amazing fucking metal. Like it really is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, and some people don't appreciate the beauty that's in it. But
it's superb under electrolysis as well, isn't it? Have you done that?
Yeah,
it's really good.
Canadians love that poutine.
Hey, lunatic. I don't know about the health benefits. Could be legit. Maybe people like over embellish or whatever, exaggerate about it. But the whole grounding, your feet to the ground thing is real. Because I saw this guy do a demonstration on stage, right? And he it was something like a Tesla coil.
you don't have
right?
to try to convince me, man. I've heard about
No,
it.
I'm not trying to convince you about the health benefit because, like I said, I have no clue if walking barefoot in dirt does something for your health. The other guys, they could tell you about it. I don't know about it. But about like being grounded, that's a real thing because I saw this guy give a lecture on electricity and he had something like a Tesla coil pretty much like sitting on a table, and he stepped on top of a plastic stool and touched it, right? And all his hair stood up, right? And he said, if I step off this stool, I die if I'm still touching this, this device. You know what I mean?
Well, keep in mind, there's like a huge benefit to being like insulated instead of grounded. Like, if you touch a fucking toaster that's freaking wired badly, you touch a fucking. If your shoes do not meet the ground somehow, like, you won't get electrocuted. You're not grounded. Like, so, and actually now here I go, kind of contradicting what I said earlier. So like if you have like wood floors, even standing on a wood floor, if you go and like zap yourself trying to work on an outlet, you're still gonna get fucking shocked, right? That means you're grounded. There's still grounding going on even through that wood. But that's why electricians wear thick rubber shoes, like they have shoes, to try to keep them from being grounded.
Okay.
I think even if you don't necessarily take the view that grounding in terms of electrostatics or electromagnetism is true, there is definitely an arguably a benefit of going barefoot on walking around and feeling texture in your feet. I put a text chat the acupuncture reflex zone map of the feet as seen in the acupuncture, from a point of acupuncture, and how those different zones of the feet can affect all manner of your health and wealth. And arguably, if you're feeling, if I don't know, I couldn't say for certain, but if you have a enhanced sensory perception through those parts of your foot caused by you feeling textures and warmths that we're isolated from in our modern civilized sock shoe wearing environment, you could argue that you're kind of possibly tuning to the same sort of effects as you get in the acupuncture map.
You don't strike me as an acupuncture believer, positive. That's surprising.
I've had acupuncture many times.
And like, did you have like a fucking
Philosophy
sore
and all
back?
that.
Did you have a sore back and then you had your pinky stabbed and the pain went away or
No,
something?
no, I had I had sinus and eczema issues when I was younger. My mother tried everything, and one of the things that was most effective at certain points was acupuncture. I had acupuncture in my feet, in my fingers, and in my shoulders.
Okay. Well, I'll add that to the anecdotal evidence file for acupuncture. I'm
But
not dismissing it at all, you know. I take it seriously. It's just one of those things that like most people consider woo woo, right?
no, well, this is the thing. I think a lot of people do. It's like hot stones and things. I think a lot of people tune into it and they tap into it. Now, from the point about things like acupuncture is there's echelons, there's whole eras of society that that have put some countenance on this and use it, and with the discipline, almost dare I say, scientific discipline, evaluated how these different zones affect different parts of the person's psyche, whether they're actually having a manifest effect or they're making the person feel they're having an effect, maybe a blurred line. Maybe it's a lot of the
It could
time.
be a combination of the two. Like,
Yeah, of course.
there might be a physiological effect that actually happens from it, but it might be not very much, especially if you're not like willing to, in the mind, almost like placebo effect, like
Mm,
accept it, right?
of course.
Because I think it's more about the mind. Like people are able to worry themselves sick. They're able to,
Yeah.
if you're able to make yourself sick with your mind, maybe you're allowed to cure yourself with your mind. And if you
Oh, absolutely.
think that,
I, I
I think you see what I'm saying. Like there could be a
Yeah,
combination of the two
placebo.
going on. Yeah.
I totally agree with that. I remember my grandmother having ailments which worried her stupid. She went to the doctor and was given a course of tablets. And she a week later, my mum spoke to her and said, she said, "Oh, I feel so much better." And the doctor had told my mum, these, and from a pharmaceutical perspective, these tablets she's taking, they won't kick in for about 3 or 4 weeks. So clearly, my grandmother saying, "Oh, I feel," there was almost like
I
that
did this and now
psychological
I'm going to be
relief.
better.
Yeah, there was almost like the relief in her. That stress had gone, and as part of that, she was able to come to terms with her pain and her suffering a bit more, and it kind of maybe put her in a better framework for getting better more quickly. It's difficult to say, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So the question then, that's where the science would have to lie: is how much of it is just a frame of mind, and how much of it is an actual, like the physical effect of needles in certain key places.
Exactly, and I think I'm honest, being honest here. I'm a great advocate for science. I think science doesn't do a particularly good job in in this kind of field, in this kind of vernacular. I don't think it necessarily does a good job because it tends to be very results driven, and it tends to be very, very, very cut and thrust when it's dealing with people and how people feel and how they interact with the world around them. And in that respect, you know, it does make reasonably clumsy efforts to try and work around this. And the placebo is quite a blunt way of working out how people are psychologically. You're literally going from the extent of having medicine and not having medicine. There's no nuance there with
Yeah,
placebo.
people really underestimate the power of the placebo effect. They really don't think that they're affected by it. Even if you can by a controlled study show that they are. They're like,
Yeah,
no, there's something more. Like no, it really
sure.
did this.
Hey, let me
But
ask you.
so like what you're saying, my complaint also, or another complaint that I have, not just my complaint, my another complaint that I have is that when it comes to different sciences, like they tend to try to isolate them within one certain science. They never, like there's the experts in one field and the experts in another field, and they never collaborate. They never bring in their findings here with their findings there and say, like, why don't we do an experiment collectively together? Let's figure out this.
Uh,
you,
I would definitely 100% agree with that. I think a lot of the collaborative or cross-discipline aspects of science are coerced because they're driven by human nature. A lot of science is about expertise, and expertise drives people down their own internal narratives. There's nothing necessarily deceptive about it. It's just people, if they're focusing on one thing, lose focus on other things. So they can, the psychology of science is that you can actually become a luminary in one tiny slither of a great spectrum of things, and that in some respects gives you a bit of short-sightedness.
Yeah,
Inherently
one
must do.
example where they have done this is like with chiropractic along with massage therapy. Like they've come together, right? Like they're working together. But
I know,
uh,
it's true.
yeah, but it's very rare that that happens. They don't ever come together. They don't really talk to each other. They always want to assume that they know how to fix you and don't listen to anybody else.
True, it is true. So medicine is a very our relationship with our own mortal coil is quite a clumsy one. It has to be said. We're not designed to do that. We're not. And I know it's again. You're on the edge of whether you think we're made by God or made by where you're at. Mechanically, we're not actually designed to think very much about ourselves. We don't. How much of our lives we spend where death is an abstract, and there's a usual point in your life when you start thinking about it more, and then there's a certain point in your life when you're thinking about it a lot, and if you think about it, why would there be that differentiation as you get older? It should be something which has a countenance and a depth and a resonance with you all the way through your life. If you were able to deal with things coherently at all ages, that make human beings much more effective in the way they live, I think.
I think that's true for almost everybody. I'm a little bit different that way. Like I've always had these questions. I've always been digging and questioning and like a little bit too deep in thought, Like like
Would you call yourself a warrior? Or a
yeah, I
warrior?
mean, I think I wouldn't myself, but I think everybody around me would. They'd be like, "That dude's a warrior." Like, you know what I mean?
Sure. There's a fine line between a warrior and a warrior. Do you know what I mean?
A warrior versus a warrior. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a worrier. Like, in fact, I take a little bit of peace in realizing, like, I might have been at one time a little bit of a worrier, but it didn't take long before I realized that things just tend to work themselves out.
Yeah.
I don't worry too much about anything because it's going to figure itself out.
Absolutely. I totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
The bad times seem bad at first, but it's usually a blessing in disguise. It's going to either force you to make a hard choice. It might be hard. It might be extremely hard, especially if you're like an addict or something like that. Like right, you're gonna have to make a very hard choice, and it might seem like doom and gloom on its surface, but it's better in the long run.
Sure. I know what you're saying. And I think that humans, even when you're an adult, there's an age when you think you are an adult, and then when you look back at yourself 30 years later, you think, no, I was just a bit of a more grown-up child then. I wasn't. And by that I mean that you
I agree.
you
You
reflect.
don't have to.
Having kids, having parents die, these are all things that you can't adequately explain to someone. When if you could go back in time and grab yourself by the lapels and try and shake some sense into yourself about some things, you couldn't, because they're referential, they're experiential, aren't they? Some of these things, and there's no point trying to imagine that someone who's not old enough to know about them or hasn't gone through those things and again, it comes back to whether your own personal turmoil or hardship in your life, you can't explain it to someone else adequately. You can try to evoke some feeling of that, whether you're talking to them, or poetry, or all the kind of ways we try to communicate how we feel, but they're all quite limiting and quite clumsy, because language and text, they're not really that good at expressing things, are they? When you of the very nature of ourselves, I think a lot of the time it's quite
People
difficult
are
sometimes.
people are so disconnected from reality and their own selves. They don't even understand what they're feeling, or like.
Oh, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. And it doesn't matter what you believe about religion, the world, whatever. I think once you get to a certain age, you realise actually that people aren't grounded a lot of the time. It's not so much even preoccupation. It's almost distraction at some point. Because there's some point where you think you evaluate what people obsess or they worry or they concern themselves with or they drive themselves from dawn to dusk about. Yeah, and you realise that a lot of it is just so clumsy and so unnecessary and so. So driven by narrative of people who don't give a fuck about
Yeah.
you or your
Well,
internal self.
I've got a really like lowball fucking like example to give. Like, look in these forums. Like, look at the trolls that come out and say the things that they say, and then look at how people react to them, and they just want to fucking bicker and fight and so on and so forth. They let it get to them. Like,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah,
recognize that they're below you.
yeah.
Don't heed attention. And it's hard sometimes. I still fall for it once in a while, but like, because there's some things people say that's like, dude, how low are you, dude? Like, oh my
Yeah,
god, how
yeah.
low?
Yeah, I know what you're
It's
saying.
like,
I know what you're saying. I know.
but yeah, dude, heed no mind, pay no attention. Like, just do what you know is right, like for you and those around you, and like
Yeah,
try to do no try not to do harm, like do no harm, like that, like not that you can do no harm, but try not to do no harm.
exactly,
Like it's
exactly. It seems so simple, but it's actually quite hard at times.
oh, yeah, absolutely is. Everybody who understands what I'm speaking of understands that, yeah, what you just said, like
Yeah,
that. It's easier said than done.
yeah, yeah. It is totally. Oh, that was quite heavy,
But
wasn't it?
if you're true with yourself and you're true with others, like sometimes people will set you up. They'll ask you questions, and it's like it's hard to be honest with them. But pause for a second and think. Like don't react. Think
Mm, mm, yeah,
and think about how you can phrase a question in such a way that it will give them, or at least lead them towards truth, where you are not being a liar, where you are not being deceiving, where you are not harming. Like you can soften it a little bit, I guess I would say, and I wouldn't consider
yeah.
that lying.
Sure, I know what you're getting at. You kind of got to create a blueprint for your own behaviour, which kind of does the best to qualify what you want to express to people. Really.
Yeah, and if you do that, I also believe in almost like a karmic type of experience. Like if you don't break those rules, those laws, if you don't like, if you're not trying to be a parasite, or you're not like trying to, like prey on people, you're
Yeah.
not purposefully lying to them. Like
Sure.
I kind of think that it works in your benefit in the long run. Like you usually get out of it, even if you were wrong yourself. Like if you can be honest with somebody, like let's say you're talking to a cop or a judge or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
look here, explain. Like this was my frame of thinking. Like it might have been
Yeah.
wrong by the law, but like this, you're gonna get off easy if you can be true to yourself and to others.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I totally agree. I know anecdotal stories of people who have gone. I know one guy who went to his father's funeral, and he drove there, and it's a long way away from where he lived. And on the way back, and at the funeral, there was lots of conversations he wasn't expecting to have with family, and he started drinking, and he wasn't planning to drink. And then he got back in his car and he drove back, and he shouldn't have done it, and he knew he should have done it. And he was going. It was quiet. The roads were quiet, but about 75% of the way back home, a copper caught a policeman, pulled him over, and he thought, "That's it, I'm done for." And he just literally explained to the policeman his day, and it was very emotional, and he's saying this, and the policeman said, and the policeman said to him, "Get back in your car, tell me your address, get back in your car, follow me. Don't if I lose you, you're on your own. Yeah, if you don't follow me, you're on your own. Just follow me back when you get to your drive. Get on your drive, go in your house, say nothing more." And the policeman kind of did just that, took him home. Allowed him to drive his car behind the police car.
Because he hit him on an emotional human level. Like I can relate. I can relate. I can understand.
Yeah. There's a resonance there, wasn't there, between how he was communicating with him.
Yeah, if everybody's your enemy, like, what do you expect to happen?
Yeah, but I remember hearing this, like, what the fuck? What did you say? How much did it cost you? All the immediate thoughts like, how the hell did you pull that off? But he was in a very. It's never going to happen to him again. He's never going to be in that position. He's never going to be on that road, and he's never going to have that. And that policeman that he met, he may have lost his father 2 years earlier, and was completely in harmony with how what he was doing, and realized that it would be in some respects it would be futile to give him a ticket. It wouldn't achieve anything, and he understood completely what he was going through.
Yeah.
Fair
No,
play to that
I've had
policeman.
great experiences with cops myself, because I've had so many like close calls, like with things like back in the day anyway, like not recently, like not in the last 10 or 12, 15 years even, but like when I was in my 20s and 20s and early 30s, like, yeah, dude, I got away with a lot of shit because I knew how to talk to people, like how to relate with them, and yeah. You can't be standoffish all the time. You can't be, and that's a huge problem that I see with a lot of flat earthers. Is like they feel like they're victims, and they have to victimize the person talking to them. Like, no, I've been treated badly, and now I'm gonna treat you badly. You're in my fucking world now.
Yeah, but a lot of globe earthers come here because they basically want to puff their own chests up without any consideration of what they're doing. Both sides have got people who are literally just not being disingenuous about what they want to achieve, what they want from this. Do you genuinely talk to people? Do you genuinely share ideas, or are you just blowharding?
It's literally a mental sickness with most of these guys that we talk to. Like they're not globers. Like I'm gonna differentiate between the globers and anti-flat earthers, right? So like a glober is somebody who has never even been exposed to this flat earth thing. Like they've been raised believing they live on a ball, and now they have questions. Like they're innocent. And if they've come here, then they are open. They're asking questions and they want to know more, right?
Yeah.
But the anti flat earther is somebody who comes in every single day and monitors every single thing that we say and says nay to all of those things. They always have to fight with us. They're just an anti whatever it is that you say. Even if we say the sky is blue, they're gonna be like, nah, sometimes it's gray.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right?
Yeah, I get your vibe on that.
Don't forget Pazzo's the Glober, Lou. But
I'm
but I can give Pazzo credit because Pazzo will sit there with you for hours and have, like you guys have just been having, legitimate conversations about things that don't have to deal with the shape of the earth or what somebody thinks it is. So Pazzo can do that. Yeah.
I'm a bloke. I have my own views, but I think the trouble is that you have these conversations about having now because I come here and I talk about lots of other things. I was earlier when talking about fucking thermal housing. You know, I go all around discourse talking to people about all kinds of stuff. And I don't, this stuff about the globe and the flat. It really, a lot of the time, I spend a lot of time in geos and I spend a lot of time in gems as well. I quite like the just. It's just nice to talk to people. You know.
Well, people who have like an actual like people who are willing to stand on their own two feet and have an opinion. Like you like have real thought, critically think about what you're speaking about, not just trying to deliver a message and all of that. Like,
Sure.
I,
Sure.
that's one of my biggest complaints is where people pretend like they're listening, but they're not. They just have an agenda.
You can hear it though. You could. They don't listen to it. They're waiting for. They're thinking about the next thing to say, rather than
Yeah,
about. It happens all the time. It happens all the time.
yeah. They're not reacting to you. They're not thinking about what you're saying. They're just trying to get their next speech across, and
Yeah.
and they live in this a cloud world. Like literally, it's like nothing exists other than what's in their head.
Yeah.
And I see this all the time, daily, like with coworkers, family members, so on
I
and
was
so
about to
forth.
say
Like
coworkers.
as soon as you say something that they disagree with or that they don't want to hear, it's oh yeah, they'll say like I completely agree, and then they'll try to finish your sentence for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It, like
Same.
like like it's like no, you didn't hear what I had to say. No, I get you, and then they talk about like golf. And then they talk about you know what I mean. It's
No,
like,
I know what you're saying.
oh, you idiot! No.
I know exactly what you're saying. Where I work, it is a lab based, science based environment where we're doing engineering, so we're doing lots of measurements and lots of stuff, and all the conversations are very very vanilla. There's no room for anything other than just assertion all the time. It's it's, it's fine because we're only talking in a a very narrow wavelength of things that we need to communicate with each other. And that's what when I came to Discord, and in these kind of conversations in these kind of groups, yeah, all right, we can argue about the shape of this, that, and the other, or science, whatever. But I think that most people don't have or don't realize there's a place where they can go and talk about things. Most people don't have any conversations with any meat on the bone in their lives. That's what I would call, if you're going to call people sheeple, it's the people who don't actually have anybody on a daily or monthly or weekly basis.
Yeah.
Prime.
Sheeple, more modernly the NPC. Which I'm not a fan of calling people NPCs, but like it's sort of fitting. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like
I don't think that enough people have the rug pulled from under their feet often enough. And you could do it. You can have conversations about anything and do that. Politics or religion, and I think a lot of the time on these discords, that's what happens. You if you come here, you get addicted to the fact that there are people who are literally going to make you jar you a bit and think, oh, hang on, have I got that right? What am I right? What do I think about that? And it doesn't matter what it is, and that's what I think what we all get, and what we all find addictive about these kind of conversations is that there are people here who will grab you by the cuffs and give you a bit of a shake every now and then.
well, let me point out, however, in real life, I've tested this because I'm not like I don't like only keep my conversations here on Discord. Like I take them to the real world. My customers and my coworkers and my boss and my freaking family, like they hear what I have to think and say. They hear it, and um, this is kind of the line where like all of a sudden it's like the internet world versus the real world, right? Like in the real world, people are willing to listen to you. They're willing to hear what you have to say. Here on the internet world, there are definitely people who are there only to interrupt and distract and change conversation, like militant style, like military, you know. And we know for a fact that there's like Army and CIA and freaking like what all the military forces have people online because that's the new battleground, like the information war. The new battleground is the information war, and they do not want you talking about things in a way that they don't support or agree with.
You reckon
will.
you reckon it's reached that extent?
Dude. Say that again. The what? I'm not sure. I know what you're saying.
Do you reckon it's reached that point where there are agencies who are trying to stop you from talking about things?
Oh, dude, it's not even a doubt. It's like open public information that like every single branch of the U.S. military has like people who are recruits that their entire job is to fight the war on the internet battleground.
How do you work out who they are then? This is the question. Whichever side you're on, you know, how do you know, it's difficult to work out what do you know what I'm saying? It's kind of a...
Yeah, it's very difficult. So like, so psychologically, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Like you're a human, I'm a human. We're trying to meet at somewhere like on a mental level, but
Yeah.
but you know, like these people have poor intentions and are literally trained and funded by our taxpayer dollars to intercept certain topics, certain conversations, and derail and instigate and all kinds of things. Like they, like it's an anti dis. It's an anti. Actually, let me get rid of the anti. It's a disinformation campaign.
Oh, okay.
Is there any examples of that?
All
You
over
want
the
me to do it scientifically, or are you one of them? Because you're just
No.
stepping in exactly how I described.
No, I was just wondering because you were saying that it's for sure a thing. I'd like to learn about it. So I was just wondering if there's like any like empirical evidence of it.
I can give you an example. I used to have a neighbor that worked for military intelligence, and his job was to monitor Discord channels. Is that good enough?
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
I think his claim was a little bit different than what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Lou.
Did he divulge anything about what he was doing on monitoring Discord?
Look,
Nope.
no. Look, they have people embedded in all forums, like to try to intercept like whatever their agenda is. Absolutely. Now, do I have proof of that? No, because you guys are good at what you do. And I'm talking to you directly, the guy who tried to step in and fucking usurp my fucking point. You came in at a very
Suspect.
like yeah, a suspect and perfect time to come in and try to cast doubt for anybody who might be listening.
Well, I mean, you made the claim, so you're very emphatic about it. So I was just curious if there's any.
No, there's papers and shit like that we know that where our money's being spent. Like literally, you guys have departments of the military that this is their job. Now, can I claim that you are one of them? Not with proof, but the way that with your tactics that you're using, I could suspect so.
Ask for evidence of a claim.
I think it'd be very hard to tell. I mean, I go pretty hard on, you know, when I'm in some discussions about flat Earth or things I feel strongly about. But I think it'd be hard to work out who is on one side and who's not. You know, who is literally just someone arguing their own passionate perspective, and who's some. How would you tell if someone's a...
Yeah, it's especially difficult. It's especially difficult because you can easily influence people through social media and so on to do this on a voluntary basis. Where this guy, you know, this guy is just a volunteer. He's not like part of the military, you know. But there's.
But I'd be a volunteer by the same category though, because I'm not. You know, I mean, I'm just dicking around on there when I'm working at home. I'm not actually, you know, if I'm being paid, they're not getting their money's worth out of me. That's for certain. But
who's the guy who spoke in? The one that looks like an agent right now. Who is that?
It's Paradolia.
Paradolia. Yeah, that's a good name for a fucking agent. All right. So, like, let's say you're not being paid, that this is not your job. Like, what motivates you to come into these forums where you disagree with everybody and try to instigate and try to cast dissent or doubt in everything that we say, no matter what? What is it that drives you? Oh, you're not going to answer that one? Do you have to check with your fucking sponsor?
It's a question for you, Paradolia. Either way, I mean, it's who's to tell who is or isn't, right? And it's futile to try to make that determination. And even if you fully did make that determination, what are you going to do with that information? Who's going to believe you? Who cares? And is the conversation going to end to begin with? It's just combating the tactics is all you can do.
You're right. I don't think there's any. There may be a point there, but I don't think there's any utility in it because you can't. I don't think you can work out. I mean, I often hear stories about monitoring from afar, but I mean, it's kind of what would they? They can collect names, I suppose, or IP addresses. Where would they take it beyond that? I mean, it's kind of. I don't know. There's so much shit that is done that listening on Discord would be the tip of a very, very big iceberg, wouldn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of operate.
Where did he go? Where did Paradolia go? Seriously, like, why are you not responding to this?
He had to go feed the dog. Isn't that the code word?
Well, to be fair to him, he may be aggrieved that I mean, I couldn't say for certain from his profile that I mean I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? If he feels uncomfortable to answer, it's fair enough. I mean,
if he was uncomfortable to answer, he shouldn't have spoken up in the first place. He was there to cast doubt, like I said, and now he doesn't know how to answer.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's legitimately like one of the tactics, right? Is, well, show me proof, right? The show me proof thing. And then what is the standard of proof? Are we going to sit there and nitpick the proof or just understand that it's already been provided and somebody's not going to necessarily do it again for you? But all the while, the accusation or the questioning of, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? I need it now. I need it now. And if it's not facilitated in 2.5 seconds, then somehow that can cast a shadow of doubt psychologically for somebody that may be involved in the conversation, somebody that may be listening to the conversation, or whatever.
Yeah. I don't think that does I don't think anybody does anybody favors when either side is screaming for stuff and saying, if you can't provide it in 3 seconds flat, then your point in this conversation is over. I don't think that helps.
Yeah.
I don't because
I mean, there's a time and a place, right? There is a time and a place for that, right?
Yeah, there is definitely that. Yeah, if you're having a debate,
and I think I had one. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, if people who put themselves forward to a debate, like on YouTube or whatever, okay, right? They're getting their armor on, they're getting the jousting stick under their shoulder, they're getting on the horse, they're ready to fucking go. They need to be ready. They should be ready. They're going into it. Yeah. If you're just entering a conversation and you want to talk about stuff, trying to get people.
It's easy to be a troll and just sit back and lurk like an opportunist fucking hunter, where you just go in and be like, say one thing because you think you're clever and try to cast doubt and then dip out. Dude, you know you military fucking militarized trolls are the fucking dumbest people in the world. You know that, right? You have a very low IQ.
Yeah. The people who go in and just literally want one answer and they don't get it, then they think they won the battle. That's kind of a bit.
Are you guys talking about me?
Is that
Oh,
Pareidolia again? Are you back?
Yeah.
You're not
I
military.
wasn't
All
talking
right.
about you.
Defend. Yeah, I was. Yeah, defend what you said. Did you hear me and your as a response?
I had to go help a family member for a few minutes.
Oh, you had to feed the dog, as Napalm said.
Nope. I had to go help a family member.
So you
She's
didn't hear my
actually-
question?
I didn't.
Immediately after you spoke, you didn't hear what I said?
Well, I assumed that there was more. I don't know. I heard you say that it was suspect that I said that at that time. You made a claim. I was just saying, do you have any evidence of that? You're very sure of it. It sounded like. So I was like, hey, I'd like to look at this for myself. And you said, no, I don't have any evidence for it. So that's where I left
No,
it.
it's very hard to prove. Like, no, I mean, I can show you evidence, but it's very hard to prove. Like, what would your level of proof be on such a thing?
Well, I mean,
Like, it's very
just
difficult.
whatever convinced you originally, I guess, would be what I'd be interested in.
Opportunists who like to lurk and come in and just try to cast doubt on the situation. People who dip out immediately after they say something because they really have no interest in the conversation. It's almost as though they're doing it for a job. Like, do you understand what I'm getting at?
Not really. I don't really see. I mean, I guess maybe
I'm calling you at least an what's the right word? Interloper. What whether or not you're paid or not, I don't know. But you have bad intentions, poor intentions. You are seriously just slipping in and slipping out to try to cast doubt for anybody who might be listening. At least with that last example. You gonna go contact your fucking controller again and see how to react to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I ask for like evidence of a claim, then I'm here to cast doubt on the claim. We're going to automatically assume
the claim is that you have poor intentions, and I don't know whether or not you're paid or not. Okay, but
So-
you can't you show all of the fucking reason, like right now, you show all the reason to think that you have bad intentions.
Like what would be evidence of me having bad intentions?
But can I just give you evidence for the original thing that you asked for evidence for, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear my statement earlier?
You said your neighbor was in the government and he was paid to listen into Discord conversations.
Yes, former neighbor of mine.
Okay.
Who worked for military intelligence.
Okay.
Had a job of monitoring chat rooms and Discord servers.
Okay. Now, I would say that's not what he was saying. He said there's people that are paid to change the subject to.
Yeah, he's interacting.
No, there's not even a doubt about that. The Air Force, the Army, the CIA.
Luke, give me just a sec, bud.
Yeah, go ahead.
So did I tell you whether or not my neighbor did not do things like interact in a chat room to guide conversations?
You didn't say that, no.
Okay. So your response to what I said really has no validity. It's just trying to, again, cast doubt or throw shade on what I said and divert it into something I did not say.
No,
right?
you specifically did not include that he interacted. You said he listened. I listened very carefully to what you said, and I made an
Mhm.
appropriate response because you said he listened. You didn't say he interacted, and so I said it would not be analogous to what Lou said, and it wasn't until you just added the second part. He interacted.
Yeah.
That changes things.
So why wouldn't you ask me a follow-up question to get clarification before making an assertion?
I didn't need clarification because you made your point. You said he listened.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Lou
You
said
don't
something.
think you're interacting right now? You don't
You-
think that have interacted also?
That's not the point. That's totally not even what's even talking.
Yeah. So point being is what Lou had previously stated, where you felt the need to, out of nowhere, come into the conversation and ask for proof or evidence. There is proof or evidence. I'm not going to give you the gentleman's name. I'm not going to give you my address to be able to look up county records of previous owners of the home so that you can establish who this gentleman is or what branch of the military he works for or what facility he was under when he was doing this. But I have my own personal firsthand evidence of seeing Discord on his phone when he was supposed to be working, but came by our house to, drop off some food for a party that we were having.
So what does that mean?
It means that I have 100% factual, firsthand evidence of what Lou had previously said is 100% correct. The reason you came into the conversation.
Wait. You've seen Discord on your neighbor's phone, and you have surmised that he is there
you
to
you opened
listen
them
and
up to
interact.
cast out again, Napalm. The way that you said it.
No. Well, here's the thing. I didn't surmise that because he had Discord open on his phone that that's what he was doing. He literally told me that was his job.
That's interesting. That seems like a security clearance type of a job.
Yeah. People who work in intelligence, ironically, aren't very intelligent.
Yeah, in fact, they're usually pretty young too. They're like early 20s. Like
So
people who can like jive on Discord. Fit in. So like
So
they're kind of got a lot of ego. They're willing to let things out. But it doesn't really matter in the long run. Even though there might be a security clearance, it's like what harm is done when people like you are going to come in and say like it's not believable.
I didn't say
Dude.
that. I asked for evidence. You made a
Oh
claim.
no.
I was like, I just asked for evidence. Right? And you're like, yeah, I don't have any. I was like, okay, good.
Yeah, but I do.
You
And
have
it's
an
good enough
attic.
for me.
Yeah,
It's
no,
good
you have
enough for me. And I don't have to show it to some random person on the internet. I don't have to provide it all the I know it is. I don't have to provide you with shit.
I didn't ask you to.
You
Well,
asked for evidence.
the thing is, it's not like I have the papers on hand, but like, literally, like I said, we have a certain percentage of our Defense Department budget that is like publicly known that goes into like cyber. What do they call it? There's a certain term for it, like cyber something or another. But basically, it might as well be cyber manipulation or cyber communications or cyber this and that. Like literally, there's a huge part of the military budget that goes into multiple branches of the military, where they have an entire department that is nothing but like intercepting and controlling conversations in these types of forums, like in YouTube, in Facebook, in
I'm pretty sure that's what
Discord,
most of what Space Force does, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. That
Well, that's
Space
true.
Force. Yeah,
that's objectively true. That's what they do is they teach computer coding, penetration, network penetration, all that stuff. What that has to do with space, I don't know. But they lure these people in there with high IQs to work on it.
It's not even a question. Like if asked to the politicians, you go and ask your governor or whatever, they'll tell you. Like, yeah, we do spend money on that. We have a force that does that. They might not give you the details, but yeah, no, there is a budget for this.
But Paradolia says he's not in on the paycheck.
No. He's not one of them. He's one that does it on a volunteer basis. He does this shit for free.
Oh, okay.
Does what for free?
Yeah. You suck dicks for free.
Virtue signal. Well, or dick suck signal, whatever. I don't know.
Okay, everyone settle down.
Come on, that's a fucking line you would say. Don't tell me to settle down.
Yeah, but Jeremy's just expressing his homoerotic resonances with Kosho.
Bro, that was hilarious last time that guy was talking about reading. The guy was talking about reading fingerprints. But yeah. What's up, Kosho?
Yeah, essentially Paradolia, like no flat earther here gives you any respect. But you already knew that. We just want to make sure that anybody listening in questions your place here.
Are you exchanging we for me? Or is that what you meant?
Well, what was the topic?
Somebody was speaking over. I didn't quite hear what you said, Paradolia. But was that a rebuttal to what I said?
Yeah.
The topic is posturing.
Yeah, no, you're a cuck for the government, regardless whether you're paid or not. That's questionable.
Why? Just because he believes the globe?
No,
No,
no. You can question the globe, or you can believe in the globe. It was his tactics that made him suspect. His timing, his phrasing, his disappearance. There's a lot of reason to question him. He's very strategic in the words that he says.
We got to link this stuff together.
Well, you do call people grifters, and then you also try to tell everyone that everyone's in a conspiracy or conspiracism or whatever. That does seem a little tactic oriented.
I mean, it's true. I'm not saying anything it's not true.
Yeah, it's not true. You're just making up stuff to like randomly ridicule a group of people that you also want to hang out with and are interested in their ideas.
So it's not known that flat Earth is connected to conspiracism.
It's also not true that conspiracies exist.
Wait, so what's the flat Earth conspiracy? Tell me this conspiracy theory, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist.
I mean, a group of actors conspiring to deceive the true shape of the Earth.
Oh yeah. Oh,
You understand?
So you're saying that the conspiracy theory is that the flat earthers are conspiracy theorists, not that there's a conspiracy theory that drives flat Earth?
Yeah, perhaps there might be a motivation to stifle our conversation in all regards, not just about the flat Earth, like all regards, because we talk about a lot more than just flat Earth in here. You want to come in and be that interlocutor that always says nay and casts doubt for everything that we talk about that might be against the mainstream narrative.
I mean, if you want to say that asking for an example or evidence is saying nay, then yeah.
You agree with me? All right, thank you.
So I'll give you one of my takes on the Matrix movie, right? So you understand the Matrix movie when Agent Smith can just kind of go into anybody's body while in the Matrix, right? Anybody is an Agent Smith, effectively, right? So I think of that as anybody who's, even if not being paid or has a specific agenda or marching order, anything like that, as if they have been programmed well enough, will become the Agent Smith, not of their own knowing, right? Agent Smith knows he's an agent, but can enter anybody, thus meaning anybody can just regurgitate the script or the program that is Agent Smith. Because
yeah, but that's what made Agent Smith special compared to the other agents. The other agents never knew that they were part of it. Agent Smith was above the rest of the agents. He knew what he was a part of.
Right. If the programming is good enough, anybody can effectively be an Agent Smith and keep people in line. Meaning, if the programming is good enough and done well enough to an unknowing participant, they do the policing and the controlling of their own accord without having to be told or paid or have an agenda to do so. Does that make sense? They don't have to be an agent.
Yeah, I've never seen The Matrix, but
Well, you should, because you should reflect on that, like self-reflect, like on you as an agent, not Agent Smith, because you're not Agent Smith. You're just a fucking dumbass agent.
It's been like Agent Smith is jacking your hardware, making you say things.
who's the grand controller of the agents in that example?
The architect and the oracle are working together. Yeah, you got to talk to them.
The whole film itself is kind of like a modernization of the Platonic one, or a sort of a Neoplatonist kind of, yeah. It's good. The first one's good. Yeah, I'll say that.
Paradolia, would you call a detective a conspiracy theorist? Somebody who's a detective, they're detecting crimes, they're detecting group crimes, they're, doing all that research and so on. Would you call them a conspiracy theorist or a conspiracist in your terminology that you're into?
No.
Why not? They're theorizing about conspiracies all day. That's their entire profession.
Well, that's not really how conspiracy theorists or grand conspiracy is defined. If they're trying to solve a singular crime, to find nefarious actors, who would have done that crime.
Yeah, so why would that be any different if we're looking at the Earth and being like, oh, it's not a globe, that's interesting. So, I wonder who's behind that. It's the same thing.
Well, it's the same in that regard, but it's different in the regard of it requires a grand scale of a massive quantity for long periods of time with shadowy figures on a extreme scale.
You're doing a good job of playing dumb, by the way. Like pretending like you don't know this stuff. Like literally, you came in with an objective, and you were striking at it, but you were caught in your tracks, and now you're reeling back and pretending to not know how this game works. Like, you've been around here long enough to understand all of this thinking. It doesn't need to be explained to you.
So what am I backtracking on again?
You're pretending like to be ignorant
Of what?
of how this game of information and misinformation and obstruction like actually works.
I am.
You are here to obstruct, and that's what you've done. Now you're playing stupid for the masses while put into a fucking place. Like, while put against the wall, while feet are to the fire. Like, go ahead and play dumb. I'm not gonna explain it to you. Gio, go ahead and keep explaining it to him. But like, he knows with the game that he's playing.
You're doing something. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Well, anyways, does someone have a topic, or we can move on to something? I mean, unless Paradol, you had any other thoughts on that? But
No, I would literally ban this dude for life, honestly. But it's not my server.
What did I do?
You're an agent.
so if you found out the Earth was not a globe, and then you held a position like, okay, I know the Earth's not a globe, and there's obviously a bunch of entities out there telling me it's a globe, would you just by default, under your own definition of your own like need to label people, would you then have to label, would you sort of be forced to label yourself a conspiracy person? Or would you just be able to look at it rationally and be like, okay, well, we're just not being told the truth about whatever it may be?
If grand conspiracy fit the definition of what it would require, then that would be what it would be. That would be the truth, right?
Yeah, so why use that term in a disparaging way that you tend to, where it's like, oh, you guys are conspiracists and it's all dependent on that? Because I just mapped out right there a way in which it would be the opposite, in which you came to the truth first, and then later we're like, oh, there's people lying about this globe. Whereas you try to paint it the other way around, as if people are just these conspiracy people and they're just making up stories or whatever just to try to fit a conspiracy. You're saying it in reverse, but I just walked you through a way in which it would be the opposite.
Yeah, you made an analogy. You said if it's true, then how would you feel about it, right? But grand conspiracism is a good way to determine what's not true. It's part of like the bullshit detector test, right?
But there are grand conspiracies. There's many that have been proven to be grand conspiracies.
Like, help me understand some of those.
World wars, the Gulf of Tonkin. I mean, there's a huge list of things, man. There's laws built around conspiracy. You know that, right? People go to prison for conspiracy. I mean, this has been a thing in the world for.
Yeah, but you can conspire to steal, right? That's considered conspiracy. You get the same punishment.
You ever heard of a RICO?
But that's not the same thing.
Are you saying that governments cannot conspire? Like, according to the law, like if governments get together and have an agenda, like they cannot actually be guilty of conspiracy. It takes a private individual who goes against the government who can be guilty of conspiracy.
Well, real quick, Gio was saying about the
No. Please answer my question.
I know you interjected, but it's like changing from what he was
saying. No, you don't like that question. Please answer it.
I'd rather continue what G was saying.
Please answer it. Please answer it, then go to him.
I have literally no idea what you said because I was trying to think of how to respond to Gio. So you said there was examples of grand conspiracism. Is there like an explicit example that we can dive into and investigate together and that I can learn from so that I can be in agreement with you. Like you have some information that maybe I don't have, and maybe I'm at the wrong
What about
conclusion as a result.
JFK assassination? How about that?
Okay, perfect. What?
Go investigate it, and then you'll see there was a 50-year conspiracy.
Yeah, but like,
Or Gio gave you one. He gave you the Gulf of Tonkin. Why don't
Or
you
the
just
Gulf
say
of
what they
Tonkin.
are?
Yeah. There's a big list of these things, bro. Like if you're not going to win this line of argument.
so
But it sounds like the larger thing, though, is that you're questioning or even borderline intellectually ridiculing. Like you're not like outwardly, but you're kind of like doing it. You're trying to like intellectually ridicule it as if it's like beneath you. It seems like you're doing that in a way to try to downplay the idea that there is a greater organization of conspiracy than you perhaps previously would have considered.
Why is it so? Why is it so ridiculous to think that like information on the internet like would not be controlled? Do you not think that they would want to monitor and steer and change public opinion on forums such as here on Discord or in Facebook or on YouTube or on Instagram or any other fucking social media network? Like, what makes you think that it would be just like free flowing and like literally the public opinion? What makes you think that?
I think there's some instances of that. Like I think it was demonstrated that Russia did that. Didn't Russia or didn't Facebook have to pay a large amount of money because Russia received Facebook information, which they used to sway specific people to get Trump elected?
You're not arguing for your side. You're telling me that I'm right because they influenced a certain thing. Like the government has an interest in all the talks that goes on in these forums.
So you believe the mainstream media conspiracy theory that Russia conspired? Is that what it is? Because it came out of the television. You believe that conspiracy theory?
Well, I mean, was there evidence of it, or
You tell me. I don't know.
I mean, I think they went to court and are having to pay a settlement. So I don't know if like they would voluntarily do that with no evidence.
So was it a conspiracy? Did Russia do these things?
I mean, they acted in their own interest. Was it a grand
Did they
conspiracy?
conspire?
No. Did they conspire to do it? Yes.
Okay. So somebody came out on television and said, "Hey, these people were conspiring to do X, Y, and Z." And you believe their conspiracy theory, and then it was proven right. So this has happened throughout history, time and time again, right?
Yeah, but grand conspiracism has
something real quick. Isn't it kind of weird that the people who are like really butthurt about Trump and like hate him or whatever because of all his scandals and all his shit are not actually hurt by Trump for his Operation Warp Speed or locking down the country or trying to fucking enslave all of us? They're actually just hurt about they're just hurt about emotional like actor fucking bullshit drama. That's what they're hurt
Yeah,
about.
we're sick of the play. We're sick of the world being a stage. Yeah.
But when they actually came and into our life and actually affect our life and tried to fuck us up, that's what they're not in. They're actually happy about that part. Don't you find that kind of weird?
Yeah, but that's how easily you can control people with the false illusion of choice and that whole thing.
Look at Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk or Kanye West.
Getting people so self-invested in one side of the political dichotomy that they'll gladly turn a blind eye when certain things are going on that politically they can't go against because their team is for it. So they'll turn a blind eye to atrocities. Yeah, that kind of programming shit. Yeah, that's the sad
Well,
part.
and that's Trump's role, by the way, is like, yeah, while Trump was in power and he'll probably be back again, I can't say for sure. Like, and even if he isn't, it won't be a Democrat. That's my best guess. It's going to be Ron DeSantis if it's not Donald Trump. But these people do not have conservative ideals in interest either. But when they claim to be a conservative, like Elon Musk or Kanye West, or like this conservatism, when they claim to be one, all of a sudden they're able to get away with way much, like so much more. They can do things that we would never stand for if it was presented by a Democrat or a liberal or right? They can do them with the support of the gun owners of the country, with the with the people who have constitutional ideals, and they will support them and back them, and it's a complete hijacking. Like the conservatives, if you look right now, the conservatives are all hold what would traditionally be liberal ideals, like anti-war and so on and so forth. Like, all we're doing, everything is shifting, and it's all a part of that great reset. Everything is shifting, and they're doing it on purpose. None of this is like by chance. And you're doing it by throwing extreme ideals out there. Like all of a sudden, the left is all about, transgenderism, and like, like just absolutely things that nobody, like, of real people. It's only what's in the media. Like no real people are that on board with like all of those, Antifa, George Floyd, fucking, um, you know, uh, trans transgenderism and all that stuff. Like even of the liberal Democrats, like they're not really on board with it, but they think that they have a team that they have to support. They're getting fed up. Everybody's getting fed up, and it's setting us up for literally like a civil war. Like where eventually enough is enough, like the Illuminati card. People are going to say enough is enough. We've had it. And it's pushing everybody to the right. Like a false right, though, not a real right. It's not the real right, the real conservatives. It's a false right. They're pushing you that way. Andrew
Yeah,
Tate.
it feels like we're in the fucking Star Wars fucking shit right before the guy takes over and makes it into an empire. You know what I'm saying? Like, clearly, it's a fucking old Sith Lord in charge. Clearly, a group of them, money changing up there with their fucking old as shit, and clearly they're playing both sides. Like the fucking Star Wars fucking Sith Lord was playing both sides. And literally, like, we're going off to other fucking deserts and shit to go fight fucking Phantom Menaces in the fucking desert. But there ain't, the Phantom Menace was the best friend of the guy running the country. Like, fucking hell.
You guys are everybody is so easily played. And even and that's what's most frustrating is when we're in these truther communities, is watching how 70% of them are being played like a fucking card. Like literally played like a card. Like 70% of you motherfuckers aren't real when it comes to truthing.
Why do they call it truthers?
We're looking for the truth, and the truth is very hard to decide.
I think truther is actually coined by the media. Wasn't it coined after people were asking for the truth about 9/11? So they were saying 9/11 truth.
Yeah, I think you're
What
right.
9/11 truth?
It's about 9/11. Yeah, the 9/11 truth movement. I think you're right. Yeah, that's different.
Then the media started calling them 9/11 truthers, and then it became a truther. You know, so you can put people all in a category much easier. Flat earther.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask Perdolia, why is it that you asked that? Like, isn't it obvious?
Like, what do you mean? Why is it obvious?
Why to call ourselves truthers? Like, why would that not be obvious to you?
Well, I think it's interesting because I didn't know the origins.
Would you argue that there is no truth? Because I have a feeling you would. Like, what is the truth? It's only what you accept. Like one of those ideas, literally coming straight from the Matrix that you couldn't never watch.
Yeah, I didn't know the origins of the name, but that makes more sense. I just thought it was interesting that it was called, truthers, like what we believe is the truth because their name is truthers. I thought it was something like that. But...
Oh, okay. So then you strawman it. Like,
I mean, it's like
we believe it's the truth, so we're truthers to that. That's how you're interpreting it. Not that we're seeking the truth, but we must be right.
Well, I thought it was like kind of sold to people like that. Like,
what the fuck, dude? This is not a topic, really.
Well, actually, you know what? The reason
this is a topic.
Just give me a minute.
Obfuscating for the fact that we fucking killed the globe years ago, like it is dead. Like maggots are going to the carcass and fucking decomposing it. It's 6 feet under. It's fucking dead. I was just watching Witsit's fucking YouTube channel earlier today about the fucking relatively speaking. And at this point, dude, it's like vultures just eating the dead body, dude. It's fucking
Right,
dead.
but this is still a topic, even of that. Don't try to derail from this conversation because this is deeper than that. Even like it's about.
Lou, give me a minute. We're here with Paradolia because I just wanted to ask him something actually in return to that idea about the truthers. Because Paradolia, I've heard you come in here, and every time you do, you're always saying conspiracist, right? And you're calling people that think there's a conspiracy conspiracists. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's an interesting term, and it's funny because there's a couple other people I've listened to that pointed out that it's kind
Bro,
of
your mic is really bad right now.
Oh, really? Can you hear me now?
It's still pretty bad.
Let me try this.
Yeah, maybe reset it or something.
Yeah, you sound distant and low. Like you sound like you're very far from it. Like I think I want to hear what you have to say because it sounds good, but it's hard to hear.
Did he disconnect?
Yeah, he's resetting.
Oh.
Maybe he was going to go down the road of asking Paradolia where you think the term itself, conspiracy theorist, came from. Where do you think that originates from, Paradolia?
I'm not sure, but the truther, I was curious about why it was called truther, just because it might be sold like someone might be...
hold on, pause. No, you don't get to ask a new question instead of answering his.
That's the original topic.
Just walk past the question without answering. Like, oh, I don't know, but let me fucking monologue. Like, wait, no.
I mean,
after the question is answered, then you wait for the guy to fucking respond.
You can answer his question, then do what you were about to do, but don't just start off with what you were about to do.
So he can change the topic, and now I must respond in order to go back to the topic that was changed.
He asked you a question. You don't get the floor unless you answer it.
Okay.
Well, that's not really what this live stream is set up for at the moment. I mean, if if we want to go into some debate structure like that, but we're not doing that thing where you like demand someone has to do something and this gauntlet, and then you ban them if they don't do the thing. We don't do that.
Are you encouraging like people to obfuscate from what the question was?
Well, it's not like I don't know that we're in like a structured debate thing. So if it's just more of a discussion,
It's not necessarily structured. It's just he was asked a question. Why should he have the floor unless he answers it?
Yeah, he was basically taking the time that was given for him to answer the question to say, I'm not going to answer that, and then go on about something else.
I was talking about the original topic, okay? He asked me a new question about something else.
Yeah, we were waiting for the guy who was trying to talk, and he thought he heard him.
The term conspiracy theorist, where it
Okay,
comes
I don't know where it comes
Okay.
from. I don't know.
Then yeah. Does anyone else know where the term conspiracy theorist comes from?
But I would like to stay on the original topic instead of going into all these different new directions. I don't think I'm wrong for that.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
No. This conversation hasn't been all based around an original topic. Can you give me what was the original question?
Wait, Lou, real quick. Can you guys hear me real quick? 'Cause I only have a minute.
Yeah, you're better now.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, because I kind of like started this by talking about the term conspiracist. And I'm not saying that you're like a government PO that's been put in here that's been hired to like, argue that side. But you sound like it because the idea is that they've now tried to label us conspiracists. And it has kind of like the word racist in it when you think about it. Conspiracist, right? And it has that overtone at least to it. And it's just interesting because it's the new label that they're trying to put on conspiracists. But the funny part about it is the people that, if it is, and I'll ask you, Paradolia, if it is the case that like, there's not really a Democrat Republican side, it's like they're both just playing a game to like, get to a agreed goal, right? And they're shaking hands behind doors and then acting like they're in front of us, they're acting like they're against each other, but then they're going out to dinner together. Would you call that, a conspiracy of sorts? If that's what's going on? If that's what's going on, it's just like a hypothetical. Would you call that kind of a conspiracy?
I don't know if I'd call that a conspiracy. I'd definitely say it's probably taking place. They're acting in their own interests to advance their own agendas and people they owe favors to. Would I say that's conspiracy?
Well, if they're deceiving, hold on, wait, Lou. If they're deceiving the public, right, and agreeing upon things, and also lying at the same time, and acting like they're against each other, and then pretending that things are going on that aren't really going on, so that they can control the populace. What are the? It's like people sit down and agree to something that's deception. Isn't that conspiracy?
I mean, politicians being politicians and like being scumbags and changing places on the aisle to whatever suits them at that time of the day. I think that's not really conspiracy. I think
What
that's
would you
just
call
what
it?
politics, politicians do. Like they're
Well, if
changing
it's
their vote
deception,
for
though.
whatever. Yeah, they're trying to ultimately like advance themselves pretty much through any means, right? So they gotta make as many.
You think every one of them has
wait, hold on, Lou. Let me just get, because I have to go soon. Okay.
Yeah.
How would you define conspiracy then?
I would say that it's believing that there's a large group of actors acting nefariously behind the scenes, and the grander it is, you can kind of use the bullshit meter, right? It's like the grander it is, the less likely it is, right?
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on, wait, Lou. Let me get 5 minutes with them, Lou, before you come in, please.
Just let me get this in. I'll be quick. I always am. So, all right, if you had two parties who both had funding from higher up, corporations, and that they both wanted to steer you in a certain way, yet keep you fighting.
That's basically what I asked him to begin with, Lou. Let me just go back and forth with him for a minute, because you're a little bit drunk and you're a little bit slow right now, and I have 5 minutes, really. So that's basically it. Yeah, you describe conspiracy as a large group of people that are behind doors agreeing upon things and then conspiring to make it seem a certain way so that people have to fall into their trap. Why is that not generally what you also described as like politics?
It's getting kind of hazy, right? So like flat Earth, for example, what would be required for that? There'd be a considerable effort from every country in the world for how long? Like all
No,
these
that's not true.
industries?
That's not true at
Well,
all.
hold on. Why are you
Lou,
skipping?
Lou, give me 5 minutes. But okay, I understand that
Here's
where
the
you're getting
question.
at. Okay, so right, but okay, but the conspiracy. So you would consider flat Earth a conspiracy, but what if? But besides that, what I'm trying to get at was when you're saying conspiracists. Have you ever heard that idea that like racist, is kind of implied when you say conspiracist?
No, I haven't.
And then why is it that the people that would be actually acting out the conspiracy not be the conspiracists?
They would be.
They'd be the
Right?
conspirators, and then there would be the
Sexual.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, but where did you learn that to start calling people conspiracists instead of conspiracy theorists?
Theorists. No, theorists. Like that's a
No,
weaponized
he's
term.
not saying theorists though. He calls people conspiracists.
Yeah.
No.
Lou, listen, Lou, for just a second.
He said
Pareidolia
he said
uses
both.
that terms. What?
He said
Lou,
both.
just wait a minute.
He said the people who would be involved
Oh,
in the conspiracy,
you interrupted
that they
me.
would be the conspirators. Those
Right.
who
But we're talking about the shortening of the word conspiracist. Where did you get that from, Pareidolia?
I've read it. I think maybe I've read it. I've read a lot of stuff on conspiracy, so maybe I picked that up in the some of the language.
You read a lot of stuff on conspiracies, but you asked us previously about conspiracies, and you seem to act like you have no recollection or any knowledge of conspiracies. This is an interesting.
We've talked to him before. I don't know if you guys have heard him, but he kind of thinks of it, or he's learned that conspiracy theorists, like, it's a certain mental like state of mind where they're like everything's a conspiracy, and like they've got a certain bias, and so they're conspiracists because they think everything is like, they think they have the truth and everybody else is fooled. And is that kind of where you're coming from, Pareidolia?
Somewhat. I'm learning as I go.
Yes.
I'm learning as I go. I'm very
Yeah,
naive.
a conspiracist is someone who supports a conspiracy theory.
Gee, to me, like that term, if I heard that out of nowhere, right, conspiracist, I would think of somebody that was involved in
right. That's what I'm
plotting
saying.
and conspiring.
No. This is
That's what it
like
sounds like.
someone who
Right.
endorses the theories is.
But here's the thing: subconsciously, the way that we tend to use the English language, it would make more sense that a conspiracist would be somebody actively involved in a conspiracy.
I see what
So
you're
it's kind of
saying.
funny
Okay.
that there's a shifting of the term from conspiracy theorist, right, to conspiracist, because that can do a lot of things subconsciously, and we know that the media, the military, all of these people that tend to propagandize, control, and program individuals tend to do a lot of things subconsciously, so that it's not as obvious what's taking place.
Yeah, I can see how that would be. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but it's your term that you use, right?
Yeah.
And you're giving us a very fuzzy answer on where you acquired this terminology, where you first heard it. You said you read it because you read a lot about conspiracies.
Yeah, I mean, I've read more than I've ever read before, because I've been interested in it lately.
Can you give us a brief rundown in history of your research?
And I ordered a couple of books. I've been in a couple servers. I've had some family members who have endorsed various things, friends, family members, coworkers. So it got me interested into why people believe what we believe. And I just learn more and more every day. Forget a little bit. More.
So your books on conspiracies, are these books written about conspiracy theorists or books written about possible conspiracies?
About the origins of conspiracy thinking and how it happens and the degrees
So
to which it can happen.
conspiracy thinking meaning people that conspire, like politically, like you were describing politics previously. So you're talking about books that go into the mindset behind people who would do those kind of nefarious things.
No.
And try to pass them. Oh, No. Just about people who would be concerned about.
Yeah, the natural human phenomenon that is to detect, what's taking place and how that
So
can
people
go.
that
Wait, yeah,
sniff
but
out the bullshit. People that
that's
sniff
bullshit.
out the bullshit, and they're like, yeah, no.
Hold up. That's bullshit though, because that's a third party. That's hearsay. We have the first party, the person actually committing the conspiracy. Second party, the people fucking looking into the conspiracy. So those are the two pieces of information you would want to look into. You wouldn't want to look into some other guy's opinion who could easily have a conflict of interest in that, where the conspirators actually pay that third party that's supposed to investigate them to paint them in a bad light. Like, that's just completely like a non-way to fucking research anything, dude. That's crazy. Like, you didn't actually look into any of this, look into the validity of anything. First things first, you went to some sort of like doctor diagnosis bullshit indoctrination shit. Like, this is
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
nothing.
Hey,
You have no actual
It's
research.
actually kind of ironic that you say that.
All you have is hearsay. You haven't actually looked at the research itself.
hey, Noah, but let's not assume anything. And you're right. And the term conspiracy theorist came from the CIA too, like what you were trying to get at before. But I only have 2 more minutes, and I just want to. And Napalm was kind of targeting what I was talking about. But let me just give you another scenario here, Paradolia, because like I know that where you're coming from, and it's obvious in the terminology you use, and it's like you're studying like as we approach the natives, like we all have some kind of psychological condition that makes us like tend to think a certain way, and it's our thinking that's got us to this, our type of thinking that's got us to these kind of ideas rather than actual research, right? So let's just say that it's like we're actually, like, all the people in here, just assume for a minute, like we're actually doing research to try to figure out what the actuality of this is. We're not like assuming anything. It's not about a psychological condition. It's not about a bias, a type of thinking, all of that psychobabble that that has gone into this defining of like this mindset that has made people get into this idea of conspiracies existing and promoting them, and that's where the whole conspiracist like accusation is also there. Like you're saying that people are propagating these ideas or promoting these ideas, then that makes them the conspiracist because they're the ones that are pushing these things when they're completely not true, but it's their mindset that's got them tricked into thinking that it might be true, and they're just apt to be like that, and you're psychologically breaking us down, and you're trying to figure us out, and not instead of trying to figure out if we're right about anything. That's what's annoying if you do.
I mean, that was well articulated, because I kind of have that sense in his tone, but it's interesting because he didn't quite like say all those things, but I know what you mean. That's very
He's
implied
been here
in
before,
his.
that's why. I've talked to him before many times.
Can I say something real quick though? Here's an analogy to what's happening. We have a phenomenon. Let's observe. We got the thing that's observing. We're observing the 9/11, fucking all these events and shit, all this fucking corona, all this dumb shit. We're observing it. We're observing the events. So there's party A, the event, and whatever's causing it, i.e., persons or just random coincidence, right? And then we have person B, us, the people observing it and coming to our fucking conclusions on what the actual cause of the effect is. What he has done is he didn't go to the actual fucking events themselves. He didn't actually look into what's going on. He didn't come to us to ask our opinions on what we think is going on. He went to a third party hearsay bullshit that is just here to slander us and make us look bad. So, like, he hasn't actually looked into any of this shit at all, period. He just reifies his own beliefs. Thank you.
Do you know what the third party says, Noah?
Yeah, what
Well,
books did you read?
just to finish up, because I have to go now. What I was going to ask you is, let's just say that we are actually researching, trying to figure stuff out, right? Like that's all we're doing. We're not coming into conclusions. It's not a mindset. It's not like a condition of some sort. Let's just say that's the group of people you're talking to. How would you define us, in your own words, if that is the case?
Leeches.
You're
just sucking information off intelligent people because you got no logic.
Wait,
Simple
let
as
him
that.
answer, please. Let him answer, please.
I would say people trying to find the truth.
Truthers.
But that's how you would define. So now, so instead of a conspiracist, now it's someone seeking the truth.
I would say that they're doing the best they can to find the truth. I would say that, sometimes groups can kind of lead people into certain thinking patterns of whatever group that you happen to be in, then you might adopt a particular thought. And the more you engage with like-minded individuals, you might, think as the group thinks. And I think that's just human nature. And I think this is just one part of that. But I think a normal human mechanism that is to try and, put things together and make sense of them has maybe gone into an excessive direction in this particular case. But I think it's people that genuinely are trying to find the truth. Because like my cousin, that's what I think he's doing. He's trying to tell me the truth. My coworker's trying to tell me the truth. But I think they might be mistaken as to what they qualify as evidence and what they don't. And I think that's reaffirmed by the group that they're in and the friends that they keep. They might see something and they say, this is absolutely evidence. And I
Do you
might
feel that
disagree and say that's not evidence.
Do you feel that there's some sort of psychological deficiency that is causing people to do this?
No. I think that there is potentially, in my limited understanding, potentially different thinking styles, because I think we all are different phenotypes, of our families or whatever. So I think there's more people that are more intuitive thinkers by nature, as so they, yeah, that's all I've read is there's more intuitive thinkers.
What were the two books, or you said at least two? You said books, plural. What were the books that you read regarding conspiracism?
I didn't read them front to back, in all honesty. I browsed through them. So I read certain parts. I didn't read every part, but Escaping the Rabbit Hole, I think, and then Off the Edge. I think if that's I'm not sure.
Are you serious? That's the name of them?
Yeah.
Escaping the Rabbit Hole, isn't that Mick West?
And then Off the Edge, you said?
Yeah, but again, I'm
I think one
very
of them
new.
is Mick West, by the way. Isn't it Mick West you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does sound like a McWest move.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. And that's why you're annoying, bro. And I'm sorry, not to say that I'm just telling you why you come off that way, because it's this type of snide kind of, not you are, but Mick West defines this. He's got this snide kind of like, oh, you just don't know, kind of like, it must just be this condition that gets people thinking this way, and they're influenced by others, and then they propagate these things, and it's all kind of based on this paranoid thinking. And even they have like people like Bill Gates or somebody that's talking about being able to like, transform people's thinking, and they can even extract this idea, this way of thinking from them. And it's a psychological approach that doesn't at all try to validate the search for, like you did, like you were very honest in saying maybe we are actually searching for the truth, and maybe we wouldn't be necessarily conspiracists, we'd be truthers in that way. At least you sound like a nice guy, actually. But it sounds like you've gotten into this type of thinking that thinks that we have a type of thinking, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this has opened my eyes a lot to things that I never knew existed. So I just find it interesting. Is Nick West well known in the?
Yeah, he's well known because there was a pivotal point in this whole discussion where he went on Nathan Oakley's and was exposed like completely. He actually came up with the Metabunk website, and that's where like people used to go, or at least maybe still go, for their curvature, hidden values, and it's all a reverse engineered thing that Nathan Oakley and Anthony Riley broke down and showed that they were using the full height of a given building in a given distance, as well as the orthographic view, and that's how they were they were coming up with the perfect hidden value, so that any picture that was brought into the debates, then could show that it must be curvature because that's what the calculator says. And then he had to go back and change his website, and he had to admit that the radius was an assumed value. And it was just a full exposure, and it really changed the whole course of the debates because the ballers could no longer come into the debates with their picture and say, here's the hidden value, and it exactly matches what the calculator says, because it's all reverse engineered, and it was totally exposed. And he's been exposed on many other levels many, many times. And he's got that snide attitude that comes off in you. And I'm not saying you're like that, but having read him, it's obvious.
Yeah, didn't he have to go back in and put like disclaimers and stuff on his website about not necessarily accurate for observations over water and blah blah blah?
Yeah, and he changed a lot of things. He took out the that you would use the full height of a building in the distance because that helped with their hidden value. So if something's from a perspective view, it's gonna get smaller in the distance from your perspective. But using the orthographic view allows them to say a 10-foot building is a 10-foot building, no matter how far away it is.
And then what is it? Oh gosh. And then I heard that Trump was repeating what Alex Jones was saying verbatim, and that got me really interested as well.
Well, they're in cahoots. I mean, do you understand the idea? Let's say you don't think that this is the case, but think about if you were in control of everything. Let's just say you were, or somebody was, right? Wouldn't it be to their advantage to play both sides and then have these shills that go in and give you a little bit of truth, but then give you this bullshit on top of it, so that anybody that's seeking the truth will agree with them about the truth, but then they'll be also accused of the bullshit they add on. Do you get how that works? Or how that would work if that's the case?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there.
By association is what that's called.
Yeah.
And then you take it further back to I'm probably not a kosher topic, no pun intended, for the server of what happened, a while ago with what, some people might say is conspiracy theory and how that went awry and how that can be, damaging or whatever. So that's kind of interesting too. So I don't know. And then how it can affect people's health. Because what if there's a conspiracy to things that could be beneficial to you and you've decided that it's not good? I'm not saying anything in particular, but let's
we
say
know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking about the most
say marijuana.
Yeah.
Let's say marijuana.
Yeah. But let's say there's some other shit that's not currently popular that could be beneficial to you, and there's a conspiracy that it's not. Now you've came to the wrong conclusion and you're seeking help for your sick family member from a chiropractor, and they're telling you to take, these fucking $5,000 pills to, and it's just a waste of your money and you're being conned. And so I don't know. It's just, where does it end? So I just find that interesting.
Yeah, but can't that happen on all fronts? You could go to big pharma and get completely wrecked in terms of chemicals that could just destroy your health. And then there's the other side. You could do something natural that is the right thing, where it actually does help you and is actually healing and so on. Now, I realize there's also flipped versions of that. You could go to big pharma. Now, I don't think any of those things big pharma are doing. Well, if you get in an accident, a really bad car wreck or something, yeah, the mainstream medicine will do a very good, best job as they can to get your leg put back together or put screws in your knee, whatever you need to walk again. I get that. The emergency accident type stuff is pretty good. But when it comes to all these other conditions and ailments and all of these things, I don't think any of those are actually a healing solution necessarily. However, some of those do quote unquote work in a way. They will, in some cases, quote unquote help you, if you want to call it that. It will assist you to either not have the symptoms. Then you get into the whole cancer thing and all of that. So I'm just saying there's a flip version of it where maybe somebody did go to big pharma. They felt like they got helped. It was a positive, at least to some extent, thing. The after effects or the side effects were either tolerable or not too bad. Maybe they got through a particular health crisis, and so be it. I'm just trying to, in as good a way as possible, that could happen. And then there's the flip version that in a more natural type approach, you could do something that's actually harmful or damaging or something like that. So it totally goes both ways. And I don't really see that there's any way to draw that line in the sand, because big pharma is highly problematic. And it's not like that's always the right thing and all these other alternative things are the wrong thing. It's not that cut and dry.
Yeah. I find it interesting to try and find the truth about some of that stuff because I've been naive about like everything for a long time. But like there's dental providers that will provide like dental appliances they claim help sleep apnea, right? And they'll write their own studies and then they'll sell it to you, and all it does is push your teeth out of your mouth and you lose your teeth. And it's totally
New
legal,
perspective. You got a hot mic. New perspective.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but it's the same with cosmology. You can go to your government and your mainstream NASA space agencies, and you can get your cosmology from that. Or you could get your, you could come to your own conclusions. You could do your own experiments and research. So if you're trying to place one, in some category of almost treating people like we're like another species or something, like, ooh, we're going to observe these weird entities or something. But at the end of the day, why is it any different than somebody who's, like, where are you getting your information from? And, whether it's true or not, isn't that the most important thing?
Yeah, and you have to be able to determine, like you have to, like how did you determine that what you believe is true? Like the epistemology, like what was it that made you believe that X is true? Or like what made you believe that ghosts are true or whatever? I'm not saying that ghosts are not true, but I'm just saying like, I would say that some people think that, some evidence might be less than, you know, persuading, right? And some people might feel that some evidence might be more persuading. And so I find that, interesting until you question it, like, why do I believe X? And you're questioned on it. I don't think it's an assumed thing.
Yeah, but I mean, would it surprise you if some of these people? I just looked up that other book you mentioned, Off the Edge. It's called. This is a trip. I've never seen this book. It's called Off the Edge: Flat Earthers, Conspiracy Culture, and Why People Will Believe Anything. And then it's got this picture of a boat falling off the water or whatever. And then it's like,
nice.
Yeah, dude. Let me. I don't even know if I should read this description of it. It's beyond cringe. It's
Well, just the title of it in and of itself.
I've been
wrapped-
trying to like fucking half an hour now. Yeah.
Well,
So
Napalm was right in the middle though. Can he finish and then go next?
oh my goodness. Was my mic not working before or something?
No, you literally just cut into the middle of me talking.
No, I'm saying like I've been trying to get in between these guys going back and forth for the past 15 minutes. Was my mic not working or something?
No, it was not. You just cut in when I was talking. Yeah. So,
Go ahead.
just so just the title of that book in and of itself, without reading the like blurb about it, is quite hilarious because it literally wraps up into the title or the subtitle and why people will believe anything, right? Let's associate the words flat earth and why people would believe anything. If you can believe this, you could believe anything. Let's go into the psychology of people who will just believe anything. Like if I was trying to write a controlled opposition book, that would be the exact way to do it, right?
They also got to get a catchy title.
Absolutely. You would try to stifle people from thinking outside of the box, right? Like you put everybody in a box and you say, this is what all of experts say, so on and so forth. And if you think outside of that box, you
believe anything.
You're a weirdo. You're crazy. You should be written off immediately.
Yo,
so
I'd like to show you guys something. You go ahead first, Connor.
Okay. Real talk though, like this is all just a distraction. Even this book, none of this is actually going into any of the actual evidence of any conspiracy or the evidence against any conspiracy at all whatsoever. It's like a meta discussion about things overall, but it doesn't have any actual brass tacks value. So basically, it allows someone who doesn't want to look into something to look at something similar to it and then claim, oh yeah, I've looked into that, when it has none of the facts about anything specific. It doesn't have any Like, say we're gonna talk about 9/11. This guy wouldn't be able to say anything about 9/11 itself. All he would be able to do is psychoanalyze us from a fucking armchair, and then basically say the conclusions of whatever we come to is bullshit because we've been psychoanalyzed and our thinking is wrong or whatever. Instead of looking at the evidence and
Well,
logic, saying.
No, I can definitely articulate things about 9/11 if you'd like to go into that. But what you're saying of what this is or what these books are, I think you're making a claim about them and their nature and what they contain, kind of without investigating what that might be.
You're not looking at what if someone's claiming, oh, I think there was a conspiracy here, you would go to that person and say, oh, show me the evidence. But instead of doing that, you heard person A, I think there's a conspiracy here. Then you said, oh, let me go find person B, unrelated, and get his opinion on person A. And it's like that's bullshit.
No, I
But
kind
who said
of
I didn't?
all these debunking sites and stuff like that. Like they don't actually get into science. They just say, "Here's why they are wrong. They're wrong because they don't think like the rest of us." Like that's essentially it.
Who's to say I didn't
Yeah, I
hear the other
I
side?
want to show you guys something. Whenever you're done with this, I want to show you guys something.
Well, okay, wait, real quick, Fundy. He said, who's to say I didn't? That's why we started this whole conversation. You're saying, oh, I don't look into any of your guys' shit. I just look into people who break down and psychoanalyze conspiracists or whatever the fuck.
I
That's how
never said that.
the whole conversation began, is that you don't look into our shit. And the books that you read isn't on the actual evidence of what we say happened. It's actually just other people fucking theorizing about us.
I never said that. I said I was interested in the nature of what causes this. But I've also
No. Anybody who comes in who says that they're just here to study us, like now all of a sudden you have to understand. Like we're gonna take offense to that. Like now we're the guinea pig in your fucking experiment. We're the subject of your study, right? Like go and fuck yourself. You are part of our world now. You came here.
Well, I don't know why you're attacking him, man. I mean, he's free to have his viewpoints. He may find it interesting. I mean, perhaps he's seeking truth and he's looking into this.
I'm not attacking him. Like I might have said go and fuck yourself, but that was obviously a hypothetical. Like if that's your case, like you just want to study us, then you already figure yourself as an outsider, somebody with the truth. You know the truth, and we are the weird. We're the weirdos. We and you want to figure out what made us this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of approaching with a rational conversation,
I can give an example. Could I show all of you guys something?
Yeah, I don't know if Noah was done but yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not done, but you know.
No,
look.
No, I was saying Noah, but
yeah.
But yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Fun.
I was just saying real quick that instead of coming to us and saying like, oh, let's have a rational conversation and talk about the things you believe and why you believe them, you come here and say like, oh, yeah, you're just you're basically already assuming, oh, I already know there's nothing to be discussed or debated. I already know the truth, but I'm here to figure out why these people are wrong. So there's no rational conversation that can basically come from that frame of framework right there. You can't have a rational conversation. You can't have a dialectic where ideas compete or anything. You can't have nothing. You can just only psychoanalyze from that.
I have asked in every
to go on
conversation
that,
for ideas that can compete. I've asked for what evidence for claims. That's literally what I do. I'm not ignoring them. I'm challenging them actively every time they're made. I'm saying, can you provide an instance of that? Do you have evidence of that? Can you help me understand this? Can you specifically dig into the details?
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. All right, let me get to this. So, like, when you're asking for like proof, you're looking for like scientific studies, like done by universities and so on and so forth. Like, they obviously have a bias. They're skewed. And it's these I don't know how you would describe it, but these forums where they're a little bit outside of that box, where you don't accept that, and you get to cast us as outsiders, right? And you get to look down on us, like people who are not educated enough because we don't have your degrees, right? Like you get to go, hey, we're degreed and credentialed. We have reason to look down on them. Even though all we're really spouting is what we've been taught. We get to discredit everything that anybody who thinks outside of the box has to say. And unless they can produce a citation from one of our universities, then it means nothing.
Hey, just wondering when I can get a minute of you guys' time.
Go ahead, Fundy.
Go for it.
Okay, so when you have an Android, I mean, I know there's more different types in this, but we all know, like, for the majority it breaks down into like iPhones and Androids, right? And whatever, thousands of Android models there are. Anyways, you can download this app on an iPhone, I think, but it's like baked in already on every Android phone. It's called Google Assistant, right? It's voice activated. You can do it text if you want. But basically, when you open Google Assistant and it's just voice activated on an Android phone, you ask a question and then it's going to give you like that first Google response, whether you're on like a computer or a phone or whatever, like that first officiated Google response, you know what I mean, is going to be given to you. And so here's an interesting experiment you can do. I'm gonna post screenshots while I'm explaining what I'm talking about here. So what I did was I just said, what's up, what's up, Google? I say okay, but if I say that right now, it'll actually trigger that on my phone, and I don't want to do that. But the word okay, but you say, what's up, Google? But instead of what's up, you say the word okay. And when you do that, you can ask it something and it's going to give you a direct response. So here is the entire screenshot, because on a phone, you can like take like extended screenshots that scroll down. So what I did is I said, what's up, Google? And I said, hey, what do you want? And I said, teach me a new word. I think I actually said, teach me a random word. You can look at the screenshots for yourself. And I'm about to post like 6 or 7 screenshots. I posted the complete one, but here's it broken down into more like digestible versions. And so
no agenda there, man. No agenda there.
Yeah. Okay. So you've already read ahead. So I say Google. I say, hey Google, teach me a random word, and it says racialization. And it says, and then it defines it: the process or making of, or the process of making or becoming racist in attitude or behavior. And then I say, okay, interesting. It wants to just like, I said random, right? I said, teach me a random word. It's going for a sort of racial sort of theme here. Okay, whatever. And I say, teach me a random keyword random here. I say right after, teach me another random word. And it says bigotry. Say, oh, okay, maybe it's a coincidence. First is racialization, then it's bigotry. It says intolerant towards those who hold different opinions from oneself. And I say, okay, teach me another random. Random, I say. That's what I'm asking for, a random word. It says inclusion, the action or state of including or of being included within a group or structure. I don't know. It seems kind of related. You see a theme here? Bigotry, inclusion, racialization. Okay, whatever.
Totally
Yeah,
random.
it's totally random. And I posted the screenshot. I know it probably doesn't come across in like high quality enough to actually read it. Maybe if you download it, you can read it. But I did show the unbroken chain of events of my questioning here. So teach me another one. It says equality, the state of being equal especially in status rights and opportunities. I don't know. I'm kind of picking up on a theme here, guys. So I say, hey, Google, teach me another random word. It says diaspora, the dispersion of any people from their original homeland. God, oh man, I'm starting to get suspicious here. And I say, okay, Google, teach me another random word. It says oppression, prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. And I'm like, okay, there's definitely something going on here. And I say, okay, Google, teach me another random word. It says microaggression, a statement, action, or incident regarded as an instance of indirect, subtle, or unintentional discrimination against members of a marginalized group, such as a racial or ethnic minority. Okay. So I mean, there's no question now. Google Assistant has an agenda. But let's continue. Let's see how far it goes. Teach me another random word. Belonging. A member or part of a particular group, organization, or class. Okay, well, is it going to continue? Yes, it will. Teach me another random word, Google. Prejudice. Preconceived opinions that is not based on reason or actual experience. Teach me another one. Okay, strange. All I asked was Google to teach me another random word. But instead of a random word, which I'm sure Google Assistant is completely capable of, it decides to then loop upon itself. Here comes diaspora again. And then what's next? Here comes racialization again. That was the first thing it said. It's only been like 6 entries, but it decided to double down on racialization. Oh, here we go. Here's a new one. Google, teach me, a random word. It says anti-racism, the policy or practice of opposing racism or promoting racial tolerance. I say, okay, teach me another random word. Okay, back to inclusion. And then I say, okay, teach me another random word. Oh, diaspora again, or diaspora, however you pronounce it. Okay, we've been through that. I say, teach me another random word. It goes back to B. I say, teach me another random word. It goes back to racialization.
Pronounced
I say, teach me another. It goes to anti racism. I say, teach me another random word. It goes back to equality. So it's literally, I mean, there's probably like 10 ways, and it just starts repeating itself. I'm asking for random words. So if you don't believe in conspiracy, then you must imagine, if you don't believe in conspiracy, especially on the level of like how Google operates, then you must imagine that there is a single person, because there's obviously there's an agenda. Obviously, there's an agenda in the way my questions are being answered. But if you wanted to imagine there wasn't an agenda going on here, then you'd have to hold the position that there is a single person behind the results that I get from asking questions that I prompt to my Google Assistant. So, is there a single person with their own sort of style, going on here that's responsible for me getting the answers I've been given? I mean, you've seen it. You get the point, right? Everyone gets the point. Or is this like a company-wide philosophy that like I mean, how many people are even in on this? Because it's not even like camouflaged at all, if you know what I mean. Like they started
I can
looping the
answer that.
same 6 words. I mean,
It's
yeah, go ahead.
manifesting. So it's manifesting. All they do is start the algorithm, pump in the data, and then it spreads itself. And then people get brainwashed or deceived into believing something that's not real.
Well, that's not an answer. The thing is, there's an agenda to the responses I'm being given, and of course, who's behind an agenda? Humans, right? Like the humans are behind the reason I'm getting the same 6 words given to me over and over again in a loop when I say teach me a random word, and the word random is included. And I'm telling you, like, I only took so many screenshots, but like this goes on. I had a fucking day out of it, right? I asked the same question. Teach me a random word. I asked it 100 times. It was the same 6 or 7 words over and over again. That's the only answers they would provide. So, I mean, is there a single person behind this, or
No,
is
hold on,
there?
hold on. I
Oh,
have to stop this. I have to stop this. Look, What do you think you can gain by arguing your point and idealism and humanity and realism with an artificial intelligence? Like, let me put it this way. So
I'm not
these
arguing
things
against
do
Google. I'm
not
making a
know.
point to the
These things
crowd here on
do not
Discord.
know. They do not know reality. They can only learn
Are you
from you
are you
and your
are you
questions.
calling the other people here like NPCs or something? Because I'm not even going
No,
that far.
dude, you're fucking retarded if you think so. What I'm saying
Well,
is,
I'm not arguing with anyone here. That's where you're getting a little retarded.
no,
He was just
no,
asking.
no.
He was just asking the machine, "Hey, teach me a random word." Keyword random. You would think that artificial intelligence or an algorithm nowadays would understand what the term random means and just use some sort of random generation to go through like Webster's dictionary, pull out a fucking word, and
Probably
put
more
it
than 6 words though. Probably
Have
more than
you
six
right.
keywords.
So
have
my
you reached?
my big question would be: so Fundamental has just given a uh, honest analysis of something he just randomly did, right, with the algorithm or with Google, and it seems to have some sort of theme to its randomness. So, Paradolia, would you say that Fundamental's analysis of this information and his conclusion is solely based off of some sort of psychological aspect of him that would lead him down the path of being a conspiracist?
Well, I can tell you what I would think faced with the same information, and you can decide. I would say, wow, this is very this is a clear pattern here. I wonder if this is pretty normal for people to experience. How many? First of all, I'd like to. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a screenshot, right? But he said he was at it for the entire
If
day.
you could pause
But
for a second, I don't want
I,
to interrupt, but I mean, I do, but like, I want you to hold. So yeah,
No, don't
um,
interrupt. Don't interrupt, man. Let him finish.
So if I was faced with the same information, like Google's a huge company, right? And this is clearly pretty damning evidence, right? So I would say to myself, like, well, if this is the case everywhere, they'd be fucked, right? So obviously, either my phone's screwed up, maybe the data that I've put in my phone that it's drawing off of to like customize it to me, maybe I've been searching some keywords. Like, what's the cause of this happening? Instead of jumping to the conclusion that there's someone with an agenda, I would say to myself, what is the cause of this thing happening? Because clearly Google isn't that dumb, right? They're not just going to jeopardize their entire company to like try and teach anti-racist shit just on any joke and search on their phone, right? So I'd be like, hey, Steve, give me your phone. We're going to do the same experiment. Hey, Tim in Alabama, give me your phone. We're going to do the same experiment. I just downloaded it as he was talking and I did the same thing. I didn't get the same results. So
Hey,
how am I to
hey man,
reach
I
the
have
same
the date.
conclusion?
I have the date. So let me just give you the date. I mean, because that doesn't fucking say anything about like that doesn't dox me any sort of way. So I did it because I have it just has that information on the details of the screenshot. It says June 6th, 2020. So this is, I mean, I'm not gonna name them specifically, but there were some certain things going on, like I mean, what was going on in North America around that time, right?
Yeah.
Very topical, and I've tried it again. I've tried it like every like 6 months or whatever, and every 6 months, yeah, I get a different set of looping. Major. There's a major theme every 6 months, and not as strongly. I'll tell you what, like this one in June 7th, 2020, like that was definitely the strongest one. Like there's a common theme to all of them. And when I do it today, like I could do it right now, there isn't such a common theme. But that only makes my point stronger. You know what I mean?
But does that, yeah, I can see what you're saying. But does that answer, I think it was Napalm's question, kind of like the difference?
Well, I wanted to speak to your point. It has nothing to do with what I was watching, Googling, anything about it drawing from my history, right? Like nothing to do with that. This
Look,
the results I got on June 7th, 2020, I suspect would be the same results anyone else would have gotten if they did what I
wrong,
did on June
wrong.
7th,
You
2020.
absolutely wrong. You can test this by like using different search engines. So like if you go to DuckDuckGo or the Brave
That's
browser
not
or
that's
something like that,
that's not important.
you'll get completely different results.
But that's not important.
This
I'm talking
all
about
has to
Google
do with
Assistant.
dead. No, hold on.
I
Google
think if
works
anyone in
directly.
North America
Google
said,
works
"Hey Google, teach me
directly with
a
the
random
government.
word on June 7th, 2020," they'd probably get the same 6 key words taught to them over and over again.
Google works directly with the government. And your results, if you use Google as your search engine, you will get only government subsidized results, like government authenticated results. There's no doubt about this. Like you can test this yourself.
Feel like you're
And
getting off
all
track
browsers.
here.
What?
I said I feel like you're getting off track here from the rest of the people's points talking on this
No, this is
subject.
related. It's related, and it's leading
Okay.
into
Okay,
something.
go ahead.
So you can Google something, but it doesn't mean that you're getting real results. Like so if you test something, fuck. Now it's gonna be hard to bring it back into what you're saying. Um, but it has to do with like the government and their institution, their influence on like results. And Google has the monopoly on like what you search, what you deem as information. Okay. And the majority of the population is using Google for their information. It doesn't mean it's correct information, it's the control of information.
All right, a little off brand of what I was making a point about, but fair. I mean, not wrong.
Well, Fundy, if you were to kind of just accelerate us to the kind of like to the conclusion, like what is your overall like kind of assertion on it? Like that they're tracking and customizing things in a narrative?
No, not at all. Not at all. I already said that if any, like in my opinion, if any of you had opened Google Assistant and say, "Hey, what's up, Google?" Open your Google Assistant and said, "Teach me a random word," I believe that you would have gotten the same responses from it as me. Because all I said was, "Hey, teach me a random word." And I did that hundreds of times in a row. I could only take so long of a screenshot, and I got 40 of them or whatever. And I mean, we all saw the common theme amongst them: bigotry, inclusion, racialism, right? Common theme. And it was topical to some major, news events going on at that time in several different places and all the riots we know. I mean, I definitely had a whole parade of angry people marching down the street in front of my house. All right, we all know what happened.
Well, here's the thing: most people, if they did the exact same test that you did,
they
are
would have
going to
gotten
get
the same result.
they're not going to get the exact
No, I
same
think they
result.
would.
No,
they
I
would.
don't think they would. No,
No,
it's going to be based. It's
it
going to be
wasn't.
based off of their social media. It's going to be based off of their.
No. I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that. The results I got were not specialized towards me.
You think that it is that dumb? You don't think it curtails to people as individuals at all?
Oh, in so many ways, the way your smartphone treats you will be specialized to target you as an individual owner of that phone. Yes, but these answers were not specialized towards me. I don't partake in any fucking ingestion of these types of things. I'm not a part of that, okay? I avoid it. I'm the least active member in that sort of I don't know category of involvement.
No, you have no idea how predictable you are. Like I
Now,
come in
cut
here
now,
every day. As soon as I
man.
see you, I know
Get real.
exactly
No,
what
no, no,
like,
no. Get real, man. Do you not see it? Did you not see it loop upon itself? When I asked for it, I said, "Hey, teach me a random word." I'm telling you, there's more than what I showed. I asked Google to teach me a random word 100 times in a row, and it looped. It looped the same 6 words over and over again, even though I asked it for new and random words.
what is a new word? What is a new word or a random word?
Do you know? Do you not know what I posted or what we're talking about here?
What I'm saying is nothing. No word is new. No word is random.
Dude, I don't think I'm gonna talk to you.
All right, so Fundy,
Oh.
are you trying to say that like was this around the George Floyd thing or something? Like, are you trying to say that they put these kind of narratives, like whether it's racism or whatever, all those words and how they were interconnected? Are you saying that they're just purposefully kind of social engineering certain concepts and ideas that are going to flash up in a lot of social medias, Google searches, etc., that are around a certain issue or problem, reaction, solution? Like, is that kind of where you're going with it?
I mean,
That it's like,
if that's the case, I know you're asking APOC. I mean, sorry, Fundy. Look,
I'm
when it comes to
insulted.
that,
But go ahead, go ahead.
like we have the fundamentals, which is like perfect for Fundy. We have the fundamentals of what words mean. It means that even if you create a new combination of those words, it institutes a new ideal into the minds of people. So it's not like new as though it was just invented and nobody's ever thought of this. It's just new as a term.
So will you allow me to answer Geo now?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. I didn't stop you either. I just
No,
said something
I
before
mean,
you spoke.
fair enough, dude. Absolutely fair enough. No problem, dude. No problem. Yes, Geo. Yeah, I thought that was actually really obvious, and I thought that what I presented was kind of undeniable in support of that sort of opinion or that point I was making. I gave the date. We all know it was happening around that time. And listen, what I'm saying here is that I'm not being targeted, and that was what the other guy was trying to insinuate. And I understand that people are targeted by their smartphones, whether it be the ads they receive on the side of their web
No.
browser.
Not some people. All people are being targeted
Sure,
by their
sure. All
smartphone.
yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. All yeah. You're absolutely correct. All people are targeted with ads on the side of their whatever and email, all of that. There's so much that it's not even. It'd be too prolonged to even list all the ways we're targeted. Sure, absolutely. You're absolutely correct. However, what I'm claiming is that when when I was just living, my life, and it was just a random thought. I said, you know what, I mean, for the people who've known me, I love words. Like I'm a big word guy, right? And sometimes I just say, hey Google, teach me a random word, right? I just do that sometimes, and I thought that the first one was a little peculiar. I'm like, huh, it's never had this theme before, this like racial theme. When I say, hey, teach me a new word, it says racialization. I was like, okay, that seems a little bit topical. You know what I mean? It seems a little bit topical to today's events in the news.
and I say, you know what? What's the next one gonna be? If I just say, hey, teach me a different random word, and then it says bigotry, it's like, okay, already. Okay, well, two things that are closely associated, and then I say, teach me another one. It says inclusion, and I was like, okay, well then there's definitely so, and then I go on to do it. Well, how smart is that? How smart is that AI if it thinks that inclusion is a new word for you? Well, I mean, what do you, dude? You asked it to give you a new word. Man, okay, I'm gonna back. Hey, carry on, guys.
Yeah, this is the problem with having someone who's, no offense, Lou, but drunk in the chat. It's just
No. Give a fuck off, Geo. Sorry, go ahead and mute me. But dude, that
It
is
would
not
be
a
probably
new word
better.
to
Just
anybody here. That is not a new word to anybody here.
All right, dude.
So
Can you just mute yourself for a bit? Give us a break because it's pretty overbearing.
Yeah. Let him just speak his bullshit. Got it. I really don't appreciate that, dude. It's a simple point. Geo, I don't really have more to say. I posted the screenshots. I already went through it once, right? I don't know if new people came in, but like for the people who were there, I mean, I read through the whole thing, like all the way through, like 30 examples, and there was 6 words on loop, and it was the only results I was being given when I asked for new random words, and it obviously had an agenda, and it was obviously very topical to the major news events going on during those days. And yeah, I mean, it's on purpose. It's an agenda. It's a conspiracy. It's undeniable. I have the extended screenshots to show you that when I ask 100 times in a row for random words, all it wants to teach me about is racism, bigotry, inclusion, racialization, and things of that sort. And for anyone to deny that there's an agenda going on, and it's sort of, just sort of a push, I mean, that's the way I would put it. There's a push of information and a push of a theme going on me, and I guess when it comes to my personal opinion about it isn't being specifically targeted towards me, because I know who I am, I know what I look into, I know what I Google, I know what I watch on YouTube or whatever that Google's connected to. Me getting those results has nothing to do with it being like algorithmic to like based on things that I entertain or view or indulge in or whatever. Nothing like that. I'm the last person to get these sorts of results. All right, dude. And that's naive at its best. Like, I limit myself. I have zero social media myself. Like, and yet when I use Spotify as a streaming service, if I mention Nine Inch Nails, all of a sudden Spotify plays more Nine Inch Nails. Like to an absurd amount where I'm like, I don't want to hear Nine Inch Nails anymore. Like, I had an example.
Can I just debunk you real quick?
This
Can I just
happened.
debunk you real quick though?
Oh, go ahead. I'll debunk you afterwards. Like 2 years ago, I was shopping for a car, and I was thinking, I'm like, I've got a low hanging garage door, right? I'm like, I want something that's good in the snow, that's good like an all wheel drive vehicle. But I don't want it to be. I don't want to be.
I know we're targeted.
Too tall. What?
I get targeted all the time. I'll literally have a conversation.
I'm gonna give you a crazy example that you have not probably experienced.
They admit that they do that though. They admit that they do all kinds of targeting for products and third party advertisers and all that stuff. I think maybe with Fundy, hold on, let me just finish.
Everybody won.
Bro, please don't interrupt. Let me just finish. I only speak for like 15 seconds at a time. Let me just say the rest of it, which is just, but I think what Fundy's indicating towards is not necessarily that level of targeting. I think what he's more alluding to is the idea that there's like specific like agendas and terminologies and things that are specifically being kind of pushed, like he said, or like impregnated or imprinted, whatever word you'd want to use.
No, he's right. He's right about that. Like clearly, like there is like a frequency that they are driving people on. Okay, but more in your face, the example that I'm talking about is like I was looking for because I live in a northern environment with a lot of snow. I'm looking for an all-wheel drive vehicle that would also fit in a low-hanging garage, you know. And I got driving behind a Jeep that was like it wasn't that tall, and I'm like questioning. I'm driving behind it, and I'm like, would that fit in my garage? I had my phone by my side, like on the console. It wasn't pointing the road or anything. I wasn't speaking out loud, but I was thinking about this. And I was following that car for many miles, like, I don't know, maybe a full 30 minutes. And going, maybe I would want to look for that car as a car to buy. 2 hours later, I got a text message from one of those weird anonymous like numbers where it's like doesn't fit like the code. It's like an 805303 or something like that. Like it's not a phone number.
I'm there with you, man.
I got a message on my phone 2 hours later for a Carfax report for the exact same make and model that I was looking at that was available in the area.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a whole nother true story that's happened to me hundreds of times. I understand how invasive the targeting can be. I've said a certain, set of words, and then within a single minute I've gotten I've gotten a notification from the
They're
Galaxy
mind
Play
reading.
Store
That's the only way
of
that's possible. They didn't guess anything. It's mind reading.
No, I understand how deep and crazy the targeting gets, even to the degree that you're like, how did they even hear that? How do they even know that? Right? I mean, I understand, but what I'm saying is that is not related to the examples I'm presenting. Because what I'm telling you is that I understand those examples fully, and what was being pushed on me when I asked for to be taught random words 100 times in a row was simply just an agenda that Google was involved in. And I do think, and I understand your counterpoint, but I disagree with it. I think that if anyone, literally anyone, would have asked Google, teach me a random word 100 times in a row like I did on June 7th, 2020, they would have gotten the same results as me. I think this was just a worldwide push.
No. They would be pushing an agenda, and like, why would you want that woke fucking thing?
Have you ever gone to Google Assistant and said, "Teach me a new word 100 times in a row"?
Dude, all I know is that
That's a
Google
no.
is very
Okay.
woke. Okay, Google is very woke, and they will
Yeah, of course.
automatically try to brainwash you. Like that is their goal.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's no refutation against what I'm saying.
You know, or
Even though
funny,
they-
where I've observed it, where I've observed it happening as well is I don't watch a lot of like the YouTube shorts. I don't watch a lot of them, but sometimes I'll flip on my YouTube and I'll, just on my phone if I'm just, somewhere or just kill some time or whatever it may be, I'll flip through some of those YouTube shorts. And I don't do a lot of, I know that if you like a lot of videos, it probably does organize them to your, subscriptions or whatever. But for whatever reason, I don't get a lot of those. Once in a while, I will get one that's related to some channel I'm subscribed to. So anyways, a lot of them just seem to be coming just like, but what I was going to say about it though, is it does seem like they're placed in a particular way. There's always like a couple categories of the types of videos, there's like a goofy, like some, funny cat video. And then there'll be some, Discord memes or whatever, where it'll just play like a string of memes. But there do seem to be specific like agenda ones that are in there. And then the one thing I notice about it too, as I'm flipping through them, I feel like there is an agenda there. Like there's kind of the way the videos like activate the emotions and the way that they're spaced. And then the other interesting thing about it is it seems like they're pushing them to everybody at the same time, because I'll see some video, I'll say it, and then like if I say it in here or somewhere where there's several people, at least like 5 or 6 people will be like, oh yeah, I just saw that one too. So yeah, it does seem like they kind of push them out.
There's no
That's more what I'm
coincidence
talking about.
about
Yeah.
that. There's no coincidence about that. Like in the randomness of humanity, like and everything that's put on the internet, there's no way that you could be fed the same video that I am fed. But that happens all the time. Like they are literally steering our minds in such feeds.
That's social engineering for you, and what I was saying in my point is that Google is a big part of that. Not that I mean, it seems so strange because not a lot of people did what I did. Not a lot of people just ask Google Assistant, teach me a random word 100 times in a row and get the same looping 6 words laid out for them. And so it's like that really makes you say like that it makes you recognize the effort that they put in. Like there's
Well,
no
I
stone.
recognize this. Recognize this like 6 years ago. Like when I first joined Flat Earth. Like when I jumped on board. Like, and I'm still skeptical. Like when I first like joined 24/7 Flat Earth and became a mod, I still was on the fence. It was because of the questions that I asked and how much of a truther I was that they accepted me. But I've never been satisfied. Okay? Like this looks like a steered movement. Like all of it. Like they intended for us to fucking question reality and all institutions in place. Question authority, question question the medical authority of the government, question like dude, we are playing a role by being the anti everything. That is that is our purpose. That's why we're not completely silenced. That's why we're here. We are somehow feeding into the system. They have a bigger agenda than what we can anticipate. And we're all doing the work for them. And it's fucked.
I think that's no offense, because to me that is like the majority of it. I will call it like first grade truthing, but really there's only a first grade and a second grade to me. Like
No,
I don't.
I'm a graduate level motherfucker. Dude, I've been
Right.
doing this since
Yeah.
like
Totally, man. So like, I mean, the first grade truthing is like, oh, someone's taking advantage of the populace for monetary gain. And then after first grade truthing, where someone's ripping us off, social engineering us for their like financial profit, then the second degree, second grade is like, okay, well, money is really just a system of control, put forth, just for the orderliness of directing the masses and the people
Slavery.
who really are in charge. Money is just a tool they use to control the masses, and to them they don't even operate on the levels of
well,
the stock market or money.
the problem I find is like that so many truthers think that they're inept and they're not. They are very good at what they do. They're very good at what they do. And all of a sudden I become a doomer, a black pillar, like all that. But no, these people, they don't even know what they're doing, but the people above them, they do.
Yeah,
They are manipulating all of society.
hey, what do you think about this though? Let me ask you a pretty deep question here. Um, we can talk about different secret societies and different like bloodlines or whatever, but
what do you imagine is at the top of the hierarchy? You know, what's the capstone of the pyramid of control?
That's a very
And
deep question. It
yeah,
becomes
yeah, 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 yeah. And but real quick, um, my final point to that question is: do you think that the top of the pyramid is flesh and blood human?
no. Okay, yeah. Like I said, it's a very deep question. So, like,
Yeah, go for it.
whether or not it's something more like just like good versus evil, like demons and angels, or like it's something like that. I would say. It's. I don't think that we as humans really know what we're doing. I think we do good and we do evil. Like, and we don't really know what we're influenced by. Um, Unfortunately, like the leaders of government, they seem to be over influenced by the evil side. You know, like, but
Do you want to get
I don't take it to a Christianity level. Like literally, like
sure, sure?
yeah, you know.
But let me
uh,
just put it this way, right? Let me just put it this way. Do you want to give the Christians some amount of credit to say something like not necessarily
yeah,
Satan
yeah,
as they
they're
know
close.
it,
They're close. They're
but
close.
but they're,
They're
they're
very close. They're
but
very
but
close.
but something like a Satan is at work in this world.
Well, I mean, the idea of good and evil, um, it's so philosophical. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you have a creator, um, that created all things, right? As a Christian, if you have a creator that created all things, you didn't just create the good things; you also created the bad things.
Yeah, I think in philosophy or philosophy mixed together with theology, it's called the hard issue of evil. It's like
Well, no, but
how is there evil?
evil might be a construct of man. Like what is evil? Um, if you want to give people free will, they have to have the ability um to be evil, right? Like
Yeah, I know what you mean.
you have to give them that choice. And uh free will is another thing that I think about. Like I'm not really sure that we have free will. I kind of think that perhaps it's all written.
Well, I think it's both because one thing I've noticed in all different realms of philosophical discourse and debate is that there always seems to be like a left and right set of pairs on any focal point of philosophy. There's all sorts of things, whether it's free will, determinism, yeah, what's it called? Utilitarianism, whatever, right? When it comes to schools of philosophy, you'll notice that they always come in pairs. Where there's this famous philosopher
This or
who,
this that. Yeah.
yeah,
You
yeah,
always have it's that dichotomy that you
yeah, yeah.
are you can
The,
be
the,
judged based off of your decision, right? Like
I mean,
you can
aside
just
from that, aside from that, when it comes to any specific, deep philosophical concept at the core of it, there's always like a Republican, Democrat, whatever. There's like in any serious
it's always a
philosophical
dichotomy.
arena,
It's always a
that yeah,
dichotomy.
there's always an argument going on where when you look at it, it's very easy to be convinced of either side, depending on which one you see first or which one you experience more profoundly than the other. Whoever makes the best argument to you
Right.
first.
Now if I
And
was
and it's
listen. So
it's
hold on.
easy to get sucked into either
If I
side
was
and
trying
pick that
to
side.
if I wanted to control you, no matter how fucking like literally like spiritually woken you are, I'm not gonna use the word woke, but like no matter how much you understand things, if I was gonna try to play you, right, I would say that you have a choice, but I would use that against you. I
Hey,
would
man.
be the most deceptive, the most deceivious. You know, like I would always smile at your face, be your best friend, and control you and steer you in the wrong direction.
And that's the most powerful way to deceive someone is to earn their trust, get on their good side, so that you can make your make your mark. That's not the right terminology, but make your mark at the most crucial point. Yeah, when it comes to directions you're giving someone to wherever they're trying to go to, you can give them 99% correct directions. Take a left, take a right, and as long as that last final turn you say take a left, they're not going to get where they're trying to go. You can steer someone wrong at the last minute. But I just want to say that because of my experience on here, as I relate it to this conversation right now, where I start talking about things, especially with one person, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yeah, I
I
don't
know
talk
that
about. Yeah, like when it comes to
I
this
know that like it's
spiritual
just been
shit.
us for like the past like 10 minutes, and so I'm just gonna force myself right now to take a back seat so that maybe some more people can be included in a different topic and conversation.
That's a good high road to take. So, but to close it off on my side, like, yeah, I am one who will take every conversation to the deeper meaning, whereas he does not want to go that far. It's not that he's unaccepting of it. It's just that it's a conversation that he is maybe not well thought out on.
No, I just don't want to hog them. We've already hogged the mic enough. I just want to make sure there's a lot of people in the room. I hog the mic a lot when I start talking about things I care about. So I just want to, I don't know, I just want to stop so that other people can join in. You
Well,
know?
what I want is for people who have thought this way to join in. I want to encourage that, not disencourage it.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop, but you carry on, and I just advise you like the next thing you say something that would invite as many people as possible into the conversation. But
Well,
I'm gonna just
no.
stop right
I
now.
only want to invite the people who are ready. That's the thing. Like, I know it's very few. Most of you idiots out there are not ready for this bullshit. You're a bunch of fucking programmed NPC, fucking, real world believing motherfuckers. If you want to think more deeply about how society works, how reality works, um, then I'm here to talk to you.
Oh, I always knew you spoke affectionately about me, Lou. I appreciate it.
I love you, man. I do really love you. You're a great dude, Napalm.
Who is that right there? Is that lunatic?
Yeah, Lunatic and Napalm. Yeah. No, Napalm is one of my favorites, man. Like me and him jive.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. I literally mean both of you equally, if you're both up for it.
Uh,
And
Are you propositioning us into a menage a trois?
I'm not sucking any dicks, man. I'm just telling you.
Into a what?
Yeah, that got real gay real quick.
A menage a trois?
Oh, menage a trois.
You said you had a
You,
proposition
you
for
know
this show,
what?
Gus.
You know what? You know what? In a literal sense, yes. Yes. In a literal sense, yes.
Shoot.
Okay, so my deepest passion, maybe on par with maybe like two other things at the same level, but like definitely like one of the three things that tie for my deepest passions is a subcategory of philosophy called ontology, right? And if you don't know what it is, that's cool. I'll tell you what it is. But if you do know what ontology is, let me know right now.
I would say it has something to do with your screen name.
I have a basic understanding of it, yeah. But like definitionally wise, like I wouldn't be able to do it.
Okay, so like ontology is basically like it's an idea, right? It's basically just an idea. But to put it in like a relatable example, this isn't the definition, but just like to express like the essence of it in a way it relates to something else, like a family tree, right? Where like there's the great grandparents and there's the grandparents and there's the parents and there's the child, then there's the, I don't know, the grandchildren and the great grandchildren, just like uh thing like the elements involved in a system and then putting them in order and then like drawing lines between them that express like the relationships they have, because like a family tree has like lines connecting the parents to the children, and it's, you know what I mean, like an order of succession, right? So at the core of
Yeah.
that is at the core of that is the essence of ontology. Just it's like what are the elements of something, a system, of whatever.
Existence.
What are the elements of something, and then how do
Yeah,
you
but yeah,
and
but
then how
in
do you
this
express
conversation, we're
the
talking about existence as itself, right?
well, that is where I'm heading towards. But just, I was just trying to define ontology itself. Like it's sort of the science or philosophy, whatever, of describing what are the elements of a thing and how do they relate to each other. And I've been working on that on a sort of like a as large of a scale as possible, you know? And I was wondering, if you wanted to take an attempt of giving, your approach, however you want to approach your
All right,
understanding of
look, I'm
reality.
not gonna be short about it. I'll be quick and
Okay,
dip
go
out
for it, bro.
because I have to. Um, but like, yeah, I sort of view this realm that we live in almost as though I dreamed it, like almost like I created it myself. Like, it's so hard to actually explain to others,
Hey,
but like,
if you're not ready, maybe pass it along, I don't know. Like,
well,
are you
no,
ready?
no,
Are you
no,
ready
I
or
can give
not?
you the
Right?
basics. I can give you the basics of it. So,
Okay. If you're ready to give us the basis, go ahead.
all right, so like, I think we all fight the same uh intel intellectual dilemmas, right? Like we want to know our importance in the world itself. But maybe the world isn't as important as we think it is. You just want to have an ego, and you just want to you want to be like special in this world. But there's more to this world than what we actually interpret on a fundamental level,
Shout out.
right?
All right, that's not
So,
ontology yet, but go ahead and continue. A few more to say.
I think it's almost like a layered experience. Like, and I'm not necessarily like a Muslim or a Buddhist or whatever else. But what I'm saying is good versus evil is an important thing. Like, if you do the right thing versus the wrong thing, that's a real thing. And I kind of think that possibly even that there are multiple playthroughs. Like, you might have been here before, or you're here now, and there's certain tests that you have to do before you can pass.
While I totally understand where you're coming from, and honestly, I'm not even like in opposition of you saying what you're expressing right now. It's not necessarily like in line with my question, but go ahead and continue if you want. It's a little like it's slightly related, I suppose. Totally worth hearing. Finish if you want.
Well, right now, again, my mic fucking died, so apparently my needs to be recharged. I'm gonna throw the record in, see if that fixes it.
Do you mind if I address the other guys again? Maybe you could mute while you're adjusting your stuff.
Look, you have to pause.
Hey man, maybe you should mute.
Yeah, Lou. I can. Yeah, I just went ahead and muted him so that he's not hot mic.
Okay, cool. I don't know if I need to repeat myself. Go ahead and answer, you guys, if you think you know where I was heading.
I don't know specifically where you were heading. You had a question about ontology.
Yeah.
I don't know. What did you have? Just like a question as to what are my general thoughts on the ontology of this realm in which we live, meaning where is
Absolutely.
its foundation, its roots, its core, where's the trunk, the branches, the leaves, and are we the trees that are either bearing good or poor fruit? Is that kind of thing?
Oh, beautiful, dude. Absolutely. And I really have a fixation on starting from the bottom up, right?
Yeah.
Like not and like I've had an exception. I've had an obsession personally myself with tackling this issue, and I haven't really communicated or like seen eye to eye with many people on this thing, but it is my favorite thing to talk about. And I don't necessarily want to be the person like sharing more than anyone else here because I could go on for hours. But what I'm wondering is what I'm really trying to figure out is how to ask the question to try to like delve into other people's opinions on this subject. But what I'm concerned about is that maybe other people haven't approached their understanding of reality from this angle, from like an ontological angle. But if you or anyone has, that's what I'm curious about, like a systematic breakdown of like a hierarchy of how you would describe, yeah, like you said, this realm, reality. What comes first? What is secondary? What is emergent? What is primary? And if I'm talking to Napalm right now, right?
Yep.
Okay, so napalm. I mean, I not to put words in your mouth, but I think you and I, as far as I've heard you talk, would think that the ether is a more primary thing than, say, heat or photons or electrons or stuff like that, right? So there's like a primary and a secondary sort of position that these things take, or ether would take the primary, of course.
Yeah.
And so there's
Are
like
you
just like in algebra, how there's like an order of operations where it comes to like multiplication, division, parentheses, plus and minus, whatever, right? That's a sort of ontology of algebra. You know what I mean? Like what comes first, what comes second, what comes third. You know what I mean? An order of operations, or more so like an order or a hierarchy of existence. And I was wondering if you've like if you ever thought about placing aspects of reality, not in the same way that the order of operation places aspects of mathematical operations in a certain order. Have you ever thought about putting like energy, ether, matter, life, things like that in a particular order?
sure? Certainly. The starting point, the the roots, the seed, if you will, prior to the initial sprouting, even what is
Mm-hmm.
that comprised of? I think this is a question that many seek, but little to no one will ultimately find within this material world when they're present or conscious within it, at least in my opinion, right? Because I think any
Like
answer
empirically.
Yeah, because I think any answer that you would even receive, let's say hypothetically there was some sort of uh, metaphysical other side to this that could have some communicative powers with us on this particular physical side of the realm or our reality. I think any explanation given to us while residing upon this side consciously would be given in a way for us to understand, thus not a true ultimate explanation as to what is necessarily the truth. It's a truth in a sense of, let me explain this to you, child, in a way that you will comprehend, not being deceitful in any way, but only because I have to present it in a way that you would be able to fully grasp the concept that I'm saying, because there is a
Yeah.
portion of it that you in this physical world will not you just 100% lack the ability to comprehend, period. So
You just jumped into the deepest end of the deep end right there. I don't blame you for it. I have no problem with that. But that is where it ultimately ends up, which is crazy, honestly.
yeah, that's the start, right? So I start from that premise, right? Like an understanding. I don't
Yeah.
like swimming in the kiddie pool, let's put it that way. So yeah,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, obviously not.
so I start kind of that from that basis or beginning. And even if you want to say, um, like a God of the Bible, a Abrahamic God, I would have the that sentiment towards what we would consider that creator, the creator, right? And I have that sentiment because I understand, or I've come to the understanding that there are things that I just will not be able to comprehend, especially on that level. So I don't really try to ultimately place too much of my time or focus on really trying to understand what that entity or creator is in a physical way that would be satisfying to me, right? But try to um, search, seek, and commune with that thing that I am speaking of, right? To allow it to maybe communicate to me in a way that it feels comfortable with explaining itself or this place to me, should it see fit. And
Okay, let me ask you a question here.
Yep.
I'll be honest, and it's really unfair what I'm asking of you, but every once in a while I ask an unfair question and I get the answer from someone exactly what I'm looking for, and that just makes me feel so good. It really does. So maybe that'll happen, but it's fine if it doesn't. What I want to ask you is with an optimism in mind, but a realistic perspective also. I'm coming from is what is the most artificial. Okay, maybe a preface real quick. In including all human bullshit, all the ways, oh, English and all the sort of make believe pretend things we do. What is the most artificial thing that could ever be a part of reality? God,
Ooh, wow.
I know how like little I explained. I know how like random that question
No, I
might
get it.
seem,
I
but
get it. I got it. I got it.
go
Understand
for
it.
it. Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this would really just be my opinion, obviously.
Yeah. That's all. That's all I'm looking for.
But I would say the most artificial thing. Did you say in this realm or that we do?
I would consider those synonymous with in this realm being like the larger category, but things we do, I would be that would be like a subcategory. You know what I mean? So like no difference.
Okay. Yeah, I would say the most artificial thing that I see many times is the personas that we drape ourselves in order to feel that that's the way that we need to communicate properly
Yes.
to the other actors within this
Okay.
realm.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. I would think I'm correcting you. I'm not. You know. I just think. I think I would correct you that the same thing you're describing one person may do to another, you can do to yourself, and the real root of it is like standards, right? Yeah, standards, right? So like the inch. I consider the inch as artificial as anything could ever be. Or a pound, or like a letter, you know, or a symbol, anything like that. I would just say like
Okay, I gotcha. So yeah, another
like
thing that would
a
bring into
stand
mind.
a standardized unit of any sort, whether it be length, sound, weight, you know, anything of reference, some sort of standardized unit or agreement of some sort.
Yeah, like the hours, minutes, and seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Seconds, minute. Yeah. All. I mean, there's so many things on an equal playing field, but yeah. Like I said, standardized units are literally the most artificial aspect of this realm, and we bring them into existence, of course.
Yeah, no, I would agree because there is no. They're literally artificial. There is no tangibility to them. They are concepts, right? So concepts can't necessarily be reality. That it's just a concept to help us better use things within reality from time to time, I guess. But it's these standardized units that you're talking about would certainly not be anything in the realm of what we would consider reality. I would consider it artificial for
Yeah,
sure.
the standardized units are literally the bottom of the barrel as far as you know, like I asked you, what is the most artificial I don't even know if the word aspect is the right word choice, but you know, I'll just say it anyways. You know, what is the most artificial aspect of reality that exists in as far as we perceive it? Standardized units. That is the most artificial aspect of
Right.
reality.
Oh, okay. If that's true, are you? Let me ask you: are you flat earther or globe earther?
Well, I'm gonna just go ahead and say flat Earth. I have my particular, you know, I have my particularities of where I'm coming from, and we all understand that.
All
And
right.
so,
Well,
not, yeah, yeah, not
by
to waste
saying
any,
flat,
not to waste anyone's time. Go ahead and call me a flat earther. And I know that like fellow flat earthers hate for me to put it that way because I sound like a bullshit artist. I get
yeah,
it. So yeah, I'm a flat
you
earther.
kind of do, yeah.
I know. I know how it comes across. I totally get it. I did. You know, but you also know where I'm coming from, where I just don't want to be lumped along with certain baggage that comes along. You know what I mean? Because I'm just a very skeptical
So
person.
you want to buy all the realistic part of flat Earth, but also believe that you live on a globe.
Not at all. And I can summarize it in one aspect that I don't really relate to anyone. As far as I know, no one really relates to me in this way. I think reality, at least half of reality, is actually like fucking with us, like playing a certain joke. And I know a lot of people like when it comes to these serious conversations about algorithms, equations, arithmetics, mathematics, you know, all these serious conversations that involve like empirical evidence and stuff. Like everyone relies on
You know,
consensus reality.
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop
I'm
you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I like
I'm
the
just not
point is.
I'm just not a consensus reality philosopher. You know, I think that reality itself might be a bit of a
A
joke
paradox.
All
or a
right, that's
trick.
fine. That's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine. You think that. That's fine. You think that. But like, I just have to point out that like the people who are the most realistic in terms that want to debate things and so on and so forth, like you come out as realizing the flat Earth truth, but want to
Sure.
somehow want to justify it as into also being like the Star Wars truth.
Oh, now what they're saying, okay, because I'll point out, you know, day after day, anytime you question me on it, I'm happy to point out the flaws in the official model. So I'm not with that. I don't jive with the official heliocentric model, but also at the same time, I'm not sure the universe is something that can be put into words in totality of description because I think it's a bit of a trickster. I think the universe is playing a joke on us, and I think that if
All right,
anyone's
so
gonna come, I
oh,
think that
hold on. All right, so
okay,
are we in a
okay,
simulation?
okay.
Are we? Is none of this real? Are we in a simulation?
Can I will have a sort of extended answer. Can I tell it to you?
Yeah, I don't care what you were about to say. Address that.
You, no, I said my answer will be kind of extended, but are you willing to hear me out?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so in you know in my philosophy that I subscribe to as of right now, which is open to change, I I don't think it's a simulation in the sense of digital, computerized, like as we know it, like as if we invented a video game that would, you know, somehow like I don't think it. I don't think we live in a computer simulation. I don't think the Matrix movie is happening right
Well, that
now.
never worked. You can definitely solve that. Like, and I would agree with you. Like, and whatever you have to say from here on out, uh, I I'm already starting to agree with you, but like the idea of living in a computer simulation is an infinite regression fallacy, right? So you're gonna always be like, well, who created that? Who
Yeah,
created
yeah,
that? Right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I can tell you, like there's this word God we use all the time, and I totally understand its purpose in communication, but like the God I imagine, I feel like I'm insulting itself by even addressing it with the word God. But at the end of the day, what's really actually like addressable and like speakable, I don't know if that's a word, upon is, I think we're in, the sort of manifestation that is actual, and of course actual is finite. What is here can be described, but I think what is here and is actualized comes in a certain amount, measurable, finite, draws upon an infinite potential source. And I just think that language and words don't have
Well,
it
again,
isn't set up in the way that I can ever express my thoughts on it, because my thoughts, the thoughts I have about what's beyond aren't describable in a sense, and I wouldn't even begin to try. So honestly, I just tell you,
well,
like,
I'll
I
try.
have
Like,
I
I'll try.
well,
So
I
a
just want to tell you.
lot of people here have talked about like
Okay, go
this
ahead.
before, and they've heard me speak on it. I Instead of being a simulation, I talk about it being more like a dream, God's dream. God,
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
God created God created us all in His own thought. And
So okay,
when he thought it, it became true.
okay, but I want to talk about. I mean, I started this conversation, or I started this theme of conversation, asking you and Napalm about ontology. So you seem to be uh, uh aligned with,
Not Christian.
so yeah, yeah, me either, man. But you seem to be aligned with a lot of the ontological and philosophical thoughts that I would, if I were pushed into a corner, that I would describe reality as. But what I really want is to hear other people put it in their own words. And so, I mean, you're sort of coming back full circle here to answer my
Uh,
question. I'm
I
asking
like
you, like,
that's good. That's a good thing. So that means that we're in
what is
alignment.
your
But like,
what is your hierarchy? What is your ontological family tree as far as you see existence? Starting
uh,
from one point, branching out into others. Like, how because I've done this, and I can go ahead and explain to you what I think, but I'm not going to gain anything. But like, honestly, it's going to be boring. I don't want to explain my thoughts.
no,
I want to.
it's unprovable. That's the problem. It's like, so like you're just asking my opinion. My
I am.
opinion doesn't
Yeah,
really.
your ontological breakdown of reality. What is it?
Essentially, like,
And others, not just you. I mean, I want to hear
no,
Napalm
I
too.
understand the question. I understand the question. So, but it's very hard to describe. Like, that's a tough question to answer. Like,
If you haven't thought about it, you can pass the
no, I
mic. I
have.
mean,
I've thought about it, but I just gotta think about it before I present it to you. You know what I mean?
yeah, I mean, you can come back later. I mean, whatever you want, man. Whatever you want. Just if you have something to say, tell me. If
No,
you need some
just,
time to think about
quit
it,
pressing
pass it
me.
along.
Quit pressing me. Quit pressing me. And sorry, yeah, I am drunk. But give me like 30 seconds, a minute and a half. and I will have a pretty well formulated answer for you.
Okay.
But if you keep pressing me, like, it'll be impossible.
I will stop, but do you mind if I maybe talk to someone else? I don't know.
Yeah,
It isn't
go
just
ahead.
you and me. Man, it's been a crazy ride. I don't even know who is along for the ride at this point. Napalm, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, I don't know how to
Yeah.
ask you to join in at this point. If you feel like it, go ahead.
Well, I kind of started off with the seed, right? And I said, I it's something that I can't necessarily explain, kind of like you were referring to either earlier. Something that words are always going to fail, right?
Exactly.
Something of this, me being in this physical existence in the state that I currently am, I think hinders me from fully explaining even something that I feel on a deeper level that I just can't articulate properly.
Let me ground you. Let me ground
So
you.
give me a
I
second.
know you're an ether guy, right? You and me, we're both ether people.
Right. Well, I was
Right.
going to get there, man. I was just trying to get
Oh,
it
okay.
out.
Okay. Yeah. Fuck me. Go ahead, man. Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, like I start from this like overarching lack of comprehension at the most fundamental level because I don't know if I or anybody has the ability to comprehend that, right? Honestly. And then we have what seems to be what most people would call energy in some way, shape, or form. Everybody tends to have a inability to really define that word, but it seems to be a word that is the most understood but never defined word in our language.
Yes.
Right? So I think
Yes.
that's kind of where that starts from. And from that becomes this dance, if you will, of
That's my choice of words. That's literally my choice of words. Dance. Yes. Okay,
sure.
go on.
So like a dance, if you will, that moves in a way that is structured, order, but freeform all in one, meaning that it is a song that as it is played can only progress through the chords, through the spaces between the chords and the off notes that force the progression to
Yeah,
move.
you might be out of rhythm, right? Like you want to stay in rhythm with the universe itself.
I mean, I think what Napalm's saying is both at the same time, honestly.
Yeah, because the progression of anything has to come from a upheaval of perfect homeostasis or harmony, right? If everything is in perfect harmony, nothing is changing, and the only way that things change is through a slight bit of disharmony to move things in another direction. And that's kind of this universe, this one song that we're all a part of and playing our chords and our octaves in this larger super pooler dance of this energetic experience that we have. And I don't know, it seems to me as though all of these ancillary things, or especially in the material side of it, the things that we can analyze, quantify, all of the variety of that seems to stem from the flip side of that, which seems to me to start at an energetic level. And there's some sort of gray area or line in between that we really can't figure out, define, or people have already picked a side and don't want to have a legitimate conversation about that aspect of it. Everybody wants to talk about either the metaphysical, the physical, but never really seeming to have this conversation about the interplay between the two and where that line is kind of drawn.
Yeah,
Right.
both.
That's the only way that we have these conversations on the physical side of it. So I think it's always kind of a lack, and maybe that's kind of where I don't want to say paradox, right? I know you
Yeah,
would
yeah.
I know you
Oh,
would say paradox, but I don't want to
yeah, you
I
know
don't
it. You know it. Yeah.
I don't think it is a paradox, because I think
Me either.
a
Me either.
paradox would lead one to believe that there is no purpose. And I really think that one of the starting points of finding purpose in this life is realizing that the meaning and purpose to be here is to first start to realize that you do have purpose and meaning, and then go from there.
Oh, you know what? You know what, Napalm? You're done. Okay? You did it. Okay? I mean,
The journey is never over, my friend.
He's really good. He's really good with words. Like,
Napalm,
really good.
Napalm, man. Like, I've thought about this hardcore, and I can tell based on what you just said, your inflections, your pauses, your prolonged like considerations before you say your next word. I can tell you've gone as far as a person can, and I can meet you there. Not that we've established it verbally here. Yeah, honestly, guys, honestly,
No,
I
no,
mean,
no. Don't
no,
say that he's reached the limit. Like, this dude could still go further.
yeah, well, as much as you might want to like caution me against saying such a thing, I just want to tell you, Napalm. I think that I think that there is I think that there is this guy told me not to do this. I'm gonna do it anyways. I honestly think that you can delve as far as you can using rationality as your tool, and I think there is something that people have done where they explore a certain trajectory of reasoning and they get as far as logic can take them. And I think that in this specific trajectory, you got there. There is getting it. I don't know. Like, people might want to warn me against that, but sorry, I think that myself and Napalm in certain directions have gone as far as can be traveled in certain directions of reasoning through rationality, things out. And I'm not saying there's an answer at the end of the rainbow. You'll never get there. You're left with just a choice between this or that. And that, but you realize the end isn't a single thing. It's a fork in the road. And you realize, you just get to a point where it's like, you know what? Both are equally valid, and as long as I'm alive, I'll never know which one is right. And then after that, you say, I have a hope. Once you go as far as you can, in rationalizing things, all you can say is, I really hope that after I die, I come to some realization, post life. That's really all you can hope for. You can get so far while alive using rationality and logic as a tool, as a device you rely upon and utilize, and that can take you so far while you're alive. Hopefully, all the questions that we seek answers to are answered, post death or whatever. But I mean, here's the thing about all deepest philosophical concepts. There's no answer. The world's a fucking joke, okay? The world's a joke. Where you're trapped in a mystery with no answer that's available as long as you're alive. All you can do is hope that the answer is provided when like after you're alive, post death. And really all you can do is go with your gut feeling and hope you make the right choice, and maybe both people on opposite sides will go with the gut feeling and then end up in the same place after death. Because honestly, guys, have you guys not realized this? This was the point I was making earlier upon. There's this philosopher talking about free will. There's this philosopher talking about determinism. Oh, they both have great points, but they contradict each other, and they both make great points. They contradict each other, and they both seem correct when you view it from their perspective. And it's like, well, how can one be right in all these points and how that they make, and how can the other one be so right? And how can reality somehow balance the fact that both opinions are correct, even they're opposing philosophies? And it's like, because reality is, someone called me out a second ago. Reality in itself is a paradox, and there really is no getting to the bottom of it while alive. And we can only hope that after we're alive, all the final answer is given to us. But that wouldn't even make sense. It's a crazy world, guys. You guys not realize how fucking crazy this place is? Every
Yeah, but I
good
think
thing
that's
go
also
ahead.
where people have what they call faith step in, right? That line, you get up against that wall,
I think
and then
that's
you realize,
bullshit too,
like,
honestly.
faith.
Yeah.
Having a you
I'm
just
not
talked all about hope, and do you think the two are that far from one another?
I think optimism is totally true, and that all of your dreams will come true. But I also think all of your nightmares are true as well. I'm not calling anything false, right? I'm not calling anything false. You will, like, when you die, you will go to heaven. But you're also going to hell. And you're going to go to some place that is both. In fact,
So you
in
don't
fact,
believe in the law of non-contradiction?
well, it depends on what level, right?
Well, I mean, you can't go to heaven and not heaven at the same time.
Well, okay, so I thought of a really powerful image I can paint for people visually today. So, because Quantum of Conscience, the YouTube channel, is talking about the yin yang symbol today, and it made me think about something as I was listening to him. So, let me break this down for you. If you have a digital art software where you can, like, draw images and animate them, you can make a line bend, flex, whatever. You got this digital art software. You can make and what I'm gonna ask you to imagine right now is a white circle. Okay? You can even say a white circle with a black outline. Okay?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Okay, a white circle in the center of the frame with a black outline. Now, we're talking about a digital representation of that. If it spins, so if I show you a white circle with a black outline, and then I show you and that white circle with a black outline is stationary, and then I put side by side to the left of it or the right of it a white circle with a black outline that is spinning, can't tell the difference, can you? On a digital representation, there's literally no difference.
Yeah, you mean like a two-dimensional?
Yeah, two-dimensional on a computer screen, a white circle with a black outline. There's like a black ring with a white
Okay.
circle interior.
Okay.
Whether it's stationary or spinning, no difference.
Yeah,
You literally couldn't tell the difference. I mean, does that not speak volumes to you about reality? That
Yeah, so
like
reality is similar in that there's things that are deeper in reality that we cannot distinguish. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the thing is, there is distinguishability about reality, right? I mean, I'm me, you're you. This is this, that is that.
So some
I'm
things are distinguishable and some things aren't.
right, and so obviously, reality isn't. I mean, reality is obviously one single thing, but there's imaginary divisions, like a line drawn in the sand. We all know all is one and one is all. And so the only division that things have is like imaginary. Because if you say like, what's the difference between me and you, or this brick from that brick in a building, someone saying they're both the same thing is equally correct as saying they're separate things. Yeah, I mean, there's see there's two different perspectives, and they're both equally valid. There's the perspective of saying they're different, and I can distinguish their separateness by the mortar between them, and then there's the distinction, not the distinction, but the identification of them as saying no, everything is everything in reality is reality, because there's one thing that all things have in common. And I'd actually like to question the whole room on this. Does anyone disagree with the statement that there is always at least one thing everything has in common? Anyone want to disagree with that?
Sounds reasonable to me.
So we have this word reality, and no matter what you point towards, there's not a single thing where if you were to argue against my point, but I mean everything you point to, you would say, is that reality? I say yes, that is reality. Go ahead and point your finger towards anything. Say, oh, that's not reality. Oh, I mean, how are you going to do that, right? So no matter what philosophical, framework you're coming from, everyone speaks English, and no matter who you are, as long as you speak English, we can all say that's reality. That's a part of reality. That's a part of reality. And so, I mean, as long as you speak English and understand the definition of those words, it's like, yeah, all is one, or at least everything has something in common. I mean, and then it's a short skip and a hop to get to ether, or whatever.
Yeah, so you're saying, for example, like there's a brick in the building that I'm in, and that brick shares with the Pacific Ocean the idea that they're both in reality. So, in a sense, the Pacific Ocean and this one brick still, even though they seem very different and are in different locations and are different sizes and everything, they're both in reality. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely, dude. There's just no denying it at the most fundamental correlation that this is one thing. You know what I mean? Not that in a practical sense, because there's always the practical sense that like I'm me, you're you, this is this, that is that, and they're different. Sure, no big deal. I get it. But this, you know, there's one thing that all conversations point towards, and it's just an understanding. Someone said it earlier. And Carl Jung, I could link you to this lecture if you want. I could do it sometime soon. Carl Jung said, the deepest philosophical truths can only be expressed through paradoxical sentences. And I mean that's the weirdest part about it. Like you can break syntax. A human can do it, but a calculator can't. right? Like a calculator literally just can't break logic, but a human actually is able to break logical syntax orderings, and that this is this in touchness. This is just this connection that humans have that a machine could never have, where you just realize that there's more than logic, because there's an equal amount of absurdity as there is to logic in this world. Is the word meaningful? Is the world meaningless? You know what? Don't pick a side. That's my advice. Do things happen for a reason? Do things happen meaninglessly? Is there a purpose to life? Is life purposeless? I'd advise everyone to not pick a side, because there's a layer above it that
Dude, I
is.
got muted for saying stuff like this. Dude, go on. Tell me, like, what the purpose or non-purposeful meaning of life is. Like, why
The
is it?
thing is, if you're gonna pick a side, I'm not gonna call you wrong, because if you pick either side, I see where you're coming from, and you're not even incorrect, because you're totally fine picking either side, but you're not about to pick a side and say the other side is.
You are full of nothing but jibber jabber. Like, literally, like,
Okay.
non-meaningful shit back and forth. Like,
Okay.
yeah, if I take a side, I will get muted. You will be allowed to go.
I don't want you to be all butthurt about special treatment I'm getting. I'll shut up if it bothers you that much. I have been ranting, so I should probably stop.
Yeah, you definitely fucking talking meaningless dribble. Yet you're allowed to go.
I'm just trying my best, man. I'll shut up if it bothers you.
Don't shut up because of me. Just dribble on.
Well, I mean, do you mind if I ask you a question?
What?
Do you think that there's a? Do you think that let me ask you this in two different manners. So one
Oh,
on
that's
the
dribble on its surface. You're already prefacing it with
No.
dribble.
I'll make sense. I'll make sense. I just want you to answer this question from two different perspectives. I'll make it concise. I promise. So, I want you to speak for yourself, and then I want you to speak for humanity, which is pretend, of course. But I just want you to entertain that you can speak for all of humanity. So,
Why
what I
could I
want you
do
to
that? How could I do that? All of
no,
humanity. How could I
yeah.
speak for all of humanity?
I want you to just pretend to entertain that perspective. You don't have to if you don't want to, but
No,
I'm gonna
it's
ask.
a ridiculous claim. It's dribble.
I understand. Like, there's no way you could. I just want you to try if you want. It's voluntary. It's totally voluntary. You don't have to.
Fine,
But the
fine.
first
Go
part.
ahead. Ask your question. Jesus Christ,
Okay.
you have the floor.
Okay. I mean. Okay. So when it comes to you living your life, do you think that you have a duty? And then the second part is, do you think humanity has any sort of duty that it should try to accomplish?
As far as a duty, no, I think it's optional. I think you have a choice in whether or not you're going to do what's right or versus what's wrong. So, like, right and wrong is different than a duty. So you can you can make the right choice or you can make the wrong choice. Now, if you make the right choice, that might fit into what you're talking about as a duty. But if you want to go against the grain and you want to do the wrong thing, the wrong choice, you want to hurt people for your own benefit and your own gain, like, yeah, no, there might be a situation that's like laid out for you.
Well, how do you separate what's right and what's wrong without associating it to some sort of
If you
duty.
do, it's easy. It has to do with harm. Like if you can do better for yourself without harming others, you've done no wrong. But if
Well,
it takes preying on others, whether or not they're woke enough to understand the situation, if it takes preying on others and using them, usury is a major thing. So like,
what?
if you are
Uh-huh.
using usury in order to gain for yourself, you are going against like everything that nature has put into
So,
place. Like,
so
and
how do you factor in unintended consequences which are unavoidable?
no, the options are always there. It's not
Yeah, but
unavoidable.
no,
It's
but,
not
no, but
unavoidable. It's not
un,
unavoidable.
but
You
how
have the
it
choice to
is.
choose.
Wait. Do you disagree that unintended consequences are unavoidable?
No, what unintended consequences are you speaking of?
Um, not. I'm not trying to bullshit you, but do you know everything?
No, but do you think that what
Uh,
happens to be um coincidence? Are you coincidence theorist? Or do you think
no,
that or in the
no, right.
overall do you think that in the overall people are fairly guidable and understood and usable? Like do you think that we can like determine trends and shit like that? Do you think that this stuff happens on its own?
Um, not not entirely, but absolutely to some degree. But I want to draw you back to that point that you agree with me on that, you know, whenever someone makes a choice, there's going to be the
No,
consequences that were there's going to
I,
be the consequences that were intended, like I'm choosing to do this action because I think it'll have this consequence, this intended, happening,
a
when I do
consequence.
this it'll lead to that.
Consequence.
But
Consequence.
but the fact that everything is connected, and the fact that everyone's in a state of ignorance to the happenings as a result, as what is attached on a
No,
universal
no, no, no,
sense.
no. Hold on. That was the word right there.
There's
That's the one that's going
there's
to trigger me.
there's always going to be unintended consequences to any action or choice you make.
No,
So
no. But you
you
talked
just got to
about
go.
the ignorance of people. You talked about the ignorance. So
Yeah,
like that's a
unintended
very
consequences,
important.
man. Every choice you make will have unintended consequences.
Why are they ignorant?
Because no one knows everything all at once.
No. So you're gaining. Look, you are ignoring the idea that their ignorance is intentional and that they are being steered. Like everything.
Ignorance isn't always intentional. I mean, it's inherent. Ignorance
Ignorance is a
isn't
choice. It's not.
no
No,
no.
no. It's not inherent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ignorance
No,
ignorance. Hey, what color is my mother's eyes?
as an adult, you can
What
choose
what
to be
color what
educated.
color are what color are my mother's eyes?
I don't know, but listen,
Yeah, you're ignorant, and that's not your choice.
listen. The question
You're
becomes:
ignorant
it's
of
about
knowledge of
choice.
what
It's
the
about
color
choice.
of my mother's eyes
It's
are.
about choice. The question is about choice.
It's not a choice. No,
So
no. You're inherently ignorant. Every human is inherently ignorant of everything they don't know because everyone only knows what they know, which isn't everything. So
can you let me ask my question?
because I mean it's really
Instead
simple
of talking
though.
about your mother's eyes, like they're beautiful, by the way.
Everyone is knowledgeable on so much and unknowledgeable or ignorant, for another choice of words, on another set of information.
Your mom's eyes is what attracted me to her in the first place.
You must be both.
Like it's
Everyone must be both. everyone must be, by no choice of themselves, everyone must be knowledgeable to a certain degree and ignorant to a certain degree of
Oh, yeah,
reality.
you're right. You have a certain amount of uncertainty, correct?
Okay, so I'm understood as correct in what I said before. You
But
have no,
but
your
your
question
mom's
is
eyes have
resolved.
nothing to do with it, unless you're trying to mislead me in some way.
I'm not trying to mislead you. I was only trying to make a point that everyone is ignorant to a certain degree of reality, which means that every choice you make will have unintended consequences. Inherently, in every choice, there is unintended consequences.
Look,
You don't know all of the consequences that will happen. You have a certain target sort of consequences. I buy my mother a ruby necklace and it will make her happy. That is the intended consequence.
I gave
But
your
what is
mom I
unintended
gave your mom a
is
fucking
that
pearl
you.
necklace.
I mean, that's kind of inappropriate, dude, and kind of distracting from the point we're making on a more
Yeah,
serious
you're
topic here.
distracting. You are distracting from the point.
No, you
That's
talking
why I
about
did it.
mothers and pearl necklaces in a sexual manner is inappropriate.
Yeah,
And
I did that intentionally to try to bring
hey,
you
man,
back to the conversation.
hey, man, hey, man, I'm gonna take a back seat for the rest of the night. Just listen. I'm done talking. I'll just listen to you guys. Carry on. I'll have a fun time listening.
Your intentions, no, you're gonna literally just bow out because you recognize of the fact that you are being semantical. Go ahead, do that. How do you know I didn't give your mom an actual pearl necklace? How do you know that, like, me and her aren't, like, close like that? I might have bought her one. Like, real pearls. Beautiful. And I'm just tired of people talking semantic bullshit here all the time. Fundamental, you're one of them. Uh, Apocryphon, you're one of them. All the Glovers, you're one of them. like, it's just, it's all fucked up around here. There's no truth involved in anything. It's about what you can back up in semantics. You the most semantic person wins. In fact, the reason why this place has so much popularity right now, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I left 24/7, but they're holding people to like reality over there. Um, the reason why this place wins is because we don't hold anything to anybody. You're allowed to say anything you want and get away with it. Nobody challenges it, and you're not literally allowed to challenge that person without being a dick. Whatever they want to believe, that's what's true. That's semantic. You can create your own citation. You can be the citation. Not allowed to challenge it. Sounds pretty woke to me. Like I sound like a dude. I look like a dude, but you know, tomorrow I'm gonna be a woman, and you're not allowed to question me on that. I'm about to be like the top female fucking carpenter in the universe. Like, like even on Pluto, I'm gonna be the best carpenter, female carpenter on Pluto tomorrow. And if you want to challenge me on that, like, go ahead. I dare you. How dare you? Seeing as how this is the third time I've been muted. Like I'm waiting for the third time actually. Like all of you anti flat earthers and all of you naysayers and this shit that come in here to trollers, right? Like literally I don't give a fuck about what you have to say. I literally hope that you never procreate and that you just cease to exist from here on out. Well, by the way, that's not a far fetched fucking hope either, because none of you will fucking procreate. You losers. You'll never meet a woman. Ever. You all worry about overpopulation. It's not going to happen because it's a bunch of internet dweebs who are afraid of women. Could never actually talk to them. Go ahead and talk about special relativity all you want, dweeb.
Yo, hey, go to bed. Good night.
I'd love to talk to you. Are you one of them? Are you celibate? Never met a woman? Incel? You insolent fuckers don't have any fucking say in society. You have no reason to speak. You'll never procreate. How can you dare to talk about what's best for our children when you will never, ever, ever procreate yourself or have a child? Yeah, go ahead and keep swipe. Go ahead and keep swiping left or right or whatever it is that you do on fucking your dating apps. You know, like if you think that's gonna work, have fun. I have no idea. Never done it. Online dating is a dead end. It's the end of procreation. Like you guys, every girl that you fuck is gonna take the fucking afterbirth pill. You know what I mean? They're gonna do that. You're never gonna procreate ever. You're not gonna pass your genes on. You're not gonna have a child. You're not gonna have a fucking family. You're not gonna have a life. Good for you. The only chance you have to have a baby is by accident, and then you're gonna have to pay child support the rest of your life. Hey, since I'm pushing buttons and not been checked, um, all anti-flat earthers are incels. They're like Beavis and Butthead. They will like literally just yeah, yeah. Just troll every fucking woman throughout their entire life and never score. Right? Like they're like the biggest buttheads of all of reality, and they're here to troll us, flat earthers. Go and fuck yourself. Nobody cares about you. You have no fucking saying in anything whatsoever. And if you think you're winning, huh, talk to Charlie Sheen and Hunter Biden. You know, like, what? Go ahead and win with them. Yeah, I honestly hope you guys get so depressed that you never return to such a forum as this. I want you to contemplate your own lives and question whether or not it's worth living. I want you to think about your carbon footprint and say, "Hey, my footprint is bigger than what I'm worth." I want you to do that. That's what I hope for. I want you to just disappear because voluntarily you decided that you're not worth it. That's what I hope for all of you. funny how this place all it like becomes quiet when they start questioning their own existence. When they start going, "Holy shit, am I an incel? Am I somebody that no woman would ever pay attention to? Am I somebody who is only here to disrupt society and its advancement?" You know, like everybody becomes quiet, and you get attacked if you do that. If you claim that people are here for those purposes, yeah, that's what all of you Globers are here for. You're all insolent fucks. Just go ahead and keep masturbating to like whatever fucking porn you get. You'll never procreate. Ever. No woman wants you. Ever. None. Even the ones who agree with you, they don't want you. Get fucked, Globers. Try to get fucked.
Hello. Hey, Kosho. Hey, buddy.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing.
Test, anybody there? Test, anybody there? Test. Test. Anybody there?
Wake up, people.
Stupid.
Yo.
Is that Roof?
Yeah, just having dinner. But we're around when I have dinner. It's like 3 o'clock over there or something.
I literally just, like, I'm conscious now. What's going on?
Yeah, not much.
Yep. That's good. Oh. Time you got over there?
Hmm?
You guys use time, right?
Yes, we do use time. It's 6:44 p.m.
6:44. Gotcha. Cool. It's 4:44. Yeah.
Jesus.
Right here.
You should go to bed.
Yeah, I just woke up. We're trying to work out calculations right now. Let's do it.
You are, or I am.
Done. What's up?
So you are working out calculations?
No. No, it's just saying you're usually working on some sort of. Oh, you're not?
Or I'm asking you guys to do some calculations. Wouldn't
No,
that be a novel idea?
You had
I've
a
got
novel idea?
calculation for you.
Somebody
I've
else.
got a calculation for you. I've got a calculation for you to try and work out.
Yeah.
Let me just post a photo in the chat. You have to work out where I am on Earth based on this information. It is, I am. Yeah, you can see everything that's important in the photo.
Yeah, Dead Sea.
That's it. Straight away gets it. I didn't know it was
Crazy.
below sea level. I'm
No.
at negative 273. I'm still maybe not 100 meters off the water level. And I'm it's almost 300 meters below sea level. That's insane.
Salton Sea's under
Anyway,
sea level as well.
Yes. Yeah, and some of Holland.
You have a barometer on your phone? Curious to see what the air pressure is.
Yes, I was wondering that. I've got one, I think, on my speed and distance navigation. Elevation isn't quite it. Fitness, no. Trip data.
My guess would be 1,030.
Aviation, it might be.
1030.
Barometer, here we go.
1030.
1026.
Hey, close.
Picture of them? Sure. Sorry, better go back on mute. We're just going to have coffee now. I'll chat to you guys in a bit when I'm going again.
Cool.
What did he get you some? Where in the world was Carmen San Diego question?
Yeah, it's the Dead Sea. It's way under sea level.
It's like down under.
Down under.
Dead Sea is pretty awesome, man.
Buoyancy and density, eh?
The salts are also supposed to have some kind of amount of gold in it. Apparently.
It's super dense water though, because of the salt.
The special salt. I don't know. I see a lot of things that are like that's sort of like Dead Sea salts. Yeah. You think that's just all hype?
Has a density of 1.24 kilograms per liter. And that's around about the same as the density of the human body. Oh, excuse me.
So that's where eggshells is now, Dead Sea.
Yeah.
That's cool.
He must have been a big port trip.
Been stuck somewhere for a minute, right? When you're stuck for like a week waiting for a ferry or some bikes to arrive or some fresh horses.
When's the next Artemis mission, people? Artemis 2. November 2024.
You waiting for anything special with that one?
No. Can't wait for the denial.
I just don't understand the actual original moon landings. Like their photography setup doesn't make sense to me, man. Like if you're gonna go somewhere, you'd bring all types of optics, you know. So you see some long distances, some short distances. You wouldn't just bring like 185 millimeter lens with you. You're going in
Maybe they should bring you on as an advisor.
You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you think like anywhere you fucking go, you'd be like, oh, let me see what's real far away there. Yeah. Like if you were a scout or an explorer or something like that. Think you're an early explorer. You might have a selection of different optics to use.
I think the
But
fact
would you
that they
want
didn't
something
pretty
like?
sus, hey?
I mean, do you know how far away you need to be away from somebody to take a shot with 85 millimeter lens from a
Probably work
Hasselblad
it
for your
out.
chest? That's like, I don't know, man.
That's what I was going to do is work out the who was it? Someone, Troubling Tribune. No, it was Shane. Shane was showing me yesterday these videos from Dave Weiss, and it was allegedly 4K drone footage, right? But the sun took up maybe, I don't know, 20% of the screen, right? So he's clearly cropped footage. At which point you can't really call it 4K. No, it only zooms to 48 millimeters. 48 millimeters. 48 millimeters is.
Well, you could also have like
degrees.
something else going on where the sun's looking bigger than it is.
No, it's pretty close to
Yeah,
sunset.
The sun can look bigger at sunset. Yes, it can.
Pretty much zero glare at sunset most of the time.
I mean, I've been in Kansas.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
Hey?
Never mind.
Right.
Just saying that I was in Kansas, near the winter, and the sunset was just like one of the biggest sunsets I've ever seen. Like the sun magnified in size, not actual. Didn't really change size. It's an illusion, man. But is it possible that a drone could capture something like that?
No.
Sure, I got you.
Pretty much.
Yeah, what do I do with all these notes that I take when people talk shit?
Like on profile, you put
I
add
just
note
write
on
them on
profile.
pieces of paper. Like, you know, if you
Oh.
were talking about some complicated shit, I'd be writing it down maybe. Or, you know,
Right.
somebody will say something. I'll just be like, I don't know those words.
You
I'm
don't
going
have
to
a
write them down.
computer?
The cat yoga.
The cat yoga.
Totally.
Yeah.
Nice. You don't have a computer to put them on?
Oh, sure, but why do that?
I don't know.
You know,
I've
it's
got
so
little,
nice. I'm like,
what's his name? I got little, what do you call it? Dossiers on some people.
nice. That'll be helpful.
Hmm.
Yeah. This stuff's never helpful. But like, it's funny because like years go by and I'm still like, oh yeah, here's like 2014. These are like, you know, things. Why do we play this game? You know, like we think that we're the CIA or something. Yeah. Citizen CIA. We profile you through dossier. Anyway, it's just like, you know, I've got like a whole like little just drawings and shit. You know what I mean? Sometimes, and
Yeah.
I just want to throw them out, but I should probably auction them off because they're obviously beautiful one
Exactly.
pieces of art.
Do you know what I have to do? As brilliant as a mathematician as I am, I still have to draw a triangle to do trig. Like I can't do that shit in my head.
That's all right. I don't do trig.
I know.
Like I probably do trig, but not with math. I probably do like triadic or harmony in music. That is probably just about as tough as trig is dealing with three things. But who cares?
I find that there's a significant overlap between flat earthers and people that can't do trig. I think there's a causal relationship.
Think so? What's the cause?
Flat earthers can't do math.
I can do math though. Will I do it on purpose though?
I do.
Do you use it for work?
No. I used to.
Yeah. I mean, I've used math for different things like that.
Literally use calculus at my job.
Then again, like, also there's like lots of, just in 3D design stuff, like just working in that domain, there is like calculus and trig that occurs like behind the scenes in a lot of these programs, if you will.
Yeah.
Like just to do the shape manipulations, and you know, sometimes we're not aware that we're trigging.
They're usually matrix transformations, those things.
Matrix transformations? No, I mean not like. I mean, if you're trying to engineer like a shape, I don't know, man. So, what's the loveliness? I mean, like, I don't even. It's just weird. I'm not curious about what trig or calculus are going to do for me. Isn't that crazy?
I don't know. I'll speak generally, right? Flat earthers in general will say they don't want to be flat earthers. If you don't want to be a flat earther, learn some trig, some mathematics, geometry.
I know geometry.
Okay.
I built like fucking Cartesian 3D printer robots and stuff, and worked on the firmwares and stuff and did dev for that. So like, you know, I guess that's just like, you know, it's not like I use it all the time though. I don't know.
But the thing I tagged you in, right? If you could answer that, yeah.
Like I got time for your puzzles.
Yeah.
I wish I had time for your puzzles. I go off on tangents all the time, man. Come on.
Jay. From Tish.
Got something to do with trig, doesn't it?
No. Yeah, you can do trig with tangents, yeah.
Use different signs and different other signs that they call cosines. They're like signs that go along with signs. I'm just making a joke right now, but no, I'm aware of things.
There you go. There's a tangent.
Yep. I will. What do you want me to do? Become good at trig for you?
Well, I'm having a good day, so I'm here altruistically. It's for you, for you to learn some trig and not be a flat earther anymore.
Okay, sweet. I say feel good about your trig. Go ahead. So, what are you finding in trig that's telling you about the size and shape of the place you live?
First thing that I tagged you in, the measurable drop.
Don't do this.
Yeah.
Don't measurable drop it, please.
Well, if you answer that question, you'll see.
That's the sole value of this that I should learn. Got people can't even use total stations or diadolytes in their proper use case, and
what do you mean?
Then they're gonna apply some kind of math to that.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Actually, look at my slides. There we go. Why do we use 7/6R?
You wanna?
Well, read it.
Well, read it.
Yeah. Got a debate on Saturday.
Oh.
Fun.
And they realize I'm
do?
like something like 20 minutes removed from being awake.
Yeah. Is it 5 o'clock there now?
Yeah.
You're on East Coast? Fuck. What are you doing?
I'm not exactly sure.
Mm.
Probably gonna make some coffee right now.
Sorry, you've woken up or you haven't gone to bed?
No, I've woken up.
Oh, okay, good. Phew.
I don't think that there are many people that can like wake up and talk on this thing quite like I can, but I have my off days too. Let me just get some coffee going.
How about I do this one for my debate on Saturday? Let's do that. I forget who I'm up against. Hold on. It is Jim, who can just fuck off, and Dan the Waterman. Jim's just going to ramble about relativity and Lorentz contraction, that sort of shit.
Yeah.
And he's well aware I don't give a shit.
Yeah, Lorentz contractions. I learned about them in Lamar's class.
Nice. Nice. My wife is too posh to push, as they say.
Who's they? They just say that.
That's they say it. We did have triplets though, so that's kind of a mandatory.
Is that like triplets?
Yeah.
3 of a kind?
One of them. Where'd you go? No, three embryos put in.
Yeah. That's crazy. I ran into a woman who had 5 kids, five tuplets, quintuplets, they call them. That's too many. But they're all like the same looking, and that was very weird. I've never seen 5 of the same looking person before that. I think it's rare to even see triplets.
Well, ours were not natural, so yeah.
No.
You're gonna post some memes. Let's go some memes. Good meme.
I wonder how natural like just twins are.
1 in 80, I think it is, something like that.
And like natural triplets got to be
real. 1 in 1,000.
Is that 1 in 1,000? Right?
Something like that. Yeah. Let me Google it. Naturally, twins occur about 1 in 250. Sure, it was better than that.
Let's take the R10 of that.
Yeah.
Figure some shit out. How can we use trigonometry to figure out some twins?
These are the big questions. There you go. Yeah, 1 in 250, 1 in 300, thereabouts. Oh, let's watch the ISS go by, shall we?
So you're using areas of triangles to determine ratios?
Or in those 4 slides, the perspective one?
I'm literally going to wake up and then 20 something minutes, I'm going to try and learn trig from the basis.
Awesome.
We got our sine, cosine, tangent, arc, a couple of letters nobody probably uses. These are all representative of like adjacent angles ratio.
Stop it, Tower.
All right. It's like if you're going to get dirty, I don't need to fucking around. Just I'm trying to make an honest effort here.
Yeah.
Suck your own toe. I don't care.
Oh, I think there's a kitty trying to come in. What's that? Yeah. Come. Oh, excuse me.
Like, I definitely use sine waves, right? Like, I just want to know. I want to know about the sine waves first before we get into all the other bits.
Are you taking a piss? Okay. I thought the Discord noise filter was pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah.
All right, I'll try that again. What about running on eggshells? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego game? What about that?
Yeah. Yep.
He's got to wear the hat.
Oh, wow, the Dead Sea is shrinking.
Did you ever play a game?
I did back in school. Yep.
Like
on the
in
Apple
school,
II,
like
I think it was.
Damn, all right,
Apple
you are
II.
old. I thought you were. Not everybody knows about this Carmen Sandiego shit. They're not gonna know either.
The Dead Sea is has 60% of the surface area that it had 100 years ago.
Whoa. Probably all that beauty cream people making.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Be out of beauty cream in a while. That shit will cost hundreds of dollars a drop.
Yeah. Fucking joke. Should
There
send you a
are
photo of my wife's bathroom. Shit everywhere. Yeah, I know. Just fucking literally, it's a room. We got separate bathrooms, and her bathroom is fucking just floor to ceiling fucking makeup bullshit. It's a joke. Who's that guy? Hyvanets, maybe. Trying to agree to the terms in Earth Awakenings. Right. Hmm.
adjacent to hypotenuse ratio. Hey, that's cosine, huh?
Adjacent hypotenuse. Yeah. Where do you have to go?
That's the of your SOHCAHTOA.
It's the key.
Smart cookie. Is the cosine of 45 degrees the same as the sine of 45 degrees?
Yes.
Ain't
Yes,
that
it
shit
is.
confusing then?
Not
What we
really.
should call it?
Who's a mod? You're not a mod, are you?
Omnisine, Omnicode, regular sine. And there's that
Who
song.
is a mod? Gee, it's probably asleep, isn't he? Yeah. Globus. I'll tag Globus. He's an Aussie. What is it? Hyvantes. Oops. Hang on. Lewis, can you give balance to? Oops. Pretty please.
All right. Griff, watch out. Coffee's happening.
All right. Cool.
Slowly boiling. You got to turn the heat up. That makes it boil faster. A lot of people leave that out. You know, they're like, if you make water hot, it boils. And that's not true.
Mm.
You can fail at boiling water. By the way, I've done that. Anybody?
Yeah.
Huh? Admit that to yourself. Yeah, admit you've failed at boiling water once or twice.
Yes.
You know, just be a man. It's easy.
It's Terry. Terry's probably awake as well. Or Terry. Can you give balance to? Oh, Terry's only in live stream mode. Probably can't give balance. Oh, Napalm. Oh, Napalm be asleep, wouldn't he?
Yeah, Nippon, he's sleeping. Too early yet for Terry.
Terry? That's pretty good, by the way. That's pretty impressive.
I think I'm doing a better job than other people who are like, I'm from Texas, see? I do things in Texas. You know? People from everywhere, you know, Australia, Canada, Ireland. I've heard some Ireland, Texas. You know what I mean? I love it. That's what we're known for. Hooah. That in the California, that's pretty good. People know the California. I mean, but it's like people don't even speak like that anymore. Well, maybe they do some places, but they're not like, bro, I'll say, like
all merging. That's all good. All the accents merging. There's still like a deep South accent, which I love.
Yeah. Oh, there's accents still around there, but I guess they soften over time a little bit. You're right.
All right. I'm going to go do something constructive. You should go to work or something as well.
All right.
All right.
Get them doggies. Cool.
Get them doggies. Yeah.
It's eggshells. You're on the road again there, Willie Nelson? What's up? Yeah. Does the water take a little longer to boil sometimes? Feels like it's doing that. Guess it's pretty shitty bubbles. They are bubbles. All right. It's kind of interesting. I've known about the MEMS accelerometers that are used in phones. They're little microchip arrays, whatever. I'm not really sure, but there's a MEMS pressure sensor also that uses electrostatic levitation to work. It's in your phone right now. Electrostatic levitating to deduce something. And that is what's up. You gonna try to talk this time? Mic check. Yeah, some of these birds, there's just no need for it. You know, yammering the fuck on. They're not talking to anybody else. It's like it's trying to talk to worms. Like, hey, come on, worms, wake up. Get the fuck up. Come on, worms. Weird. Nature's alarm clock. Yeah, it's weird. I got like bad joint problems, you know, little arthritis going on, high barometric pressure. Lower barometric pressure, this doesn't happen. That's all I'm about. And screw you, Brewhiff. Just leave. I'm about to drink a bunch of coffee. Fuck that.
I am here, but my mic will be terrible.
It was okay for a second, anyway. Were you on a bike?
Well, there'll be patches.
Okay.
Yep.
You're on a headset.
Yeah, like I'm in helmet,
You're in a helmet.
mic, and headphone setup.
Okay. That's cool. At least you're on the road again.
barometer says I'm at 1026 millibars, and I'm at negative 216 meters below mean sea level. Altogether wild to me. I knew there were places on Earth that were like below sea level, but I didn't get that they'd be that far.
You're 200 meters under sea level, sir?
Yeah. Well, I've now just gone down a hill, so I'm now 250 meters below sea level. What's she doing?
I think as long as I mute when you speak, it's better for your connection. You know what I mean? Actually, it's like if you say something, it's better than if like I have my mic open, then there's audio going back to your signal.
Yeah, I just lost you for a bit right before that. What were you saying before that?
It's better if I mute when you try to talk.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's if there's any audio problems, it's probably coming from my end because there's a bucket of wind noise. Jordan, the border later this afternoon, and Israel's will be very good.
Right. Okay, yeah, it's a little challenging, but yeah, I think we're trying to take it's a tiny drinking straw of signal that you've got going on. So I just yeah, if you want to say something, just let me know. Don't stop talking. Yeah, that must be pretty low, 215. Looking at what Salton Sea's coming up with, that's saying it's about negative 71 meters below the sea level. Wow, and then Death Valley is only 86 meters. So you're if you're 200, 215, 220, 200, whatever, that's pretty far. And that's 528. Everybody loves that for Hertz, though. I don't know why. They're going crazy for it. I kind of wonder how the electrostatic situation might work on something where you're below sea level. I wonder if it's different. There's supposed to be, allegedly, something like the difference between 200 voltage, 200 volts? 200 volts, yeah, 200 volts between the nose and your feet, just based on your height. They say. Who is they? The trigonometry also plays a very large role in music production and music theory. All music and sound waves can be modeled using trigonometric functions and their graphs. An individual note can be modeled with a sine wave, while a chord can be modeled with multiple sine waves. This graphical representation of music and sound can help engineers in several ways. First, it helps them to visualize sound. By visualizing the music, they're able to manipulate the notes of the chords using technology to change the pitch and or quality of the sound. Yeah. Second, music and sound engineers work in collaboration with architects to design practice rooms, concert halls, and even other rooms where the music is performed and practiced. These sine waves are also taken into consideration in room design. The rooms are designed to ensure that the sine waves, that's not all English characters, bounce, causing an echo, and also ensure that they don't run into each other, causing them to cancel each other out. Sine waves are also taken into consideration when speakers are being placed for the same reasons mentioned in the previous sentence. Morning, Carlos. Yo, is that kind of lame too that we're just saying that measuring height you have to use trig? That's dumb. And that's giving a little too much value to trig. Thank you. Because they were doing this like well before trigonometry. Although you could say that, they were doing it then too, because you're just calling it trigonometry. But they were using sticks to measure angles from well back in there. What have you got? Looking into Jacob's staff, also known as the double cross, also known as the pilgrim staff, for use in survey, astronomy, and navigation. All things that Trig says to be good at, because they're hiding the truth. I don't know what's going on. Good morning.
What's up? Snacks? Is that what they call you?
Yeah, that's the best thing. I sent you some videos, man, about some organic gold, gold 1, gold 2, gold 3, organo gold.
Yeah, I gotta catch up. A few people have been sent. A lot of people have been sending me videos actually and stuff. I've been working and busy, so but I'm definitely gonna catch up and watch them this weekend.
Yeah, it was like a couple days ago talking about like gold in like organic chemistry and ingestion of it. If it's just in some compounds anyway, then it gets into like oro acids. Just like there's like a couple different categories in it. And then I sent you some videos on the it's an Ormus documentary I thought you might be interested in.
Yeah, I used to be fascinated with that stuff. I wanted to make a company selling it just for plant nutrients, specifically catered to weed growers.
Yeah.
I had a whole. I still got my logo. I still got the.
Like, what made you not do that?
You know what? I don't know, man. Motivation. I got bored and started doing other things. Like I was starting to build a website, and right before about the launch, because it wasn't just that. I had other. I had hashish. I mean, not hashish. It was like before vape really got big. There wasn't any regulation on it, so I had all these different flavors of um, what would I call it? They didn't really have a name for it, but it was a mix of. It was a mix of. It was hemp, right?
Okay.
But at this time, the weed was still illegal. It was hemp with different flavors, but I was trying to use I was adding flavors to the hemp, but it wasn't. It was all natural.
Okay.
And it was gonna be used for smoking hookah. But and when I had everything ready to launch, like literally the website was about to go. I had my name registered. I got my LLC, my domain registered, everything ready. Boom! The government literally started regulating it, and it basically screwed me over. And I would have had to have saved up at least $100,000 just to start because of the permits required. Because each one of my products has to go through FDA approval, and each of my products would have, it would have been insane. I would have had to had like $1 million to start, bro.
Sure.
And it screwed me over. Before that, I was ready to start. There was no regulation on.
I mean, but you could still do the I don't know what kind of monatomic situation you're doing, but that could be broadly applied to all different types of plants, right? You grow
No,
tomatoes.
yeah, I could still do it, bro. And then you got a point, bro. You got a point. I don't know.
That stuff's amazing to me. Like, I don't know. Like this doc that I sent you is like there's a portion with like David Avocado Wolf in there. I don't know if people be talking about him, but his application of it, the honey that his trees produce and like compared to what his neighbors do is like out of control, man. Bees got to be knowing something about like super conductive shit that's in micro like flowers and stuff like that, right? They got to be talking to that stuff.
The thing is, like, I've used the stuff. I've made my. I mean, I haven't made some, but I've ordered some, and I've used my own. Like, I've mixed it with other things, with fulvic acid and shilajit. I've actually mixed it all together, into the soil. I built my own soil. I've heard about the biochar in South America that they found, and you heard about that?
I'm aware of biochar. Shilajit, yeah. Fulvic acid, yeah. But that's really like
Volcanic
the same
hummus.
thing. The same thing as fulvic acid. Shilajit is all out of 15 feet below most places that have had a forest or something like that. And that kind of ecosystem is a layer called morganite. And morganite's really that ultra mineral layer, I think.
In Tibet, it seeps out of the mountains, literally,
That's
like,
true.
and
And
there's
at those elevations and the Alti Mountains
different
too.
layers. Yeah, like you have
There's American Shilajit too. We just don't call it Shilajit.
there's high altitude shilajit, which seems to be the most pristine and the most expensive. And then the lower you get down the mountain, there's different levels of it and different nutritional profiles.
It's an
I
incredible
ordered
molecule, I think.
I've ordered
Whatever
the
the hell
Russian
it is.
one. Cheaper.
Yeah.
Russia sells shilajit for like $50 for 20 grams.
Yeah, that's out of the Caucasus Mountains.
But so basically, what I'm saying is, it will only push the plant to its genetic potential. It would just like we all have genetic potential to be great, right? But if our DNA is lacking in certain trace minerals or whatever, theoretically, whatever is missing in our bodies from when the earth was pristine, like a Garden of Eden type state, where the soil had all these trace minerals abundantly in it all over the world. Like you had like gold abundantly in the soil, and rubidium and silver and all the rare earth minerals like cesium, indium, all that stuff. Um, plants grew bigger, because they were pushed to the genetic potential, and there was a vapor canopy. There's evidence that there was actually no radiation, ironically, or less radiation. There was higher, you know, barometric pressure. There was stronger electromagnetic fields that does have a direct link and effect to our DNA. Basically, the antediluvian world was way more pristine and way more conducive for life compared to today. So you can push the plants to the genetic potential, but if you replicate the barometric pressure and you replicate the world before the flood and increase electromagnetic fields, yeah, I think that the potential is like insane, bro, for these
Yeah.
plants.
What do you reckon? I mean, so I don't disagree with anything you said, but what do you think the water, the role of water, plays, and like how do we make the most pristine water for if we have a pristine, let's say we make God's terrarium in all these ways, right? And supply with all the nutrient profiles, the energetic, whatever situation you want to get, like higher aeroelectric flow going on. This is the higher barometric pressure, right? That's what this is doing, right? And then, but what do we do to the water to take from our water to make it?
So I've this is my dream to one day be able to do this, but if you could, you'd have to get one of those barometric chambers that the artists use. I mean, not artists, athletes use. What are they called? The
Hyperbaric chamber.
hyperbaric chamber, and it would have to be big enough to be able to at least grow at least an 8x8, so you can grow a decent, harvest. And then you'd have to replicate, you know, the pressure before the flood. And the reason being is because when you increase the pressure, what happens is the cells don't have to work as hard. Like the heart don't have to work as hard to deliver nutrients to all the capillaries and the extremities of the body because it's more efficient. Everything's more efficient. The delivery of nutrients is more efficient. Everything is basically just more efficient. Like all the processes that the chemical processes, everything, it just increased. Um, and then if you add a vapor canopy where like it's like the perfect what do they call it? RH humidity, relative humidity alongside CO2 levels. There's a direct link between relative humidity and CO2, and it can push the plants even more alongside the barometric pressure to be more efficient in the delivery of nutrients. Or there's chemical reactions. I don't know all the chemistry behind it, but the stomata are open, during certain times of the day, and it's directly linked to the relative humidity and the CO2 levels.
CO2 levels. Okay, gotcha.
So like, yeah, it's real. But things aren't as pristine as they used to be. And then and then the light spectrum also has an effect. You want full spectrum lights. You want the UVA, UVB a little bit, and then you want the photo red, the photo red, and there's another red, deep red. Deep red, 840 millimeter, some shit. I don't know, but yeah. So then you would do that plus the soil, right? And then you just see what the plants do.
And then you'd be like, you built your soil though up too. Yeah. So yeah, I just think it's just amazing. It's the type of stuff like a lab could be doing, and it's the type of stuff that somebody could be doing in a closet too. It's very high work, in my opinion.
Because the Bible says that before the flood there wasn't rain. It was just the dew of the morning, the mist that would come in the morning. That's what gave the plants water. All over the world, actually, there was like a dew. There was like a mist.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can kind of do things like this using like ultrasonic misters, There's
Yeah.
actually something I happened upon a stupid book that was about I think PepsiCo doing some kind of like basically like a World Expo, which is akin to like a World's Fair, and maybe it was Brussels. I don't really know, but it's just the chapters I thought were really cool, and actually what sort of made the whole thing like multi-year, like a study basically, is that they had big ponds basically filled with these mechanisms that were just like ultrasonic mist generators. You've seen these, like they're practical and they're used a lot. Like now, this is 1985 when this occurred. This idea. So they would basically just flood the area with mist, and using it as a partial idea, because this is Pepsi and they're working with UNESCO because they're all trying to take over the world, Pinky. And then so anyway, this is something that works. You can just create the fog, and then the fog is actually a better way of doing irrigation than other ways.
Yeah, that's already a fact, bro. It's called aeroponics. I'm pretty sure. It's more efficient than hydroponics.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a fact by now for grows, yeah, but not. I mean, nobody really uses it for like outside, like in a pond, and a whole like flooding like a field with mist as a way to water it. I don't think people do that too much today.
I know there was a guy like in the 1800s that did something where he had a greenhouse and he had a mini tomato plant, like the mini tomatoes, and he did something to the environment, and I don't recall exactly what it was, but it had to do with the light, and he took the radiation away and magnified. I don't know what he did. I don't know if he used mirrors or what, but he was able to make his tomato plant grow enormously, and it produced like thousands of tomatoes. Like one plant produced thousands of tomatoes.
Yeah, but also, if you watch the videos that I sent you, there's a guy that does what was it called, sea gold? It's one of those original like Ormus gold extractions out of seawater.
Yeah.
Sea veg maybe or something like that. He might change it to something else. But like he says that he'll buy just like shit like seeds, just regular things like a bean seed, and then after he grows it with his ormus, and then those plants bear seed. The seeds that he gets are of dramatically higher quality than the ones he started with.
Yeah, I believe it.
Many times larger and all that. Yeah.
I believe it because essentially what happens is this stuff's known to repair DNA and enhance it naturally because okay, so there's a little theology involved, but the reason being is because our DNA, all the DNA on Earth, each generation, contrary to evolutionists, is being corrupted. More errors are being introduced. Even though our DNA is self-correcting while we're alive, it still can't keep up with the rate of degradation. And this has actually been proven. I don't know why they don't like accept this, but the rate of decay is um, faster than the rate that we can actually repair it while we're alive. And every generation since the beginning, since I believe like around 6 to 13,000 years ago, every generation and all the kinds of creatures on Earth experience this decay. And prophetically, thousands of years ago, the prophets already theorized that or prophesied that with each generation, it would be lower in stature and weaker than their historical counterparts, and that's what we see going on. So, like,
Well, I mean,
when you
if you have one population that is constantly within its own population, yeah, it might tend to do that. I guess it depends on its original genetics. Maybe other ones would stay the same or stay stable, as you would see, like with like the tallest people in the world that come from like part in Africa. You know what I mean? The Kevin Durant gene, right? Like the Bol gene. The seven threes. That gene is there, and it stays there.
yeah, I mean, it's well, yeah, they
Which
might
is
have
why.
they might retain their tallness, but there's other things that they have other genetic like it's more complicated, right? Because just because they're tall, like there's other things involved with genetics. You know what I mean? Like people are they have a predisposition or a genetic predisposition for certain diseases and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, there are people who are unathletically large or people with medical condition, but these people are basically a tribe of people who are about just this tall, and they have been since the Bible, since
I
they're
mean,
probably
I
driven
believe
out of like other lands.
they're blessed. I mean, they're probably just
Yeah.
preserved it more. You know what I mean? Like I'm naturally fit. Like people ask me, like when I was younger, like, do you do steroids? I'm like, no. I'm just naturally like carved up. I'm blessed to have native in me. Like, but it's not just me. Like,
It's
there's
just
other people out there.
yeah,
Blacks seem to be more ripped than white people, in my understanding. But
like different types of profiles that we have, like for our muscle layers, and then I guess
like
if you get into that,
endomorph,
if you get
ectomorph,
into that shit, yeah.
all that bullshit.
But it's based on like I think we're at some point we're like a template. Like I don't know, you see this with other life maybe, but like we're a template of partially like maybe our father's frames with like some of our mother's stitching, like the cells that she's made up of. We're populated by the shape of the. I don't know. Maybe that's how it works. Maybe it doesn't work. But that's kind of how we get these combinations that result in these traits that we're saying like endomorphic, exomorphic, whatever. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong.
No, yeah. But like everything has shrunken in size, bro. Like when you look at history and you look at the archaeological record that they present us, everything was bigger, bro. From penguins to dragonflies to orangutans to chimpanzees to elephants to you name it, bro. Even insects, like everything was bigger. like we have 3-foot dragonflies in the fossil record. We have 6-foot penguins, and when you compare them with modern penguins,
Yeah,
they're
I don't.
identical. They're
I don't
identical
care.
except their stature.
I'm gonna just. I want to just tell you that like it doesn't matter whether you're right or not. But I'm gonna say that 3-foot dragonflies is bullshit, just for the fact that I can't stomach the
Yeah,
concept of it. But it's fine. Yeah.
it's
How about
bullshit.
that? They are
All right,
whack
that's
ass.
fine.
Like
That's fine.
I have seen like from somebody's entomology collection, a type of double hinged dragonfly. Like it's a dragonfly plus another wing set in the middle, plus more dragonfly, plus more wing. I've seen bugs like that, and they don't exist here, but they exist, or they used to exist, or very rare. But like down in like Southeast Asia,
I mean, I've seen bees that are humongous. Like I've seen I've seen pretty big dragonflies already. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like 3-foot dragonflies, only because look at how big the trees were back then, bro. You know what I mean? Like everything was huge, dude. Like literally everything, and
yeah.
something
Or
changed.
like there's something like I think there's somewhere in which like dragonflies and locust type bugs, grasshoppers, somewhere
Bats, dude.
they're like we're related. We know that we're related to the grasshoppers, and then the dragonflies like there's fucking no way we're related to grasshoppers. Look at them, they're fucking stupid or whatever. I don't know how that works, but they do seem to be made similarly like to other mantoids. You know, oh
Yeah.
man, like hunter.
Mushrooms. Have you looked at the mushrooms?
Yeah, I'm aware
Like
of
there's
them.
petrified mushrooms allegedly. I don't know how legit, but yeah, I've seen
You're talking
mushroom
about the
documentaries, bro. Mushroom. They.
Paul Stamets documentaries of mushrooms changed my opinions about mushrooms.
Yeah, I watched it.
Talking about
And I
20
watched them on
foot
the
to old growth forest agaricon mushrooms. Man, this shit'll change the way motherfuckers think. We should be looking at it as a natural health resource, not a place to carve up wood.
road. Like the mushroom forest that they talk about. Or now they even coming up with a historical time frame where like there was a land of or like a how they have the Precambrian and Trice and all them eras, the Paleolithic eras.
Mhm.
They're coming up with an era of like mushroom land where it was
Yeah.
before there was plants, before there was trees, there was
Mhm.
just big giant mushrooms.
Right. Right. That's why I was trying to bring that up earlier, because like a lot of people were trying to get from A to B with like cellular whatever, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, well, at some point, like there needs to be a crossing over, because like it's like yeah, mushrooms have the ability to break certain things down that like plants don't necessarily. Like
Mycelium.
in the mycelium, that there's some kind of like oxalic acid or carbolic acid or some kind of organo acid that's able to like decompose the molecular bonds between the rocks, and then they're just munching on rocks and basically turning that into life, and it already extracts all the energy from that to produce the fruiting body, right? That's just going to make more spores, and that makes more network. The network makes more, I don't know, pulls more energy out of the rocks, crazy sauce, man. And it's going to be like trying to apply anything else into this network that it can in molecular ways, so rainfall, trace minerals, all these types of things, any kind of like sequestered other material that might be inside. I mean, every time it's breaking apart a molecular bond, I guess there's a possibility that it's picking up like a piece of another molecule, like another organomolecule. Like it's mining it, sort of, in a way. Like it's trying to get at the good stuff. That's what I think's going on, man. Because like even like a slime mold is intelligent in pathing. It's like it can probably, that mycelial layer can probably smell, where the good shit is, and it goes for it. Just like a slime mold will find the end of a maze. They're intelligent as a network, and then they then they specialize into cellular groups and then say like, okay, you be the stalk, I'll be the stalk, okay, and then we're gonna be the cap, right? And you be this, and it moves that shit around. Give me a break, man.
Yeah, I post the I told you about my logo earlier and stuff. I posted. This is one that I had before my official one that I dropped, but
Yeah, and then there's like plant species that interact with like only specific mushrooms, like famously the hemlock tree, poisonous, right? What grows on it? The queen of all mushrooms. Reishi mushroom. Red reishi mushroom grows on the hemlock tree. Isn't that funny?
yeah.
And then the philosopher, who should know this, right? Then just like takes from that poison from the, I don't know, so funny, man. Like, do you think if you just like lived on red reishi mushrooms from hemlock trees that hemlock would bother you? I don't know. I wonder that. Don't try this at home, kids. Yeah, red reishi, chaga. Chaga's pretty strong. Strong stuff. Super good for immune building. But yeah, I've worked around with some of the Ormus stuff, and I think it's pretty interesting. Not 100% sure on all these methods people be using, but stay simple stuff, you're better off. Or if you're using some, there's a process where they use hydrochloric plus sulfuric, and then break the fractionation off till where it's not acidic. But it leaves something that may be like an unresolved chemical reaction, which might resolve all kinds of weirdness. You know, and they're saying that this is a way to draw Ormus out of a material, but I'm not really sure if, because that guy, yeah, those guys don't. Sometimes people hurt themselves on trying to make this material. I really do feel like way. Yeah. So if you can just say to something that's like on the basic side of it, I think like a lot of these reductions can be done from, like, let's say you take Dead Sea salt, you take the Dead Sea salt, and then you like hit it with some concentration of lye. Hit it with lies, and then the lye breaks it up, and then you leave that out in sunlight, let it dry until it's crusty, break that down, and then you can basically call that like a Ormus extraction, which is
Yeah, I just want to
essentially
let you know I'm about to lose reception, but I'm still listening, but I'll be right back on.
okay. That's I think they call that the King Solomon's wash.
I don't know. I think all those stories are bullshit.
Yeah, they're not though, because like you definitely experience some kind of effects for sure. It's been documented. It's been documented that you experience something like alpha state type vibes, like your brain will start to zone differently. These are nanomaterials that cross the blood-brain barrier.
Sounds more like a placebo effect to me.
Yeah, sure.
It could be right.
It's not though. It's like provably not. Changes.
Might be the point there.
It changes like I don't know, man. Blood flow works better. Like I said, the brain waves, consciousness. Yeah, it's like such a small amount of it too. Like it could be so concentrated.
Small amount of what?
Like a couple drops could like really relax you.
Of
Kind
what?
of take you somewhere away. Of what?
Yes.
Dead sea salt.
Dead
And
sea salt.
Just the way that I described all that reduction. That's King Solomon's watch. If you did that to Dead Sea Salt and then you're like, oh, let me see what, like, you could take some, mix it up in something else and then try it, or you could just take a couple drops, or even just put it like, you could even just put it on your forehead, maybe just a little dot on your forehead, and it might even, you'd be like, whoa. It does something. You become synchronous with that material somehow.
What's the difference between sea salt and dead sea salt?
The availability of microgold. Different salts have different, like, metallic profiles to them, I suppose.
Minerals.
Right, mineral profiles, not metallics. Yeah. If it was metal, it wouldn't be very good for you.
Probably not.
So, but salts are metal anyway, but it's in a form that we can deal with, or can't. Right, that can also be very poisonous. But as it occurs naturally within seawater, it's pretty good. Seawater has all of the full spectrum of materials dissolved in it.
Yeah.
You could do the same thing with that. You could just make seawater into a sort of a superfood. I would classify this stuff as like it's super bioavailable and it's stuff that your body can use. It has some kind of psycho effect to it. It does something. I don't know. It
It's like
shifts your
doing
consciousness a little
mushrooms,
bit.
but salt instead.
No, it's not like mushrooms. It's just or like meditational state. Like let's say a highly like zoned in way that would be what I would experience it. Maybe where you're gonna have like magical aha moments. I feel like it gives you a lot of aha as well, but I'm not really sure how to quantify
What's
that.
aha?
Aha is just like just like, oh wait, maybe it increases your IQ. I'm not really sure what it does, but maybe it's also that like our IQ is higher when we're more sensorily like active. When you're active listening, like in those ways, like you can kind of pick up on more of what's happening. So maybe it doesn't have to make us smarter, but it can increase our network efficiency, and then that effectively makes us smarter.
When all chemicals sync together.
I could take a very smart person and like smush like suntan lotion in their eyes and like stuff cotton balls in their ears, and they want to be that smart. They won't hear me very well. I'm just saying, like, there's something about this stuff that optimizes the system.
And it optimizes the system in like 100 different ways. That's what it is. It's legit. Whoever is doubting it, what's your name? From Switzerland? I recognize your voice, but I forgot your name.
Is there any Swedish people in here?
He just changes his name a lot.
No, I don't.
You sound like a legit stoner, bro. Like you come.
Well, that might be true.
Like when I
But
was high, that's how I was, bro. I'd be like, "Hey, man, what's up?"
Yeah. Basically, no weed takes I've been to places on the Ormus material that I wish weed could do. Yeah. Actually, probably I could make something that can. And it's crazy. Well, no, maybe it's like you actually could make something so powerful that maybe the world's not really ready for it. I bet.
I seen a test or a study where they turn soil right into iron, like regular soil into iron. And I understand, like, oh well, you know, there's iron in all soils. Yeah, but the way they did it was pretty remarkable because there was a certain area on Earth. I forget where they did this, but like there was like you know how there's like certain points where like the electromagnetic waves seem to concentrate, or like I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it. But
Yeah,
they
well, like
basically,
crossing over the grid somewhere.
yeah, they put a crucible somewhere, and they put dirt in it, bro. And then and then there was like iron, dude. I don't know exactly how they did it. I forget. But dude, it was pretty cool. Like I was like, wow. And it only works there. Like you can't do it anywhere else. And they don't know what's going on. They just made iron from nothing, from dirt. So like if you can make iron from dirt, can't you make something else like gold, right? Or silver?
Hmm.
Alchemical history.
Yeah, the alchemical and the scientific, I think, combine in what the Ormus search is. I think. Right, we're taking old, new, intuitive, and unintuitive things. But that King Solomon's wash, that is apparently going back there that far. So the stuff with like David Hudson, and then the definition of what we call that as Ormus would be something different. I think King Solomon would just be making like mana. You know, that's what I'm looking at. He wouldn't have called it Ormus. Ormus is a sci-fi-fication of what's going on here, but it's effectively that you're looking at like a type of material that's a high energy state material that's like almost like flash frozen, so that it's kind of a solid material which has a higher internal spin energy. It's like just energetic material, like highly energized material. I guess that's the idea. Like how a magnet is, sort of, right? Like a magnet sort of bound electro, like there's an imprint left on it from the magnetic field that's applied to it. Like the 1 Tesla field that you might apply to a magnet, while it's Curie temp. So basically, in Ormus, there would be like a chemical Curie temp where it can make this impression, and then you kind of like shut that off in such a way that it freezes the high energy state and binds it into a lower like orbital I don't know. It's something to do with that. I'm not a scientist, but I play one on TV. And it's the
I'm not a rapper.
Rearranging the orbital states of the monoatomic gold or whatever, some shit.
Word. But not just of monatomic gold, but like any of these platinum group elements, or yeah, like you were saying, the radium, rubidium, gold, platinum group elements, osmium, whatever, all this.
Some of these things are they're too far off right now. Like people don't understand how to even rearrange the orbital states of things. Like there seems to be a connection to like magnetic water or like magnet traps.
Yeah, magnet traps.
Hydrogen water.
Yeah.
You ever heard of hydrogen water?
Hydrogen is a gas.
It sounds weird because like doesn't hydrogen already exist in water? Like isn't water made out of hydrogen? So that doesn't make any sense. Hydrogen water. Like what are you talking about?
Are you talking about liquid hydrogen?
But no, there's like legit hydrogen water.
Okay.
So
it's a
water
whole
infused with
thing.
hydrogen.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a flat chemistry here, right? To how this is working. It's like
I don't know shit about chemistry, but I know
But don't
some
you think
elements.
even I don't know if if flat Earth is a yeah. This is the flat Earth of chemistry to me. Is the Ormus stuff.
Where's your wits sit when you need them?
Because within the Ormus paradigm, I think you have to have something called transmutation of elements, and that is strictly not adherent to, whatever textbook examples would say. Whatever. Maybe some of this material is actually too strong to ingest for yourself, and so therefore maybe some of it's actually better for putting onto plants and then taking from the plants to eat the stuff. Might be a good thing, just run it through one organic buffer. Uh, Probably better for you. Because I think this is such powerful material that people think that it need be like that you do a lot of it, but that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, that's actually very wise to put it through the plant first and then consume the plant, and that way you can get it into your system. But people take it orally or whatever, sublingually or whatever they do. Um, but it's very minute amounts, like very small amount. Not like I know when I took it, the Ormus that I took like half a teaspoon in like a gallon of water, dude. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't trying to push it.
Well, why don't you just put it in your food?
What?
Why don't you just put it in your food?
I mean, you could do that, I guess, but these things are mysterious, bro. We don't know the effects. Like, what if it like backfired and I got tumors? You know what I'm saying? Like, or some weird cancer or some shit. You know what I mean? You want to be careful.
Yeah. I just know that I had such bad back pain. It wasn't muscle. I don't know. Something was all real messed up with it. It still kind of goes bad at here and there, but I like started taking this. It's just like a powdered material that's like a combination of like a zeolitic ash deposit from a seafloor, and it's basically like out of near the Black Hills, I think, Montana areas where this deposits from. Anyway, that stuff within a couple days just like repaired the back problem where it's not an issue. I also started being able to like do things with my left hand that I wasn't like. I'd like start writing something with my left hand, and I'd be like, I don't do that. I'm right-handed. Why am I trying to write with? Why would I even try to do that? And so, that and a variety of other things started happening. And so I figured this shit's all right.
Nice, man. So, North the other day brought up methyl blue. I haven't really looked into it, but he claimed that it repairs DNA. Well, I've been interested in this stuff too. So, like, methyl blue, and if you look at scholarly medical literature on vitamin D, it's been shown to affect the repair DNA. Also, I forget what method, but it repairs DNA, and then melatonin, bro. I was like, melatonin. I thought this was just for sleep, right? But I mean, those who study like melatonin, right? They probably got into it through like DMT because DMT, serotonin, melatonin are all basically very similar compounds atomically. They're like almost the same. Actually, serotonin turns to melatonin, or no, melatonin turns to serotonin when it's exposed to light. And then DMT is the same compound. It's just depending on the hexagon, whatever, the chemistry behind it. You add a molecule here or take one away, and then it becomes this, and then you know what I mean. I don't know all the jargon behind it, the exact chemistry. I forget. It's been a long time, but so like somehow melatonin is able to also repair DNA. So if theoretically, if you have melatonin and vitamin D abundantly in the system on a regular basis, alongside omega-3 fatty acids that come from fish oil or flaxseed oil, it will start making you look better too, like your skin, your hair, your eyes. Some people experience premature aging, right, for whatever reason, environmental causes, and other people seem to like not look as old. It's like, what's going on? Like, this guy still looks like he's 25 and this guy looks like he's 45, but they're the same age. Like, what happened here? Like, granted, some people have done hard drugs like coke and crack and meth and shit like that, heroin, but there's people that still experience premature aging and they've never done any hard drugs.
That's true.
It's like, what's going on here?
Sometimes, like, because I look pretty young, and also like I've been taking this like kind of material since my mid-20s or something. So
how old are you?
Like, what? And
how
then
old are you?
45.
Are you balding?
No.
Fascinating.
But I don't know. I think there's a lot of factors that go into that as well.
Yeah, there's many factors. Yeah.
But no, it's
diet,
weird. Like,
lifestyle, exercise.
I'll watch like people's YouTube channels and stuff, and it's like I just never feel like I have credibility or authority somehow because I'm like I don't look as old as I am or whatever. So it's like I feel like when I watch people and like they look old, that they're more credible, And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, this guy's like fucking 10 years younger than me. He looks 10 years older than me, and I'm like,
yeah,
what the fuck?
If you think an old person is more credible, then you maybe got daddy issues.
I know. But like, you would trust the Kung Fu master who's got white hair over the younger guy, right?
That's you.
I'm all about Kung Fu masters, apparently. So.
And some of these skeletons that they've dug up from Neanderthals, they say that like a 45-year-old would look like a 15-year-old. And I don't know how they know that, but I have seen studies where it looked like back then the Neanderthals look younger for longer, or something. I don't know exactly how they can tell, but
Well, there's the phrase "black don't crack and beige don't age." There are something like I've run into people that are in their 60s looking like they're 30, but they're like from Cambodia or some shit. And I'm like, what? How is that? It's like, yeah, that guy's 70, bro. It's like, what? He just wears like a baseball cap, looks like kind of like a youngish guy. It's really funny, man. Also, yeah, like some of the people of like abnormal height, will just tend to be like that at like 5th grade. They'll be like 6 feet tall in like 5th grade. How crazy is that?
I think that's just in your genes.
And then they keep growing. And then they're like, I'm almost 9 feet tall now. But there's some kind of like about that aeroelectric situation, right? So between your feet and your nose, there's a difference of 200 volts. So that might make sense also, like why we have our olfactory senses like up here rather than somewhere else. or that whatever. Welcome, Block Tech. What's going on? Good morning.
Hey, what's up? I just heard you guys listen, guys talk. Yeah, I'm fasting right now. I just passed 18 hours.
Well, aren't you special?
It's tough.
Nah, I'm just playing.
Congratulations. You're starving yourself.
Nah, it's
Yeah.
awesome, bro. Honestly, I highly recommend fasting, man. Like, that's awesome, dude. I wish more people would do
Yeah,
that.
no, I've been having stomach issues on and off for a couple of months. I went down to the beach for 2 weeks, and I was living on fast food and drinking a lot. And I came back, I went off alcohol for 3 weeks. And I still had stomach problems, and I started drinking it last weekend, had a bottle of vodka and a few other things. Now my
I
stomach's really
just figured
hurting.
putting a
So
hole in your stomach was a good idea.
yeah, it
I feel
could
you.
be because it hasn't been diagnosed, right? I don't usually go to doctors anymore because I forget them. So it could be
Oh,
a
you're
combination
drinking
of
vodka
factors.
for medicating pain in your stomach already.
Yeah, no, I'm not drinking right now. So
No, but I'm saying like that's what caused you to drink all that vodka? You're saying you just want to have a good time, or you're doing it for?
well, I know because I
I
had stomach issues and I didn't want to drink beer or cider because beer and cider can be acidic, right? Because they use chemicals to make it bubbly, and sometimes the fermentation process they add a chemical to it to make it bubbly, right? So
I don't know,
you
man.
try
I'd rather
to
drink
avoid
some
that
beer
stuff
than
to
vodka,
make it
man.
caustic.
You
So I
maybe
was drinking vodka that night because I had drink with water and Kool-Aid, right? So that shouldn't hurt it, but
I think you should be drinking distilled water, not distilled liquor.
yeah. So what I've done, I've just because I woke up this morning with stomach problems. Last night I was awake with stomach issues, so I just went off food at midnight last night. I had my last snack. So yeah. So what will happen next couple of days? The body will pass all the food and all the stuff in my body, right? So then your body will change, go into ketogenic mode, where it
Ketogenic.
converts all ketogenic. It converts all that fat and all the storage of all the excess food, whatever, into pure energy. So you just burn energy non-stop. So it's really fantastic. And what happens when you fast? Your body goes into repair mode.
Yes.
So whatever injury you have, or even arthritis, migraine, headache,
you start to build
inflammation
up
stops.
a little surplus here because you're not doing direct replacement. You're only So if you're consuming food and calories, you're in a chemical process. What this means is that your cells are going to start to divide, and then basically you're building yourself for tomorrow, today. That's what normally be going on. When you start to fast, you don't rebuild for tomorrow that same way. You kind of repair the things that are there already.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the body does adapt. Because I've fasted, say, 15 times in my life, and I haven't fasted since March, so it's been several months. So you just got to push through it, and you drink more water, more tea, and just chill.
Well, so it's probably best to go through like a fast and then a sleep cycle. So if you just go through like a regular day and try to do a fasting through that and then sleep. I mean, I would say that's doing pretty good. Clean
Yeah,
up.
you should.
Like one day maybe.
Look,
I don't know. Maybe I could do that, but
I don't know.
much.
I don't know the full science behind it, but people worked out that humans never ate like we do now. This whole 3 meal a day, high carb, high calorie diet, it's very foreign to us. So you look at the Native Americans and the Native peoples of South America; they were always slim people, highly active.
But they weren't doing shit
and
either, right? They would
What's
fucking
that?
not be like. They didn't have calories to burn like scrolling through TikTok and shit either. Okay. If you ate what an American Indian ate, you'd be like, "Fuck, man, I'm fucking sleepy. I got no energy. I gotta go
Yeah,
sleep. I can't
exactly.
do
Because
that.
he was
You're up
fully
till 3
active.
o'clock in the morning TikToking, bro. Come on."
Yeah, I get your point. But yeah, it's just kind of ridiculous what's going on. So I'll see how we go. I'm hoping to bust 2 days or 48
Me
hours.
find Red Bull. Me Red Bull. Me
So
avoid that Red Bull. It's
when it comes to fasting, bro, when it comes to fasting, bro, you need to at least do it for 72 hours to actually get any real benefit from it. You know why
I
that
know.
is, right?
Because that's when you go full ketogenic mode.
Well, even then, it's not necessarily anything to do with going ketogenic, because actually science shows, at least the studies that have been done recently, your body don't actually fully go to ketogenic to like, it's something that you have to train your body to do, and it might not happen in just one fast. And it takes people up to a month to at least start showing signs that they're actually in ketogenic mode of intermediate
I would
fasting.
love to do 10 days. I would love to do full 10 days fast.
But you know why you need
But
72 hours?
well,
This has already
that's
been
when the body
proven.
starts to repair, go into full repair mode, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you know how that works, the mechanisms that play behind all that.
Yeah, I have studied a lot about it, but you tell me your version. What do you think?
Well, it has to do with the bone marrow, directly with the bone marrow. So inside your bones, in the bone marrow, in all humans, there is a factory of stem cells, right? That the stem cells are released through the bone marrow into the bloodstream. But it takes exactly 72 hours for whatever reason. It takes 3 days of fasting for the body to go through a chemical process where it starts initiating the production of stem cells, and it shoots them directly to the bloodstream. And that's what actually causes miraculous repair. And we already know through stem cell research what stem cells are capable of. But what doctors won't tell you is that we all have a natural reserve of stem cells. But if you don't fast for at least 72 hours, your body will never release those stem cells for them to go to work. And the benefits are, the sky's the limit, bro. Because those stem cells go into every crevice in your body. They go into your lungs and your heart, your eyes, your knees, your shoulder, your back, and they do miraculous work, right? People have been miraculously healed through fasting, and they give all glory to the Most High Yah, and I still give glory to the Most High Yah. But these things can be explained through, empirical means. Like it's not all magic. Like people just don't understand the body. So when the scriptures say prayer and fasting,
we're not
right?
trained.
Yeah,
we're not taught
they don't know.
the body.
They don't know.
But a lot of that knowledge is buried. All the research on the body's been done for thousands of years. It's just they don't teach us. Take a fucking pill and shut up. Sucks. I'm hoping my people will be free again, but I'm not sure when that's going to happen. Are we still here? Or we crashed? It's very quiet.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Have you ever fasted before?
Who, me? Yeah. I mean, I would say under 10 times. I maybe I would say like 8 times in my life. The longest I went was 4 days.
You did 4 days. I did 3.5.
But I've done 3 days, I've done 3 days, 3.5 days, a few times.
But I on my first fast, I made a big error. I went about 76 hours or so, and they said you got to ease back into food, right? But I had like a snack, and I was sort of like, oh, I'm craving McDonald's, right?
Yeah.
When I had McDonald's, and I was sick. Like I'd poisoned myself. Yeah, because your body's pure, right? And when you eat McDonald's, you're taking impure, artificial, processed foods. The body freaks out. All of a sudden, I slammed in fucking 2,000 calories in 2 minutes, and your liver says, get rid of it. And then all of a sudden, you're vomiting, you got mass diarrhea. I was so sick.
Must be
fun mass diarrhea.
Yeah, it was bad.
Massive.
I'm going, why am I sick? I fasted. I'm supposed to be healthy. And then I realized, oh my god, it's a McDonald's.
Just go for the Cheetos next time.
Oh no, they're worse. Because
Yeah.
there's over 36 ingredients in a packet of Cheetos. They're very
There's
hazardous.
a story I listened to a guy doing 6 months, like basically foraging in like a really, really crazy polar environment or something like that. It's just like on, the guy should have died, but at base camp, he left himself a bag of Cheetos when he came back, and he was like, "Oh fuck, I just wanted the Cheetos." It's
Yeah.
amazing the kind of like psychological sort of stapling that goes on. You know what I mean? It's like this
Yeah.
fucking glues your neuron to some kind of like flavor profile. It's crazy. It's something we don't get in nature though. Like you can't find Cheetos in nature. That's a weird thing.
They're gonna do that in the future, you know. They're gonna have trees that grow this fucking shit. All this fast food will pick it like apples or
Some
something.
Willy Wonka fucking Cheeto tree. Yeah, you're dreaming.
It's on the cards, dude.
I want my own Mac chicken tree though. Or bush.
You got a fried chicken tree over here. All right. Have your Garden of Eden. You want it? Have it your way, bro. That's what God said, right? He's the Burger King. Up on high. So you want
Mr.
sesame
Fry
seeds?
Bush.
But, oh, so fucking funny sometimes.
Or the river of mayo.
Shut up. You can't have a river of mayo. You'd fucking drown.
Haven't you seen that?